Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Zayden_Stormvoid on AO3. Now, let's start. Chapter 1. A gift from another world. Third POV. It was a quiet day at UA High School, one of, if not the, best hero school in the world. It would be nice to that it was a normal day as well, but given this world full of superpowers, heroes and villains, and typical, teenage, high school drama, any semblance of the word normal has been proven moot. Nezu was walking around the school whilst classes were going on, hoping to hear about any gossip, to intrigue his intelligent, sadistic mind, or find any evidence of any possible leak to the League of Villains. Nezu hated the thought of a traitor among the school, be it student or staff member, but after multiple encounters with the League that only UA's staff would know about and many of the students having the right quirks and intellect to eavesdrop easily, the evidence that one of their own was a leak to the villains was growing more and more evident. They haven't made a move so far, but it is good to find out, so that we do not get caught with guard down, again. Nezu thought. Suddenly, as he was walking outside of Gym Gamma, a mysterious portal suddenly materialized. Nezu jumped back, startled. A villain attack. He thought with confusion and surprise. Nezu looked at the portal that appeared in front of him, careful to not be too distracted against a swift attack, and quickly deduced that it wasn't one of Kurogear's warp gates. The warp villain's gates were swirling portals of black and purple mist, whilst this portal was instead blue and cosmic-looking. Nezu quickly reminded himself that the warp villain was also in custody and locked away inside Tartarus prison for the better part of a few months, so the portal being some upgraded version of his quirk was highly unlikely. Nezu also noticed that the school's alarms weren't going off, meaning that it wasn't some outside intrusion of a quirk being used, so it was even more mysterious. As Nezu took hesitant steps towards the portal out of a sense of curiosity, an object materialized out of it. It was a large black box, highly advanced looking as evidence of the neon techno lines coming from it. On top of it was a note taped onto the box. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the portal shut close and vanished into thin air. Nezu was in shock at what occurred and hesitantly walked towards the box, cautious if it was a bomb or trap of some kind. As he reached it and examined it critically, he found no such evidence of explosives or mechanisms that would indicate a trap. He looked to the note taped to the top and opened it. As he read it, he grabbed his communicator and said, "Aizawa, report to me by Gym Gamma, I have quite the surprise." An hour later, Aizawa arrived to where the mouse-bear hybrid principal was after a few minutes, noticing and looking to the mysterious box next to the principal with confusion and suspicion. Nezu explained to him the events that occurred recently and they decided to call up the teachers, especially 𝐿𝐿, to inspect the box, and the visiting pro-heroes to report to the teachers' meeting room. An hour later, the teachers and visiting heroes arrived to the conference room. The teachers consisted of Nezu, at the head of the large wooden table, Aizawa, All Might, Midnight, Present Mic, Cementos, Vlad King, 𝐿𝐿, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Recovery Girl, 13, and Hound Dog. The visiting pro-heroes included the current number 1 hero, Endeavor, Miruko, Mount Lady, Ryukyu, the Pussycats, Kamu Woods, Death Arms, Fat Gum, and Gran Torino. They were all confused as to what merit another meeting so soon and the bow that the principal had beside him. After they finished sitting down, Nezu spoke, "Thank you for convening on such short notice." Endeavor spoke up, blunt and angry as always, "What is this meeting for? I was hoping to see my Shoto's progress when you had to call off the training session and sent the students back to their dorms." "Apologies, Endeavor," Nezu responded. "But this situation is of dire importance." "What is it, sir?" All Might said. "Does it involve that black box you have there?" "That is correct, All Might." Nezu said. "Earlier today, a mysterious event occurred right before my eyes. As I was walking by Gym Gamma, a mysterious portal opened up in front of me." The heroes went rigid, surprise and unease evident at the news. All Might quickly said. "Was it the League again? Was the portal Kurogear's doing?" They all knew about the warp villain and his troublesome quirk all too well, but we confused if it was him, due to his recent imprisonment. Impossible, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 said. I locked up the smoky 𝐵 myself. It's impossible for him to use his quirk outside or inside of Tartarus. Thankfully, you are right, 𝐿𝐼𝐼. Nezu said. The portal I witnessed was blue with a more spatial and cosmic appearance towards it, inconsistent with Kurogiri's warp gates. However, as I went to slowly investigate it, this object materialized out of the portal, with the portal closing shut afterwards. What could it be? Midnight mused. A bomb or some kind of trap. I at first thought so, Nezu responded. But after I carefully investigated it, I found no signs of any trap or bomb. Regardless, I called in 𝐿𝐼𝐼 to investigate it before you all arrived. Yeah, 𝐿𝐼𝐼 said. I did a once-over on the device, as much as I could without dismantling it, and I didn't find any explosive ornaments or traps in it. In fact, the design and engineering of the device is extremely high-tech, maybe more than anything we have currently in the world. The box also came with this note taped to the top. Nezu held out a letter and began to read it to the heroes. Dear whoever it may concern, this is a message from beyond the corner of creation. My name is Wizard, but you may refer to me as Whis. I'm from another Earth, more specifically, Earth. I know that may sound insane, but if you found this box then you should have also seen the portal that was used to transport this precious piece of cargo. I find myself quite the genius, and with the creation of my new multiverse warp gate, I have invented first-hand, human access to multiversal dimensional travel. The heroes were shocked at what was said. Despite living in a day and age where quirks of varying degrees of weirdness and absurdity, the very concept of traveling through dimensions and universe was both mind-boggling and unbelievable. Nezu continued read the note. The reason for this letter and for this package is a rather grim one. You see, in my universe me and my college, sometimes best friend and sometimes annoying headache, Boomstick, yes that is his name, run an internet program known as Death Battle. We're using our advanced technology to scour information throughout the infinite multiverse and compare it to our world's information and connection. We study, analyze, and pit two or more combatants from two different universes into simulated battles to the death to prove who is the superior fighter. Barbaric at first, sure, but it was all the name of good fun and entertaining for our audiences. We intended it to be a fun, harmless program where our viewers could figure out which heroes, villains, or individuals were to come out victorious in a consequences-less battle to the death. The heroes' faces soured at the notion of a battle to the death, but were eased at that they are simulated recreations. Endeavor, being the battle-hungry and his history with proving he is the strongest and best of the best, paid more attention at this death battle. All Might thought the concept of battling to the death was indeed barbaric, but figured that a fight to prove who the strongest was seemingly justified, as he could picture his successors, Izuku Midoriya's, rivalry with Katsuki Bakugo. What we didn't expect was quite disturbing. Our country's government approached Boomstick and I, already aware of our capabilities to peer and study the multiverse, and demanded that we contribute all our research and technology to them and to work under them so they can create their own army of super soldiers. Me and Boomstick, of course, refused, but were given a month to comply or we would be hunted down, eliminated, and have our work taken anyway. Now the heroes were truly shocked at the implications of this. Whilst the heroes can agree that some, if not most, governments can be easily corrupt and extreme at times for the sake of national defense, to go so far to achieve such an end for power was disturbing, especially for Nezu as he read, as similar product of government experimentation. With little choice left, me and Boomstick decided to pour our efforts into a final gambit. We uploaded all our research, including unreleased videos and data, into this one data box, all our lives' work, stored into this final treasure. Me and Boomstick then secretly scoured the internet, mostly me, and wiped all traces of our videos, programs, and ourselves from the net. Yeah, I'm that good. Me and Boomstick also created the multiversal dimensional warp gate to send our life's work out into the multiverse with instructions to travel to a random universe with the intent to safeguard our work from those who would exploit it. However, the gate can only send non-organic material through, so we cannot go with. As I write this, we have destroyed all our work and now prepare to flee into exile before we can MSTR this technology and retrieve the box from hopefully safekeeping. We will also destroy the portal so nobody could travel or track down the device and interfere. To whomever obtains our work, be cautious. Such knowledge, I now know, is a burden and a great responsibility to wield. I implore whomever obtains this to keep the data safe until we can retrieve it ourselves. In the meantime, you may watch our videos and enjoy yourselves, but be warned, should any tampering or attempts to copy and duplicate our work for ill intent, the device is programmed to self-destruct and erase all of its data completely. So please don't. This has been Wizard, keep our device in safe hands, and I will see you all soon. Whis. The heroes were left speechless. They felt pity for these Whis and Boomstick, if their names are to be believed, about their situation and hoped that they are okay right now in their own world. Aizawa decided to speak out. This information, if true, could be quite detrimental if it got into the hands of the villains. If these two individuals were able to peer into multiple dimensions and we just so happened to be included, then if this got out to the villains then we would be at a severe disadvantage and in serious danger. Mandalay cut in. If we are included in the data, as Eraser suggests, then they could gain access to our real-life identities and weaknesses. The heroes mumbled in agreement. Snipe decided to shoot out the question, so what should we do? Keep it locked up and hidden away until these two show up. Nezu responded, that was what I had in mind at first, but after careful consideration, I believe I have come up with a solution to this predicament, as well to our leak problem. All Might still didn't like the idea of a traitor among the staff or students but nevertheless asked, what do you propose? Nezu simply smiled and said, Aizawa, Vlad King, All Might, inform the students of Class 1A, 1B, the Big Three, and students Shinso Hitsoshi of General Studies and my Hatsume of Support Course to report to the auditorium. We have some videos to watch. Meanwhile at Class 1A Heights Alliance dorms. Izuku Midoriya was sitting in the common area with the rest of Class 1A. He was sitting and eating a bowl of ice cream, thinking about the recent events that had transpired earlier today. Many pro-heroes, including the likes of Endeavor and Miruko, appeared to view their progress and give helpful tips on how to utilize their quirks. Izuku was especially glad to hear the Pussycats were also coming, mostly because Kota would come too, wishing to see if the boy was doing okay. He also thought it would be good for Ai to know another person around her age. But before their training session could even begin, Aizawa got a call from Nezu and postponed the training session until further notice and, from the looks of it, called in the rest of the teachers and pro-heroes into a sudden meeting. Izuku and the rest of his class now sat in the common area in their school clothes, told to stay there and wait. Of course, with the training session postponed so suddenly, it had the rest of Class 1A talking. Momo, Asui, and Kyuka were discussing among themselves as to what the teachers were discussing. It had to be urgent in some capacity to bring in the teachers and all the visiting pro-heroes, including Endeavor, Ryukyu, and Miruko. Koda, Soto, Ojiro, and Tokoyami were wondering if the practical cancellation of the training session and their waiting could be a possible villain attack on the school or nearby. Mina, Toru, and Emma were passing the time along by break dancing, Zero and Uraraka cheering them on. Mineta was currently sulking in a corner, mumbling something about being unable to show off to Miruko or the female Pussycats. Todoroki was thinking to himself quietly, with a tiny smirk on his face. Izuku didn't want to assume or be grim about anything, but he felt that Todoroki might be smirking about being kept away from Endeavor for a while longer and knew that being called away from his prized creation would be irritating. Bakugo was, typically, sessed off that the chance for him to kick the extras' butts, especially Deku's since they were paired against each other, was practically cancelled. Kirishima and Kaminari were trying to calm him down. And Ida, meanwhile, was trying to keep everybody in line, waving his arms like a robot and wildly, which made Izuku chuckle. As for Izuku himself, he was currently watching Eri and Kota get along, the son of the water hose heroes cutely blushing as Eri compared her horn to the ones on Kota's hat. Izuku smiled and talked with the two, Eri clinging and holding onto Izuku, much to Kota's jealousy. As Izuku played and talked with the two kids, he didn't notice the girls turning their attention to Izuku. The girls smiled happily and warmly at the sight of Eri riding on Izuku's head, like he was a pony, and Kota throwing punches at Izuku's open palms, trying to show off his own strength to his unofficial idol. Izuku, eyes closed, let out a chuckle and smiled. A smile so bright that seemed to make the sun pale in comparison. The girls blushed brightly, each with their own thoughts at the sight. Deku is so sweet and charming. Uraraka thought. Adorable. Ribbit. Thought Asui. Midori is so cute and sweet. Were Mina's thoughts as she held herself immensely back to not rush over to hold him. He looks like such a doting and loving father to the two. He looks so cute and yet handsome. Momo mused internally, her hand clutching at the seam of her shirt as her heart ached and longed for Izuku's smile on her. Dang, I knew Zuku was sweet and charming, but now he looks cute. Kyuka thought, blushing wildly, trying hard, and failing to deny herself what she thought and desired. OMG. Izuku is so cute. Oh. He's like a super cute, bunny cinnamon roll. Toru squealed in her mind, practically bouncing on the spot. Zero noticed Mina and Toru stopped dancing and looked over to their line of sight and smiled at the happy sight. Todoroki also noticed the group of Momo, Asui, and Kyuka stopped their discussion and looking over at Midoriya. While he smiled at the sight of Midoriya being such friends with Boy from the training camp and he wondered that caused the girls to look at Izuku with such blushing faces. Were they sick? Or could Midoriya's smile be so bright that it is like moths to a flame? Todoroki also saw that Izuku's smile looked similar to All Might, both in display and effectiveness. This got his mind ticking at his dad might theory. While the other guys noticed Izuku's time with the kids, and smiled at the sight, except Bakugo who scoffed and seemed more ticked for some reason. None of the guys noticed all of the girls' blushes or stares at Izuku, except for Ema who smiled mischievously and pondered if he should inform Izuku or subtly push him into the right direction. A moment later, Aizawa came into the common area. Alright, class, quiet down and line up. Principal Nezu has called in an assembly. So stop what you are doing and get ready. Midoriya, bring Ai and Kota along too. The students got themselves together, especially the girls from their blushing states, and lined up, except for Ida who was telling the class to line up, oblivious to him being the only one that wasn't lined up. Izuku also walked with Ai and Kota holding his hands, making the girls practically rush over to get behind Deku. Reasons. Reason 1 was a simple one, to get closer to this sweet and caring display. Reason 2 was more hopeful. Hope that Izuku and the two kids notice one of them, and since they made it obvious that they see him like a father figure, that they might see one of them as the mommy, especially the innocent Eri. And reason was they're secretly perverted, and openly perverted to the minds of Mina and Toru. Get a closer, more discreet look at Izuku's slightly bent over, firm, good-looking butt. Mina won, smiling mischievously and in victory at the girls behind her, who silently fumed, especially Uraraka, at their defeat. They fumed even more in jealousy as Eri noticed Mina and also innocently asked about Mina's own horns. A few minutes later, they arrived at Gym Gamma. As they arrived, they also saw Vlad King 𝐤𝐵 Class 1B and All Might 𝐤𝐵 the UA. Big Three of Mirio Tagata, Nejaya Heido, and Tamaki Imagiki, and Histoshi Shinso from General Studies, soon to be Hero Corps student in the second year. Class 1A were confused as to what would garner the whole of the first-year hero course, the Big Three, and Shinso to be summoned to Gym Gamma with the teachers and the pro-heroes. Nezu spoke up, alright, now that all the students are here, let's get started. I'm sure you are all wondering why we are all here and why we had to cancel Class 1A's and Class 1B's individual training sessions. Well, earlier this morning we had received quite the surprise and gift. A gift from another world, in fact. The students were all confused when they arrived, but now they were all completely lost. Gift from another world. Were they hearing that right? Judging from serious faces of the teachers and pros, they though right. Nezu continued with, the specifics would be tedious to explain, I imagine, so I will simplify it. In short, a pair of individuals from another dimension created a device that could transport inanimate objects into other universes. They did this with the intention of hiding a box full of data and videos in hopes of safeguarding it in our universe from the hands of their corrupt government. The students were now shocked at the news of what they have been told. Izuku grimly noted that the fact that they sent this box to another universe instead of keeping it and hiding it meant that they couldn't hold on to it or travel with it, and, at worst, was a last-ditch effort. Nezu kept it up with the information that is stored within this box if filled with videos and data on a program called the Death Battle. Some of the students cringed at the name, except for one smirking, spiky, ash-blonde-hair pyromaniac. It claims to contain data extracted from other different points in the multiverse, ourselves potentially included, with the intent to gather this data and create simulated matches between two or more individuals to see which one would win a battle to the death. The students' opinions varied, from thinking of it as a fun and creative experience, since it was simulated, while others thought it vulgar and barbaric to have these matches be to the death, even if simulated. For Izuku, he started to sweat profusely and internally panic at Nezu claiming that their own world is a potential world that they gathered data from. Izuku panicked, thinking that if they could gather data on individuals enough to have two or more clashes to the death, from perhaps strengths, weaknesses, and backstories, then they could very well have gathered info and data on perhaps all of them, which would be detrimental if the villains were to gain possession over it. But what worried him most was that they could have gained information on All Might and Izuku, especially about One for All. Izuku knew that if the villains had that particular piece of information, the Izuku wouldn't be safe and villains from all over the world would try and steal it, harming his friends and peers in the process. But that still doesn't explain why they were all here. Ida decided to unknowingly ask his question. If that's so, what is the purpose of our meeting here with the pro-heroes and the work being done over there? The work being done was referring to seeing Cementos manipulating a large amount of cement and my Hatsume and Power Loader working on a large white screen and pieces of machinery, along with a mysterious black box that Izuku deduced was the device that was sent over. Nezu answered with the note that contained this information, "We are also informed that the creators of this box and program will be working to one day bring themselves over to our world to find the box and find a safe haven from their pursuers. In the meanwhile, the note also claimed that we can use the device to view their work, and I thought it would be a splendid idea to invite the first-year Hero Corps students, along with Mr. Tagata, Mr. Amajiki, Ms. Heido, Ms. Hatsume, and Mr. Shinso to join us, the UA teachers, and pro-heroes into watching these death battle videos." The students were shocked, yet excited at being able to watch the videos but still had questions as to any logical purpose in doing so. Momo asked, "Could you please explain why you made this decision? Whilst I admit that I find myself curious to watch this death battle, I can't help but not find a reasoning behind this." Aizawa answered, "It was agreed upon that in watching this program that it would work in benefit to the teachers, pros, and students. If the information is accurate in that these fights are simulated matches between beings that reside in our apparent multiverse, then it would mean that they are real and that if one universe was able to access interdimensional travel, then so could others." The students' eyes widened at the implication of what they were getting at. Midnight jumped in with, "To put it simply, we believe that if these individuals do exist in our multiverse and that such technology or even abilities with the power to go through other dimensions, that they could use that technology or power and potentially travel to our world, and if some are of villainous intent, then it would be beneficial to learn of these potential threats should they ever come and know how to defeat them." All Might finished with, "Plus, some of these individuals could also be heroic or have powers similar to those of you students, in which you could learn from their abilities and incorporate new moves and ways to further train your quirks to their fullest potential." The students eased at the final words from All Might, glad that, as always, All Might managed to give them a sense of peace and comfort, even after his retirement. The students then got excited about being able to find new ways to enhance their quirks by learning of other multiversal individuals with similar abilities, maybe even learn if some of these combatants are different versions of themselves or others they know. Nezu continued with, "We have also enlisted the assistance of Ms. Hatsume from the support course to help, alongside Power Loader, in creating a viewing screen capable of incorporating the data of the box safely. We also have ectoplasm and Cementos create seats for all of us to sit down and relax." Bakugo then spoke up, rather bluntly and rudely as always, "Why don't you just hack into the DMN box and download the thing data instead of accessing it?" Monoma from Class 1B interrupted with, "Ichinch, typical of Class 1A and their villain in all but title to resort to thievery and taking and using the work of others to better themselves. Bakugo didn't take kindly to the insult and screamed out, "Shut the hell up, your piece of copying, hypocrisy. We were all already going to use the thing to better ourselves, all of us. Including your pansy butt. Plus accessing it means it's more likely to be a trap and unleash a virus." While the students and teachers sighed and frowned at Bakugo's language and behavior, they did see where he was coming from. His concerns about trusting the words of strangers and a seemingly unknown machine with unknown capabilities. Before Monoma could angrily retort, he received a chop to the side of his neck from Itsuka Kendo, the Class 1B rep, knocking the blonde copycat out and gave an apology for his behavior. Nezu spoke up, despite the vulgar language and attitude, "You are right in your concerns, Mr. Bakugo. Trusting in an unknown device that claims to be from another world is a big pill to swallow and trust. However, we have investigated the device and found no signs of a trap or virus inside the device. Furthermore, the note also explicitly said that should we try copy or tamper with the device's data or function, then it will program to self-destruct. So in order to preserve that knowledge and not run the risk of having the device explode with an unknown yield that could very well threaten the entire school, including by tampering with the self-destruct program, it is better to access it rather than copy it." The students nodded at the reasoning. Bakugo simply made a TCH-sounding scoff and remained silent. Nezu continued, "Now with all these formalities and information said, I believe we have some death battles to watch." Nezu turned to 𝐿𝐿 and Hatsume and said, "Is the screening device ready to go, yet?" Mai hopped up front from what she was doing and said, "Yes sir. My latest incredibly baby, the data projector reader, is up and running. With this baby of mine, we will have the perfect viewing experience and access the data from the box with little to no danger. Plus, I've added some neat little features that will sure to come in handy." The students, especially the likes of Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida, were not fully convinced of Mai's little to no danger claim. In fact, they were even more worried. Nevertheless, the teachers, pro-heroes, and students all got themselves seated on the finished seats. Starting from the bottom row of 10 seats, and going in order from left to right from the screen facing them, sat Mai, who opted to stay as close to the device as possible, Ida, Asui, Uraraka, Izuku, who had Kota beside him in a mini-seat, Mirio, who also had Ei in a mini-seat beside him, and Deku, a Majiki, Kirishima, Bakugo, who was typically sessed that he wasn't at the center, and Zero. The second row housed Shoji, Toru, Mina, Kyuka, Momo, Todoriko, Nejaya, Tetsutisu, Kaminari, and Mineta. Row 3 held Ibora, Yui, Itsuka, Monoma, Shinso, Ojiro, Koda, Tokoyami, Soto, and Aima. Row 4 included Leiko, Kinoko, Setsuna, Pony, Jirota, Rin, Sen, Shihai, Kamakiri, and Honinuki. Row 5 had Vlad King, Tiger, Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, Mandali, Awase, Kosi, Shindo, Manga, and Bondo. In row 6 sat Midnight, Present MIC, Eraserhead, Nezu, who was supported by a booster, All Might, Gran Torino, 13, Snipe, Ectoplasm, and Power Loader. And finally, row 7 had Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, Death Arms, Cementos, Recovery Girl, Endeavor, Miruko, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and Hound Dog. Sorry for the long list of rows, but just make a grid and you can pretty much see how the people are seated. Now that we are all seated, Nezu said. Miss Hatsume, may you please do the honors and start the program. Right away, teach. Hatsume said with a salute. As Nezu saw the support corps student activating the machine and the students talk about what they will see, Nezu thought back the secret reason they are watching these videos. Flashback. Back in the meeting room, the heroes and teachers were confused as to why Nezu asked for all the Hero Corps students and teachers to watch this death battle. Mount Lady raised her hand and asked, "Not to be overly blunt, sir, but how is this a good idea? If there is a leak in the school and could very well be one of the teachers or even the students, why run the risk of having everyone take knowledge of the device and even see it? Sounds like a recipe for giving the villains valuable intel." Nezu nodded and responded, "I'm afraid I cannot answer that, as if the teachers, including the people in this room, Are the leak then to reveal any sort of trap or plan to catch this leak would be proven useless if someone here is the leak and knows about it, though I also can't fully prove to you all that I am not the leak either. For now you will have to trust my judgment and know that secrecy is the best form of making this situation the best it can be. The teachers and heroes nodded their way and suspicious of nearly everyone in the room. They decide to trust the genius animal and hope that he wasn't the leak himself. Flashback over. As before, Nezu hated to suspect the teachers, heroes, and most especially the students, but it was a necessity, for they can't have the league play them for fiddles any longer than they avenue. Last times, All Might was around to ease people and stop the villain's ploys in both the USJ incident and the Kamino Ward incident. But now that the symbol of peace has been forced to retire and has lost his powers, any mistake up to this point could be proven more disastrous than anything they have seen yet. So Nezu knew that if one of the students were the traitor, then one of them will try to steal the valuable information and get caught in Nezu's trap. If it was one of the teachers, then they know that the genius principle of you has a trap in place for anybody who would wish to steal this valuable set of information and would make no move in fear of getting caught. And if anyone tries to record or copy information here, then they would risk the info's destruction and or be exposed by the number of individuals in this room. And if any of them were to try and sneak out to inform the villains through phones or other devices, then Nezu's hidden cameras around every nook and cranny in you will notice them and inform Nezu. It may not be the most elegant or thought-out plan, but it was the best the rodent principle could conceive in such a short PRD of time. Nezu could only hope that all goes well. He watched as Mai raised a large remote and pressed a button and the large screen in front of them turned on. Third POV as Hatsume pressed the button and the screen turned on. Izuku and the students prayed to any god that existed for the machine not to blow up. Thankfully, their prayers were heard. The screen turned on and showed a large white screen. The device turned on suddenly and started making several noises that had the teachers and students wary. It sent out a pulse through the system of wires connected to it, and the top of the screen shined a red, scanning laser over the students, teachers, and heroes. They were about to demand what that was, but the device already answered them. It spoke in a male robotic voice, scanning. Identifying individuals through multiversal databox storage info. Identifying multiversal variants of identified individuals. Scanning information and data of this world's new outlets and history. Determining Earth. Earth determined. Earth 626 confirmed. Notable points of timeline include manifestation of superpowers called quirks, the advancement of superhuman society, and 1-4A error. Error. Protocol dictates not to reveal information detrimental to world's current timeline. Whilst all the students, heroes, and teachers were busy gaping at the capabilities of the machine and likewise confused onto what it meant by detrimental information that it kept classified, a few certain individuals were already starting to sweat nervously. Izuku, All Might, Bakugo, Recovery Girl, Nezu, and Gran Torino, the individuals who knew about One for All, were already panicking internally that the device knew about the quirk. They did breathe out a sigh of relief when it cut out. The device continued and said, accessing video memory logs. Will you like to watch Death Battle? Hatsume immediately pressed the yes button on the remote, which the students near her found that convenient. The device said, accessing video memory logs labeled a Death Battle. Selecting and opening video file number 1, Boba Fett vs Samus Aran. The group was intrigued at the name of the fight, even more so when the screen showed a loading screen with the faces of a man covered in high-tech, rusted armor with a jetpack and an intimidating helmet and a red, yellow, and green suit of armor. Amazing! Momo said. This kind of technology and sophistication is perhaps leaps and bounds away from current society's capabilities. The class's sweat dropped at Momo's intelligent use of vocabulary and weren't going to bother with a response, but a certain green-haired cinnamon roll did anyways. Izuku responded with, well, it isn't all that surprising. This universe both learned how to perceive different Earths and multidimensional travel, so I could see how their society's technology should be more advanced than ours. Plus, if it weren't for the appearances of quirks and society collapsing into a brief state of unrest and chaos, we would have already have access to interstellar travel or exploration by now. The students and teachers gaped at the knowledge and wisdom in Izuku's words. All Might smiled proudly, choosing not only a compassionate, pure-hearted successor, but also one with an intelligent, analytical mind. As for Momo, she blushed to new extremes, which made the girls all the more jealous. The video started soon after. Rocking music sounded off that made the more hardcore students like Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tetsu, and Jiru bob their head to. The screen showed the words Death Battle, some of the letters splashed in BLD and the surroundings filled with BLD-stained chains and spikes. A series of images and videos popped up with two voices monologue off-screen. One sounded intelligent and high-pitched, while the other was rough and tougher. "The Bounty Hunter. Galactic Pirates of Living Beings," said the intelligent voice. "They blow SHT up for cash," said the rougher voice. A prime example is Boba Fett, the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy. But don't forget Samus Aran. "She's so badass, whole planets explode when she's done with them. Boom. I'm Wizard." The first voice, now identified as Wizard, introduced. "And I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced. And it's our job to analyze the weapons, armor, and skills of these two beastly killers and answer the most important question of all: which of these warriors will win a death battle?" Whis said. "In these videos, we will be assessing their capabilities and determine the fight through simulated fights and will be following a certain guideline of rules, death battle rules. Combatants shall possess no knowledge of each other to make it a fair fight. Combatants are simulated versions of these characters, created by our multiversal thingamajigs and our own world's knowledge of them. So don't go crying over their deaths, because they are not real. To ensure a true fight to the death, character personalities that restrain them from murder are completely ignored. All character traits and tactics will be represented fairly and largely. Anything else is fair game. And research source prerequisites are generally determined equally unless specified. No outside help. The group looked at the rules and found them legit and fair. The more sensitive of the group were also galled that the deaths portrayed are not real. Izuku meanwhile was excited about this and was glad that he brought along with book bag full of notebooks, antsy to draw up the info. Just because they couldn't copy the core info inside the box didn't mean that Izuku couldn't copy it by hand. Plus, he saw this as using it for good intentions instead of any ill intent. "Now that we got that covered," Wizard said, "it's time to begin." Boba Fett is well known for his cunning, ruthlessness, and brute force. But his killer instinct relies on his diverse arsenal of death. Whis explained. Most of the guys were intrigued at the bounty hunter, especially Bakugo when he heard the words ruthlessness and death. Izuku was curious about his cunning nature, and Kirishima was curious over his supposed brute force. The teacher and heroes were already anxious about the description of this individual. Bounty hunters and mercenaries aren't usually of well repute or status. Mandalorian body armor, nearly indestructible micro-energy field penetrating radar minetagrins, pervertedly protection from fire, poison, acid, and cold peaks. Todoroki's and Mina's interest retractable drinking straw made a few people chuckle. Plus, he wears the most badass space suit ever. Boomstick said. Everybody agreed that the suit looked impressive. Power Loader was curious over this Mandalorian armor, especially its properties and material, while Mai was already drawing up designs with a fervor after she snatched one of Deku's notebooks. "That's no ordinary spacesuit, Boomstick," Whis clarified. "That's Fett's Mandalorian armor, forged from nearly indestructible duraplast containing a micro-energy field for dispersing impacts. This guy can have a freaking bomb blow up in his face and still walk away." Bakugo flashed a sinister smile. "That sounds like a Fing challenge." Ida said, "I must say that for a mercenary, his use of armor is impeccable. Also, language. Wrist gauntlets flame projector intrigued both Endeavor and Shoto fiber cord WHP intrigued Uraraka wrist laser concussion missiles stun missiles, his gauntlets house a flamethrower with a reach of 5 meters, a fiber cord WHP, and numerous concussion and stun missiles." "Ha!" Bakugo exclaimed. "Those missiles and grenades have nothing on me and my gauntlets. They make those look like Fing firecrackers. The amount of things that one gauntlet can do." Momo mused. "I would try to make that with my quirk, but without the molecular structure of the material, it would be difficult. Hatsume perked up and said, I can help with that. E3 carbine rifle fires in short burst scope-outfitted shoulder sling rockabye rifle weird out a lot of the crowd. His weapon of choice is his E3 carbine rifle, an extremely accurate and powerful weapon which Fett often cradles like a child. Whis explained. Why would he cradle that thing like a child? One wrong touch of the SWCH and he could blow his own head off. Kaminari said. Really? Kyoka asked sarcastically. That's what you are worried about. Not that no one sane person does that. Yeah, I do that with my guns too. That's not weird at all, Boomstick. Whis said, sounding a bit weirded out. Most of everyone chuckled at the comedic timing. Jiru blushed in embarrassment. Fill us in on Fett's heavy weaponry. Whis asked to move things along. Mitronamon Z6 jetpack hands-free up to 1 minute of flight max speed. 145 km/h magnetic grappling hook anti-vehicle homing rocket. Well, everyone and their grandmother knows that Fett can zoom around on his badass jetpack, but that jetpack also has a single anti-vehicle homing rocket, and believe me, you don't want to see this thing heading your way. Boomstick stated. While the rocket's power is impressive, I can't help but think that a single rocket would do much in effectiveness. Todoroki wisely said. Multiple, shorter-yield rockets would probably be more effective. He was unaware or uncaring of his father looking down on him with a proud smile at his wise analysis. Izuku said, you are right about that, but the jetpack though is so cool. Think about the air maneuverability and hero work you can do with that. Mai perked up and walked straight up to Izuku's face and said, like the Buster hero, air jet, right? Izuku barely flinched at Mai's proximity, engrossed in his hero knowledge to notice a girl was almost nose to nose with him. He said with vigor, and just like your jets from the sports festival, they were amazing. I'm sure if you could gain the proper design of that jetpack, that you can make such awesome equipment. Mai blushed and smiled more at Izuku's words of praise. The Class 1A girls, and Nejia's, eyes twitched in annoyance and jealousy. Even Pixie Bob and Mandalay, that last one being unknowingly, frowned and gained a dark aura of jealousy at the two's closeness. After settling down, they resumed the video. That's right, Boomstick. In short, Fett is a human Swiss Army knife. He's killed hundreds of criminals, politicians, and Jedi. He even held his own against Darth Vader. Twice. Holy S.D. that's hardcore. Boomstick exclaimed. The image of Darth Vader with his red lightsaber and black attire and mask made the students shiver in fear. Even Mai, who wanted to pay more attention to the blade of light in his hand, was too focused on the large dark-suited man. All Might, Gran Torino, Bakugo, and the members of the Bakugo rescue squad from when he was kidnapped by the League, couldn't help but shiver and fearfully compare the dark-suited man's helmet to that of AFO. They were also shocked at the fact that Boba Fett could go toe-to-toe with this guy twice and survive. Momo was even more so intrigued with Fett's comparison to a Swiss Army knife of a man, much like Quirk makes her able to be too. He became leader of the Mandalorian mercenaries after the Galactic Civil War, and battled Mace Windu to a draw when he was 12 years old. Sam Jackson's got nothing on him. Boomstick stated. Don't know who this Sam Jackson is, but being that badass when he is only 12 years old is so manly. Kirishima yelled. But with all his awesomeness, every so often, Fett will totally blow it. He's fallen into the Sarlacc 3 times. 3. And the Sarlacc's not exactly running around, looking for snacks. Whis exclaimed. 3 times? How do you even do that once? It's a giant hole in the ground with teeth, and he's got a jetpack. Boomstick yelled, sounding angry. Izuku and Mirio were quick to shield Aries' eyes from the Sarlacc after she squeaked in fear of it. Bakugo was yelling in annoyance at how this badass of a mercenary could fall into the same movementless pit with teeth 3 times. Still, even with his ridiculous flaws, Boba Fett is a whole new level of deadly. Whis stated finally. No disintegration. Darth Vader said, his chilling voice shivered almost. Everyone's spines. As you wish. Boba Fett said. The screen paused to black and they paused the video to get their thoughts on that info. Most of the boys liked Fett, Deku liking him for his range of equipment and skills, Todoroki for his cunning and tactical mind, and Bakugo and Kirishima for his range of explosive weaponry and badassery. The heroes respected his strength and fortitude but disliked his history of liking politicians and his mercenary life. Some of the girls, like Kyuka, Uraraka, and Setsuna, thought that his armor was cool and his skills were impressive. They continued the video. The next individual was a woman wearing a red and gold-plated armor with a green visor on her helmet. Kaminari and Mineta were practically drooling over the blue-skin tight-suit woman but were held back by a slap from Dark Shadow and an iron hand smack by Tetsu. Samus Aran was infused with bird-like 𝐒𝐻𝐲 DNA at a young age, increasing her strength, speed, and athletic ability far beyond those of a normal human being. Whis began. "How do you do that?" "I want me some bird DNA," Boomstick said. Tokoyami was intrigued slightly at the abilities gained through bird DNA, thinking about his time interning under Hawks. Kaminari said, "How do you get super strength, speed, and agility through bird DNA? Shouldn't you be more likely to sprout wings or a beak?" "No offense, Tokoyami." "None taken." The emo bird said. "I don't know, they are alien birds." Zero said. "Maybe mixing human DNA with theirs causes a different reaction than one could expect. At least when I ingest bird DNA, I get their attributes." Amajiki managed to mutter out, while transforming his hand into a claw. "Power suit shield, entire body environmental protection, easy to upgrade, no restriction of movement or flexibility." She wears the power suit, typically in Varia form, shielding her entire body without restricting any movement or flexibility. Whis explained. "Too bad it makes her look like a dude," Boomstick plainly said. The guys fought back the urge to chuckle, while Mineta and Kaminari frowned and agreed with Boomstick, ticked that a gorgeous woman was hidden behind a suit of girls, was slightly ticked off at the comment, but did admit that the suit was less than stylish, those last comments coming more from Mount Lady and Midnight. Arm cannon, easy to upgrade, power beam, charge beam, ice beam, intrigued Todoroki, grapple beam, intrigued Zero, missile, starting to intrigue Bakugo, but was still grudgingly unimpressed. Her primary weapon, the arm cannon, has acquired numerous awesome upgrades over the years. Though, the basic power beam is a pea shooter with a pathetic range. Whis explained. "I have 6 shooter with more range than that." Snipe spoke out, causing laughter from the heroes and students. "But when it's fully charged, it'll blow your face off." "Bam! Shoop da whoop," Boomstick said excitingly. Snipe lowered his hat in embarrassment in not having any weapon with that kind of caliber. Ectoplasm did his best, cheering him up with a pat on the back. The arm cannon can also use an ice beam, a grapple beam, and a plethora of seeking and super missiles. Whis explained. "Hey, those kind of remind me of your quirks, Zero and Todoroki," Kirishima pointed out. "Yeah, she could be hyper-cooling the air into a beam of liquid nitrogen just like how my quirk functions, but it seems she can do it with thin air rather than physical touch." Todoroki said, looking at his right hand, and wondered if he could do the same. "Yeah," Zero said. "And that grapple beam reminds me of how I can swing around using my tape." "How about her missiles, Bakugo?" Bakugo simply grunted and said, "The missiles are a nice touch, but they got nothing compared to my explosions." Izuku looked at Todoroki and said, "You think that her multiple missiles will be more effective against Fett's anti-vehicle missile?" Todoroki nodded his head and said, "We'll have to wait and see." Screw attack, powerful electric charge. Kaminari intrigued, greatly temporary invincibility, extremely fast, namesake of an awesome website. Some chuckled at this and they wondered if it was the website that these two used before for their videos. Morph ball, ALT form, 1 meter diameter, can release bombs. Bakugo, rapidly improving jumping ability, also called Marumari, can access small or hard to reach places. Samus controls the skies with the powerful and speedy screw attack, and if there's trouble on the battlefield, she can curl up into morph ball mode and slip away unnoticed. What the? How does she do that? Bird DNA, Boomstick. Bird DNA. Enough with the bird DNA bullshit. Bakugo yelled out. Kendo this time spoke up, saying, "Well, if the bird DNA increased her speed and agility, then it could have made her bones more flexible." The students and teachers nodded at her intuitive thinking. Kaminari said, "Regardless of that, that screw attack looks awesome. I wonder if I could do something similar with my quirk. Izuku looked to the blonde teen and asked, when this is over, want to practice with me and find out if we can both do it? I think we could do something similar with incorporating Kaken's howitzer impact. Kaminari pumped his fist up and said, "You won my Doria. Don't you dare copy my moves, you demon nerd." Power Bomb's huge blast radius Bakugo approves more, deals massive damage. Crystal Flash healing ability deployed only in Morph Ball mode. Samus also has a freaking huge supply of power bombs, which will destroy anything on the screen in seconds. Nothing survives. Boomstick yelled out excitingly. Bakugo practically leapt out of his seat and yelled, "Hell yeah. Now that's what I call explosions. I'm definitely trying that out." The rest looked at him with a mix of annoyance and worry. Most thought him unbelievable in his obliviousness and hypocrisy. She is known to be the bounty hunter capable of taking on impossible missions, fighting massive beasts and even wiping out an entire species. Whis explained. However, she often makes mistakes. Somehow, she always seems to lose all her power-ups and upgrades at the beginning of every mission. "Man, someone get this chick a purse." Bakugo said, "I take it back. This chick is stupid. Who loses all their power-ups just like that? Does she have no common sense?" Ida meanwhile yelled, "Boomstick, that is highly sexist and rude to say." While the girls thanked Ida for his comment, Kyuka said, "Ida, you know that the guy can't hear you, right?" The boys meanwhile agreed with Ida's comment, but also tried hard to suppress the funny joke. Offensive, but funny nonetheless. "Time to go," Samus said. The screen cut to several shots of Boba Fett and Samus. "Alright, the combatants are set, let's end this debate once and for all," Whis said. "Yeah, it's time for a death battle," Boomstick yelled. As the screen turned black, the group talked among themselves on who would win the fight. The boys liked both Fett and Samus for their badass weaponry, while the girls mostly liked Samus, more so for supporting a badass female warrior and her skill and power. The heroes and teachers were conflicted between the two, both being mercenaries, where one kills politicians for money and the other blowing up an entire planet and species. The video paused by itself, much to the confusion of everyone, until the screen then showed a series of digital 3D images of the two combatants and their data, numbers filling the screen. The numbers stopped and the robotic voice called out, "Scanning for multiversal counterparts." Multiversal counterparts identified. Boba Fett. Multiversal counterpart, Spinner. Samus Aran. Multiversal counterpart, Momo Yorozo. The audience was shocked at the results of the counterparts. While they praised Momo for having a strong counterpart, the heroes and teachers were more interested that this Boba Fett's counterpart was a member of the League of Villains. "You're Momo," Mina yelled excitedly. "You are Samus. I didn't know that you were an intergalactic mercenary." Momo blushed in embarrassment and said, "It's not me, everyone. It's just another version of me. I have never been a mercenary, much less one that committed genocide." The students felt awkward now about that info, until Izuku came to the rescue with, "Don't say that, Momo. Sure, your other self may have done things, but we haven't heard the whole backstory on it. For all we know, those species were probably dangerous if someone wanted them all exterminated. Don't be ashamed of yourself for something that you yourself had no doing in. I'm sure that since she is you that she didn't do that without a good and just reason." Momo blushed brightly but smiled warmly, her eyes shining with barely kept tears. Thank you, Izuku," Momo said, wiping away some tears. "That made me feel better. I won't judge her for her actions till I know better, and if she did those things for horrible reasons, I won't hold her sins onto me." Midoriya blushed red upon seeing Momo's smile and quickly turned away, nervous and stuttering. No PP problem, Momo." The guys and girls chuckled at his typical Izuku-ness. After a few more minutes discussing who would win, they placed their bets. All of Class 1A voted for Samus in support of Momo, Bakugo claiming that it was because he liked explosions and nothing else. Most of Class 1B did the same, but some still chose Boba, but apologized respectively towards Momo, who accepted and understood. The heroes and teachers even bid and placed most of their votes towards Samus. The video began once again, starting the fight. Samus's ship was floating through space before it was attacked and blasted by Boba Fett's ship. "Oh no. Momo," Uraraka said worryingly. "Relax, Okiko," Asui said, her hand on Uraraka's shoulder. "I doubt that the fight would be over that quick without there actually being a fight." Momo's ship was sent hurtling towards a planet that looked like Earth. The ship's smoking and flaring stock alarm sounds made them more sound-sensitive, like Kyuka, cover their ears in pain at the loud annoying noise. The ship crashed, but Samus exited out of the ship unscathed, whilst Boba Fett hovered down on his jetpack. The two stood on opposite sides of each other and prepared themselves, red health bars on the sides of the screen. Fight! Samus started firing pea-sized energy bolts that faded before they hit Fett, the bounty hunter, out of her range. He retaliated with his own blaster fire from his rifle, red laser bolts striking Samus, her health bar lowering due to the damage she sustained. "Oh yeah, I forgot that Samus's weapon only fires in such short range," Setsuna said. "Pathetic," Endeavor said. "Who in their right minds would use such an ineffective weapon with such a short range and not have it fixed or improved before a mission?" While the group thought that Endeavor's words were slightly rude towards, they had to admit, Momo included, that it really wasn't smart to have such a flawed weapon, and the disadvantages are now being shown. Samus spun up into the air to avoid the laser bolts. Boba raised his rifle to fire on the target, only for Samus to fire a missile at him. "Hell yeah! It's missile time, beaches!" Ida shouted Bakugu. "Language! There are children present." Bakugu responded, "F glasses. I heard my curse at their age and I turned out fine." Everybody's sweat dropped at that, and Izuku and Mirio made an extra effort to close the kid's ears. The missile struck, dealing damage to Fett, but when Samus landed in front of him, Boba Fett brought out his gauntlet and fired his flamethrower, burning and hurting Samus before she spun away. "It seems the fight is coming down to range and weaponry," Tokoyami said. "Fett seems to have the advantage with that rifle at long range and his flamethrower for short-range instances, keeping Samus at bay." "Yeah," Shoji agreed. "And Samus only has the advantage currently with her missiles and agility." Samus fired another missile, only for Fett to fly out of the way on his jetpack and soared through the air. But he was struck down to the ground by Samus, who struck him from behind with her electrifying screw attack. "Yeah," Kaminari yelled. "Electric power." Fett landed on his knees, Samus right in front of him. Fett tried using his concussive missiles from his gauntlet, damaging Samus some more. He then fired his anti-tank missile from his back, but Samus rolled away before it struck, striking only the ground with a large explosion, smoke and fire the only things that Fett could see. Todoroki smiled faintly and said, "Seems that one anti-tank missile didn't work after all, and Samus's maneuverability with her ball form worked to her favor." Boba Fett waited for the smoke to clear, finding no sign of Samus. The mercenary crept up slowly, unsure of his target was eliminated. Suddenly, Samus rolled up from behind stealthily. "Nice use of stealth skills, yo Momo." Toru cheered. "Thanks 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Momo thanked. Samus dropped a bomb behind him and rolled away again. It exploded in a flash of bright light, stunning Fett and vastly hurting him. "Ha! Take that, you jetpack-wearing loser!" Bakugu taunted. "Explosive bomb to your face." "Well, it was more on his back than anything," Nejaya replied. Bakugu gained a comical tick mark on his head in response. Samus quickly spun back in front of Fett, who fired another grenade at her, but Samus predicted it and dodged. She fired an ice beam at him, leaving Fett frozen and vulnerable. Samus charged up a more powerful blast. Gran Torino said, "Smart of her. Used the explosion to stun and mess up Fett so that he would fire less effectively. She then took the advantage by freezing him with an ice beam, giving her ample time to charge a more powerful blast. I feel like the kids might need to cover their eyes in a second," Mandalay said, feeling the fight was going to end bloody. Samus, after fully charging the blast, rolled close to Fett, till she was right in front of him and aimed her arm cannon onto his head from above. "You're mine," she said. She fired a powerful charged blast and Boba Fett's head exploded in a burst of BLDOR. The students yelled out in a mix of shock, horror, and excitement. Thankfully, Izuku and Mirio shielded Kuta and Ei's eyes from the gruesome scene. 𝐂𝐲𝐽𝐽. Mina cheered. Momo won. Technically it was Momo's counterpart, Samus, that won. Ida nitpicked. But semantics aside, yes, congratulations on winning Yarozo. I knew you could do it, Momo. Your agility, stealth, and weaponry were amazingly used. Izuku cheered. Momo blushed again and said, Thank you everyone. Thanks, Izuku. Whilst everyone chuckled at Momo's bashfulness and cheered for her, Todoroki couldn't help but notice that mumbled thanks to Izuku from Momo. Todoroki smiled. He may be dense, but even he could realize what Momo felt about his first friend. Holy Esage Boomstick exclaimed. Did you see that, Whis? That was insane. Fett battled like a champ, but in the end, Samus's superior technology and athletic skill trumped him hard. While her basic power beam failed miserably, Samus put her 𝐂𝐲 DNA to work by jumping and dodging around Fett's offenses. Boba Fett, who relies more on cunning and brute force, simply didn't have the means necessary to catch Samus. Whis explained. That makes sense. 13 said. Her agility and skill kept Fett's more advanced weapons from hurting her for long, and Fett's more stealthy and cunning battle strategy wasn't effective in a head-on fight. He was shooting all over the place, but that space chick was just too quick for him. He even tried to use his homing rocket, but anybody who's blown up a lot of SHT knows anti-vehicle rockets don't work too well with people. Boomstick explained. Exactly. Samus is about 4 times smaller than the average vehicle, so there's only about a 1 in 4 chance for a direct hit from Fett's rocket. Not to mention, she kept moving, preventing Fett from getting a solid lock on her. No SHT Sherlock. Bakugo yelled. Why would an assassin use a one-off weapon like that for a straight fight that could easily miss? Young Bakugo, perhaps he uses it as a form of escape, to create a big enough exit by blasting a hole through the wall blocking his path, or a big enough distraction to escape a fight through the smoke. All Might said. Bakugo cheered again, not satisfied with the answer, but since the answer was from his idol, he shut up. After that screw-up, Samus managed to sneak around Fett and left a little surprise at his feet. Fett's microenergy field managed to minimize the damage he took from the powerbomb, but by that point, it was all over. Samus froze Fett with her ice beam and finished him off with a charge beam to the face. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that first part. Kinoko said. Makes sense when they say that the bomb destroys anything, but he still shroom-vived the blast. Samus sure stopped him cold. Boomstick joked. Some people chuckled and groaned at Boomstick's bad joke. Todoroki, however, was thinking that the joke would help him be more receptive with the public and make him seem more approachable when he does pro. The winner is Samus Aran. Whis finished. Everybody clapped for Momo's victory, much to her embarrassment. She didn't even show off her grapple hook. Sir mumbled depressingly. Everyone hushed when the screen turned black and showed the words next time, with Boomstick voice saying next time on Death Battle. There was a flurry of punches covered in purple flames, and then an off-burning symbol hung on the screen. They then heard a creepy chilling voice. Unknown, your soul is mine. Kirishima was shaking in excitement. That looked so cool. Yeah bro. It looked straight manly. Tetsu agreed. The heroes, however, were wary about the voice, their instincts and years of experience pretty much screaming bad guy. After a consensus of agreements, I pressed play on the next video. Third POV. Everybody went quiet as the rocking theme of Death Battle and the bloody logo appeared on screen. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat. Kings of the fighting genre. And every good fighter needs awesome villains. Wizard said. Yep, we were right. Miruko said. This fight is going to have villains in it. The students and the kids were worried about what villains were going to be seen and worried if they could be one of those threats that could come to their world in the future. Like Akuma, the ultimate badass with martial arts. Boomstick excitedly said. And Shang Tsung, the sorceress vanguard of doom. Whis said. Here's Whis and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced himself and his partner. and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skill to find out who would win. A death battle, Wizard said. So this fight seems to have a magic user vs a martial artists with strong power. Fatgum said. The screen showed of multiple images and showed the first combatant. The first contestant is a muscular man wearing a sleeveless black gi with a piece of rope tied around him like a belt and brown Eastern-style sandals. He also has spiky, BLD red hair, one part of it tied in a vertical ponytail, menacing fangs, and demonic, red, glowing eyes. And a big goofy-looking nose. Akuma, the students and some heroes shivered are the demonic look of the menacing villain, though they relaxed a bit because of his goofy nose, which Bakugo and Kamakiri laughed, but they soon thought the nose wasn't going to ease them for long. Akuma, MSTR of the fist. Known as Guki in Japan, is a living weapon. 10 times stronger than nearly every other Street Fighter. Whis explained. Plus, he looks freaking awesome. I want me some red glowing eyes. Boomstick said excitedly. Big deal. Bakugo said. I've got red eyes right here and I'm way more badass. Me too. Kirishima said. But do they glow? Asked Itsuka. That shut the two boys up. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿 total control can fire multiple at once. Shinku Hadouken can be charged usable in midair. Zanku Hadouken. Akuma has dozens of powerful special attacks including the Go Hadouken. A powerful blast with precision control. He can even use the almighty Shinku Hadouken, which is, basically, a giant fireball of death. Whis continued explain. Seeing the said giant fireball of death in action, Bakugo wondered if he could do the same with his quirk. Endeavor saw the attack as feasible for him to do, but would definitely struggle a bit at the controlling part. Man, if I ever throw a Hadouken in real life, I'm gonna die happy. Boomstick said. Special moves and attacks Go Shoryuken, Dragon Fist, Izuku, Rin, and Kendo all like this one. Air slashing Hurricane Kick. Ida liked this one. Teleport Hyaki Shu Demon Flip. Ojiro was intrigued and thought about combining it with his tail. Akuma also uses the Shoryuken Uppercut, a teleporting ability, a swift multi-hurricane kick, and the Hyaki Shu, aka the Demon Flip. Whis said. Wow! Mina said in awe. Look how far that guy went from just that punch. I feel a punch to the jaw with that much force would break and knock most people out cold. Shoji said. Tokoyami grimly said, it could evenly kill someone. I wonder if I could perform the hurricane kick. Ida mused. Maybe if I use my engines as a booster. Izuku chimed in with, that's a great idea, Ida. With your quirk, you could use your engines as thrusters to stay in the air and kick whilst midair. Come to think, you could probably use your engines as thrusters if you are ever in a mid-air situation. Ida hummed and said, you are right, Midoriya. I never thought of it that way before. Though if I'm going to perform a technique like that, I'm going to have to be more flexible. Izuku said, I can help you and so can Mina. She did wonders for both of us during our training for the cultural festival. He turned to the pink-skinned girl. How about it, Mina? Can you help us? Mina blushed at Izuku's praise and question before shaking her head and giving him a thumbs up and smile. You got it, Midori, Ida. I'll WHP you boys into shape. After Ida and Izuku thanked her, Mina internally squealed at spending more time with Midori. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in not being just her and Izuku, but Ida needs help and as a good friend she should do what she can to help. Plus, it might make her look better in Izuku's eyes. Mina was unaware of glaring, jealous eyes from the girls. The teachers were looking at their students proudly at already coming up with new techniques and helping each other. Now if only they didn't have to gain the inspiration from a villain. Super Arts Shinku Hadouken Kongo Kokuretsu Zon Shun Goku Satsu. The Raging Demon literally translates to instant hell murderer. Funny flashbacks played on the students' minds about a certain Pomeranian classmate of theirs. Also, Akuma's got a ton of super arts, but two really stand out. First there's the Kongo Kokuretsu Zie. How do you say that? Boomstick asked his co-host. No idea. Was all Whis said. Maybe just call it Kongo, to make it easier. Kaminari said. Yeah, but then it sounds like you are talking about a conga line. Mineta said, that actually got a few chuckles. Well, I'm pretty sure that's Japanese for F you up. 'Cause basically, Akuma punches the ground and things explode. Boomstick said. Seeing Akuma create exploding shockwaves by punching the ground, Bakugo leapt up in crazy glee. Oh hell yeah, I'm using that. Get ready to eat dirt, Deku. All Might intervened and said maybe save it for the robots first, young Bakugo. Before you accidentally cause major damage to both the ground and Midoriya. Wow, that's some power to be able to cause shockwaves by punching the ground. Miruko said. I could possibly do it with my feet, but probably not to that extent. He shattered a whole frigging island just by punching it. Holy sh, to Boomstick said in awe. The jaws of students and heroes' jaws all unhinged and dropped to the floor at the feat they saw. Okay, scratch that, now I know that I can't do that. Holy sht indeed. Miruko said. Even I probably couldn't do that. All Might said, gulping in slight fear that such a being exists somewhere in the multiverse. With that power, he could give even All for One trouble. Gran Torino said grimly. But that's not the deadliest weapon up his non-existent sleeve. Whis said. What was what almost everybody yelled. What could be possible more powerful than punching a freaking island to death? Kaminari yelled. His answer was given when Akuma slid towards his opponent before the screen turned pitch black. Then a flurry of punches covered in purple flames appeared in rapid succession. Afterwards, the screen showed the fighter on the floor dead and Akuma standing with his back turned to them with a symbol on his back glowing. The heroes and students were amazed, horrified, and shocked at what they just saw. Kaminari was so stunned that his brain was short-circuiting. Mirio saw the attack as faster than his own attacks and shivered a bit in slight terror. Even All Might had a shiver run through him at the sight. The Shun Goku Satsu, also known as the Raging Demon, literally translated as Instant Hell Murder, Wizard said. Well, apparently we found a more powerful move. Monoma said, still stunned. Man, I'm totally gonna name my first kid that. Boomstick stated. That's stupid. Bakugo yelled. Who would be sane enough to name their kid something like that? Says the guy who was apparently sane enough to name himself King Explosion Murder. Todoroki coolly said. The students and heroes laughed at the burn. Bakugo blushed embarrassed and yelled out, hey screw you, I see why hot. Besides I changed it, didn't I? Bakugo wouldn't say Lord Explosion Murder is any different. Midnight said, trying to contain her laughter before she giggled. More people laughed, with Bakugo screaming out, screw all of you. Returning to the video. The Raging Demon at full power is fatal. It attacks the souls of victims by the weights of their own sins. Man, this guy is a freaking onslaught of pain. Boomstick said. That's right, Boomstick. Whis said. Akuma lives for one thing and one thing only, fighting. He travels the world day and night searching for worthy opponents. He's an unstoppable human holocaust, losing only once to his brother Gouken. But after a brutal rematch, we started before stopping for a moment. They then saw an image of Gouken's body slumped by a wall with a kanji symbol painted in BLD above him. The students and heroes were horrified at the sight. Some of the students, like Mina, Uraraka, and Mineta, began feeling a little queasy, and the heroes like Endeavor and Miruko growled in rage at seeing a villain do such a thing, to their own brother no less. Oh hey look, he can finger paint. Boomstick jokingly said. Oh no, too soon, Boomstick. Too soon. Honinuki said. Indeed. Ida said grimly, the memories of his brother Tensai maimed by the hero killer. Stain flashed in his mind and left him feeling drowned in rage. He felt a hand on his shoulder and looked to see Asui, Uraraka, Izuku, and Todoroki looking at him worryingly but supportively. Ida snapped out of his rage and gave them a look of gratitude. Kamakiri then voiced his thoughts with, although to be fair, Boomstick could have tried to make a joke to give some levity over the depressing, horrifying scene. The audience thought about it and agreed that it was possible. It was rumored that Akuma sacrificed his soul to a demon in exchange for the strength to defeat Gouken. But this has been declared non-canon. Whis said. Akuma's got one major problem, though. His stamina is absolutely pathetic. He can dish out the pain, but he sure can't take it. Boomstick. It's crucial for Akuma to have total control over the fight. He takes an extremely offensive approach. Always moving, always attacking. Whis explained. So he's sort of a glass cannon. Fat Gum deduced. He sacrificed defense over raw strength and power to defeat a foe as quickly as possible. Yeah. Ryukyu agreed. It will probably be bad for him if he has to fight against someone who absorbs damage, like you Fat, or can attack from long range, like Endeavor. Though he also has that teleport ability, so he could maneuver his way out of long-range attacks. Ectoplasm said. Yeah, screw defense, give me more ways to hurt people. Boomstick said excitedly. Akuma, I am Akuma, and I will teach you the meaning of pain. The heroes and students had mixed feelings about the demonic-looking martial artist. While some, like Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Endeavor respected his strength and power, they also found his weak stamina pathetic. Others like Izuku, All Might, Mirio, and Ida just saw the man as a demon of a man who was clearly despicable and not someone they want coming to their world anytime soon. The video continued, moving into the next fighter. The next combatant is an old man dressed in a purple robe, but then they see a younger man dressed in yellow breathes and wearing a black mask that covered only his eyes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 cue Mortal Kombat music. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is the cunning sorcerer from Outworld and scheming pawn of Shao Kahn. He's extremely adept in magic and a well-rounded fighter. Whis explained. So we moved in from demon-looking martial artist to an evil sorcerer. Ojiro said. I wonder what the connection between these two are that they are paired against each other. Maybe it's simply because they are bad guys. Soto said. Flaming skulls can attack in rounds of 1, 2, or 3 fire damage, swift and deadly, unlimited supply of human scalps. This guy can shoot flaming skulls, which is pretty awesome, but where the heck does he keep them? I mean, seriously, how many skulls can a person carry around with them? Boomstick asked. One word. Kyuka said. Magic. She jazzed hands, which made people chuckle. It's still kinda disturbing to have flaming skulls to fire. Ibora said. I don't even wish to fathom where he gets those from. Hot escape teleport ability, extremely fast wide range, burns victims when appearing close enough. Sucker punch. Tsung can teleport around the battlefield with a special move called Hot Escape. Whis explained. Whoa. Sucker punch, beach. Boomstick said excited. Most of the guys and girls laughed at that. Sen after laughing said, so he also has a teleport ability, like Akuma's. That combined with his flaming skulls and Akuma will have a hard time in their fight. Morphing can change into anyone he knows, copies abilities and stats of subject, enables hundreds of new strategies. He can morph into whoever he wants, giving him tons of skill sets. It's like fighting 100 different foes combined into one. Whis continued to explain. That's actually quite deadly. Jirota said. Reminds me of my quirk. Monoma said. Except for the part where he can turn into other people. Plus, with his shapeshifting, he could even use quirks that even you can't copy, like mutant quirks. Shinso stated. His ability also seems like Himiko Toga's quirk, in transforming into people. Eraserhead says. Hopefully, Toga can't use other people's quirks of those she transforms into, for all we know. All Might and Izuku both were worried about this sorcerer and if he could use One for All, if he could turn into one of them. A power like One for All in the hands of an evil sorcerer is a recipe for disaster. Man, I wish I can morph into anybody I wanted. I can have some fun with that. Boomstick said. Sensing the perverted tone of it, the teachers, heroes, and students groaned. Mineta, however, was envisioning the possibilities of being able to do that before he was knocked out by an uppercut from assessed Bakugo. Straight sword about 3 feet long, secretly hidden, of unknown made, prefers fists and magic over swordplay. Kirishima and Tetsu approved, the fists part anyways. He also has a razor-sharp straight sword, though he usually keeps it hidden for a surprise attack. Boomstick said. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 possess one other strange, but useful ability. Long ago, when he was caught cheating in the Mortal Kombat tournament, he was cursed, by the elder gods, to rapidly age until an untimely death. Whis explained. Nice to see that even in other universes, karma is still around to cause cheaters like him the consequences they deserve. Itsuka said, which they all agreed. The only way to prevent this fate would be to absorb the souls of his victims. Whis said. What? The heroes and students said with horror and shock. Soul Steal sustains youth, restores energy and health, gains opponents' memories and skills, uses skills for morphs. He can literally eat your soul. Your soul. Not only can this heal him, but he also gets the memories from the souls he devoured. Boomstick explained. This helps him copy the movesets of other fighters as he morphs. Whis said. It doesn't look like karma did its job correctly, Big Sis Kendo Setsuna muttered grimly. Now Izuku and All Might were sweating profusely at the thought of 𝐭𝐸𝐲 stealing Deku's and perhaps the souls of the past one for all users and using all of their quirks. So really, his curse became his deadliest weapon. Sarcastic good punishment there, gods. Boomstick sarcastically said. Yep, those gods don't seem too bright if that could happen. Kaminari said. You mean like you after you use your quirk? Kyuka said, the mental image of Kaminari's dunce face making everybody laugh slightly, much to Kaminari's pouting displeasure. While I find it resourceful to use one's debilitation as a weapon, insightful and cunning, stealing souls of others to heal yourself is disgusting. Nezu said. Everyone agreed. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 has lived and fought for over 1,000 years. His sorcery, powers, and brutal fatalities are rivaled by few, and has claimed the title of Grand Champion of Mortal Kombat several times, almost bringing about the winning streak necessary to allow Shao Kahn to invade Earthrealm, key word being almost. Whis said. Yeah, unfortunately for 𝐭𝐸𝐲, he actually pretty much SCKS at accomplishing his goals. He's super powerful, but like most villains, he can never get around some goody two-shoes getting in the way of global takeover. Boomstick said. Whilst everyone was shocked at a guy being able to live over 1,000 years, those who know of AFO taking it slightly better, and being so powerful, they were glad to know that there are still heroes that beat the villains in the end. His only notable victories have required treachery and deceit. But keep in mind, 𝐒𝐿's not fighting any ordinary meatheads. He's fighting demons, fellow sorcerers, and gods, and even in defeat, he somehow keeps coming back more lethal than ever. Whis said. 𝐭𝐸𝐲, pointing his finger at his opponent, you will die. Everybody's feelings of 𝐭𝐸𝐲 were less mixed than Akuma's. Whilst Akuma was a demon, monster of a man that kills his own brother, he still fights like an honorable warrior, at least from what they know, whilst 𝐭𝐸𝐲 is a cheat, evil, and scheming villain that steals the souls of others. But they were understandably worried about how powerful he was, that he was able to fight against demons and gods, if that was to be believed. Izuku then said, now I see why these two are paired to fight. Everyone looked to the green-haired teen. Mirio asked, what is it? Izuku said, other than the fact that they are both villains who have done horrible things, they also have a thing to do with souls. Akuma, from what is shown, attacks people's souls, especially with his raging demon attack, and uses his soul for power, whilst 𝐭𝐸𝐲 uses souls to power himself and grow stronger. Plus they can also teleport and shoot flaming projectiles from their hands and still employ martial arts in their fights. Everyone was impressed with Izuku's deductions, Endeavor and Bakugo more grudgingly than not, especially All Might, Nezu, and Momo, the later smiling warmly at one of the many reasons why she fell for the cinnamon roll. Izuku noticed everybody's attention and started stuttering, I'm pretty sure that's it is. Everybody chuckled at his antics, and Momo sighed wistfully and fondly at yet another reason she, and the other girls, fell for him, his humbleness and cuteness. Alright, the combatants are set, and we have run the data through all possibilities. Whis said. It time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled out. The screen froze and, just like what happened in the previous video, the 3D images of the combatants appeared and numbers flying around. As it stopped, the robotic voice spoke, scanning. Scanning 4 multiversal counterparts. Scanning complete. Akuma. Multiversal. Counterpart. All 4 aka error. Error. True identity classified based upon current timeline. What? Everyone was shell-shocked as the villain that nearly took down All Might was the counterpart to this demon of a man. They were all more terrified over the symbol of chaos for being an evil, monstrously powerful being in another universe and maybe more. They were also fearful of AFO could do the same island-breaking feats of Akuma. All Might was straight horrified and furious that such a man as heinous and evil as AFO was able to live in another timeline and ruin the lives of others and murder his own brother just like he does in their own. The robotic voice continued with 𝐭𝐚𝐲. Multiversal counterpart, Dr. Doma Yujiko aka Kyudai Garaki. The audience was confused about the name, even more so when an image of an old man in a doctor's coat with weird green and gold glasses was shown. Well, all but one. Izuku gasped in shock, standing straight from his seat and looking at the image in horror. Memories of the old man from when he was 4 flashes in his mind and the words the old man said that continue to haunt him. Sorry kid, it's not going to happen. Everyone looked to Izuku with surprise and concern. Uraraka asked Deku. What's wrong? Izuku answered, his horrified eyes still on the doctor. I know that man, from a long time ago. All Might asked, concern on his face. What do you mean, young Midoriya? How do you know that man? Izuku looked down, shadows covering his eyes. He then said, do you guys remember how I said that my quirk was a later bloomer? Everybody nodded, still confused and wondering how Izuku's quirk manifested longer than usual for it being so strong, with All Might, Bakugo, Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Bakugo knowing the truth. Izuku continued, well, when I was 4 and my quirk didn't come out then, me and my mother went to see a doctor to find out my quirk. He told me that I didn't have a quirk, told me that I was quirkless, something that I believed for most of my life. Everybody was shocked and felt immediate pity for the boy, having to spend all your life thinking you are quirkless when wanted to become a hero. Todoroki's eyes widened in realization and asked, wait. Midoriya, does that mean Izuku cut him off by saying, that man is the same doctor. He told me then that I was quirkless, to give up on my dream. Reactions mixed from gasps of horror and realization, growls of anger and rage, and the crackle of tiny mini-explosions. Where is that son of a bitch? Bakugo yelled, for once angry over someone harming Deku. That sick FIS going to have a little meeting between me and MY explosions. The girls of Class 1A and Nejaya and Mai comforted the green bean, including Eri and Kota, as well as a supporting hand on the shoulder from Mirio, Kirishima, Ida, and Todoroki. The heroes were angry but also suspicious over something. Izuku, are you sure that that is the name of the man? Nezu asked with a creeping feeling of unease. Izuku gained an inquisitive look before saying, no, the doctor's name was Dr. Tsubasa, but I know for certain that that man and the one who tested on me are identical. The heroes became more suspicious, from the fact that this man's counterpart was a heinous villain, the fact that he told a child to give up on his dream rather rudely, and the name said and the name of the doctor Izuku saw being different. Nezu decided with all might that they would have Detective Tsukochi investigate the man discreetly. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the heroes, said Doctor, in his underground lab with his high-end Nomus was sneezing and feeling incredibly nervous for some strange reason. At the same time in Tartarus prison, a captured AFO was feeling a sense of unease and slight, unexplained annoyance over Dr. Yujiko. He also felt a tinge of rage over the doctor and concern over a certain someone but shrugged it off and continued to think. Back at UA, after that particular bombshell of reveals, they decided to continue on. They placed bets on who would win, though the votes were mixed, considering that they were both villains and one was the symbol of evil's counterpart and the other's counterpart was a man who hurt Izuku when he was a kid. In the end, Ojiro, Sen, Izuku, Bakugo, Kirishima, Tetsu, Taiga, Ida, Todoroki, Shinso, Uraraka, Momo, Asui, Mina, Toru, Kyuka, Nejaya, Eri, Kota, Itsuka, and Mirio were the most notable bets for Akuma's victory. 𝐭𝐚𝐲 was voted by Monoma, Mineta, Kaminari, Zero, Endeavor, Snipe, Vlad King, Amajiki, and Shihai more notably. The girls had a slight bias towards Akuma, due to 𝐭𝐚 stealing souls and his doctor counterpart hurting Izuku. All Might declined to vote, refusing to vote for either a man who hurt young Midoriya and could have contributed to his insecurities or his arch-nemesis who killed his MSTR and gave him his wound. With all the bets in they played continue and watch the fight. The video began with Akuma shuffling onto the screen, prepared for a fight, before he sensed something and jumped away from where he stood. Where he stood suddenly was engulfed in flames as a 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 teleported onto the field. They faced each other, their red health bars appearing the sides, prepared to fight. Fight! 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 immediately fired a flaming skull at Akuma, who jumped high in the air and dodged the attack. He then fired 2 Hadoukens in mid-air towards 𝐒𝐿, who crossed his arms and blocked the attack. However, Akuma landed and performed a leg sweep attack that caught 𝐒𝐿 off guard. Akuma continued and struck with a hurricane kick and then a Shoryuken launching 𝐒𝐿 to the sky. Whoa, Akuma's really laying it on him. Sen said. His attack speed and strength is impressive. Tiger spoke up saying he distracted 𝐒𝐿 with his fireballs and then caught him off guard with a flurry of attacks. Akuma jumped up and performed a mid-air hurricane kick on the still mid-air sorcerer, struck with a downward elbow and then fired a Shinku Hadouken onto 𝐒𝐿. The attack sent the sorcerer flying onto the floor, half of his health already gone. Wow! Tokoyami said. That was rather quick. Half of his health is already gone. Shihai responded, they did say that Akuma was all about speed and power, so that could be a problem for 𝐒𝐿. Wow! Kirishima said excited. That was freaking manly as hell. I agree. Super manly. Tetsu agreed. Akuma walked over to the downed 𝐒𝐿, but before he could deliver the final blow, 𝐒𝐿 glowed green and transformed into a yellow and black-clad ninja. People were confused about who this person was but decided to continue and ask questions later. 𝐒𝐿, as the yellow and black-clad ninja rolled away and fired off a spear-pointed blade connected by a chain wire towards Akuma saying the signature, "Get over here." The attack connected, a burst of BLD shooting out as it struck in his chest. Akuma was dragged towards the sorcerer who uppercut him into the air. As he did, a random man came out and yelled in a high-pitched voice, "Toasty!" Everybody laughed at the strange, sudden yet hilarious thing that happened. 𝐒𝐿 reverted back to normal and raised his hands as Akuma was coming towards the ground. Pillar of exploding fire sprang out of the ground and blasted Akuma into the air till he was behind 𝐒𝐿. Akuma grappled onto 𝐒𝐿's backside, rolled and tossed the sorcerer away. Akuma teleported behind 𝐒𝐿 and attempted to kick him, which the sorcerer blocked. Akuma fired a fireball at the sorcerer who teleported away and slashed him in the back with his straight sword. Looks like 𝐒𝐿 is giving Akuma a hard time. Snipe said. As Akuma was distracted by pain, 𝐿 picked him up by the collar and they started glowing green, showing that 𝐒𝐿 was stealing Akuma's soul. 𝐒�L's health rose while Akuma's decreased. Oh well, that's not good. Present MIC shouted out. Shut up. Eraser groaned at his loud voice. He is right though. Midnight said. 𝐒𝐿 is gaining health and stealing Akuma's soul. Before Akuma's health dropped to 0, the demon martial artist broke free and slammed his fist to the ground, causing a shockwave that blasted the sorcerer away and attacked him till all his new health was gone, till they were even. Yeah, explosion fist for the save. Bakugo yelled out. They are all tied up in health. Ida commented. Things could go either way. Don't forget that 𝐿 absorbed some of Akuma's soul. Ojiro said. I won't be surprised if the video cut him off by 𝐒𝐿 transform himself into Akuma himself. That happens. Ojiro completes with a sweat drop at the timing. The two readied themselves and left up into the air, the two moving in slow motion. Until they connected and attacked and blocked at high speeds that many of the students and even heroes lost track. Whoa, they are really going at it. Midnight said. This is so intense. Present MIC shouted much to Eraser's annoyance. They are evenly matched, in both power and speed now. All Might commented. Until 𝐒𝐿 Akuma punched the real Akuma into the ground and prepared his own explosion fist. Looks like 𝐒𝐿 is going to win. Soto said. Izuku, knowing otherwise, said, No, Akuma just won. They looked to him with confusion. Bakugo yelled at Deku, What are you talking about, Deku? That one that is standing is clearly 𝐒𝐿. How did you mix the two up? Deku didn't react to his yelling, much to his and everyone's surprise, and replied, I know which is which, Kaken, but even still just watch and see. As 𝐭 was preparing to strike at the downed Akuma, the martial artist killing machine picked himself back up and teleported to 𝐭 as he was prepared to strike. Then the screen turned pitch black. Everyone was confused at what happened until the flashes of purple flames appeared in rapid succession. Akuma used the Raging Demon. When the screen showed color again, Akuma was standing with his back turned to them, with his back symbol glowing and the false Akuma reverting back into a dead 𝐭. KO. Everyone was shocked and monetarily frozen at the speed of events, but recovered and clapped for Akuma's victory, reluctant as it may be. Bakugo was still frozen, mostly due to him mentally berating himself for making himself look foolish compared to Deku. Kirishima and Tetsu cheered and roared out that was manly. Oh, man. That was way too close. Boomstick excitedly said. Why I think? Snipe said. I guess this battle took more precedence on speed and who could land the final move than anything else. While defense is important to have to withstand any blows that you could suffer and outlast your opponents, strength and speed are also crucial in making sure you defeat the foe as quickly as possible, else he could harm further civilians and property. Nezu wisely said. No kidding, Boomstick. Akuma's raw power and speed pressed a distinct advantage early on. But 𝐭's own cleverness and wide array of skills quickly evened the odds. Whis explained. It looked like Akuma had the whole thing wrapped up, but 𝐭's morphing skills saved his butt. Boomstick said. Akuma's pride for battle almost cost his life, as he stopped to see if his new face was worth a challenge. Whis said. Fat Gum and Kirishima both recalled their fight with Rapper and compared that statement from Whis to then. After suching up strategies, 𝐭 managed to steal enough of Akuma's soul for some extra health and new abilities. Boomstick said. But it wasn't enough. In the end Akuma's skills as a fighter proved unmatched. Whis said. I mean, 𝐭 loses to Liu Kang all the time, and compared to Akuma, Liu Kang's the nicest guy in the world. There is no way he could take Akuma's constant punishment. Boomstick said. They saw an image of a shirtless, young Chinese man with long black hair, black breathes, and a red belt and headband. This must be Liu Kang. As 𝐭 isn't used to winning on his own, he wasn't perfect on delivering the final blow. Whis explained. Leaving him wide open for the experienced Akuma to unleash his ultimate weapon. The Raging Demon of instant hell murder awesomeness. Boomstick said excitedly. Most of the boys chuckled at Boomstick's excitement and funny lines. The heroes nodded their heads at their analysis, especially when even if you can copy someone's powers it takes skill and practice to make them truly effective. And so 𝐭 fell once again, releasing his devoured souls, again. Wizard said. Everybody liked that part of how Akuma unintentionally did good by releasing all those captured souls, most which were probably of good people. All Might smiled as well, with a small part of his smile being vindictive at the slight sick thought that AFO would absolutely hate to do something like that. Looks like 𝐭 is all sold out. Ha ha, get it, Whis? Boomstick asked his co-host. The same mix of groans and laughter occurred from the bad joke. The winner is Akuma. Whis said. Despite the two combatants being villains, they enjoyed the fight, and were satisfied at having learned new techniques to learn and copy off. Next time on Death Battle. They hear Boomstick said. The music was composed of angelic choir along with brass instruments. The contestant was another female combatant wearing a skin-tight red and blue outfit, with stars on them, as well wearing metal bracelets on her wrists and wearing a golden tiara on her head. She sports long black hair that flows past her shoulders. Her stern face is appealing to the male, and some female, and she also has soul-piercing blue eyes. Unknown, good night sugar. Mineta was drooling like a pig and almost hounded Mai to play the next video. He was tied back to his seat thanks to Zero and a slightly zest-off Izuku, which they found kind of terrifying. Izuku strapped Mineta onto the seat, and spoke to Mineta with a smiling, yet terrifying face. He said in a sickly sweet voice that was also cold enough for Todoroki to shiver. Now Mineta, here is how this will work. You shape up, calm down, and stop with your disgusting, perverse actions or there will be consequences. And if I hear so much as one perverted peep out of you about the girls, the video, or anything, I will use you as target practice for when I try out that Shoryuken and let Kaken blast you away for as long as he wants. He opened his closed eyes to stare at Mineta with cold, glowing eyes. Do I make myself clear? Mineta nodded his head in light speed, so terrified that he started crying out BLD and his breaths felt warm and wet. Izuku returned to his regular cheerful self and said okay. He walked back, unaware of the fearful looks that everyone was giving him. While the girls and heroines were glad that Izuku put the pervert in his place, they were completely terrified at Izuku's change in demeanor. It was almost like they saw a glimpse of a villainous form of Izuku himself. The guys were likewise shaking in fear of the cinnamon roll, with Todoroki and even Bakugo shivering in terror. The heroes themselves were stunned at the perhaps most promising and heroic out of all the students look and act out like that they were praying to whatever god existed. Thank yous for having this kid want to be a hero. All Mighty Mind flashed to AFO for a second when he saw Deku's chilling smile and eyes. He shook his head and immediately erased the absurd, yet true, comparison from his mind. Meanwhile, said compared villain suddenly felt a surge of vindictive pleasure and pride go through him that made him smile. He didn't know why he was feeling like this, but he decided to go along with it, hoping that it was a jab at All Might, at the very least. Third POV. After the group calmed down and quickly tried to erase the Izuku that they saw, they quickly played the next video. Superheroines. Millions have been drawn to these modern myths of comic book lore. Wizard starts. The heroes and students were excited that instead of morally questionable mercenaries and vile villains, that they now can see actual superheroes taking each other on. The death part of Death Battle made them feel for a moment guilty for wishing a fight between superheroes to the death, but they remembered that they are mere simulations to see which one is superior. Anyways, the girls and superheroines were super excited at the mention of having this fight between two female superheroes and see which had the greatest girl power. The boys were just as curious as their female counterparts but quickly tried to rein in any impulse or thought that could even be slightly perverse, lest they get targeted by Izuku's wrath like Mineta. Bakugo was the only one not worried because he knows that no matter how hot the female will be that he won't go drooling like his pig of a classmate. Or you could, just to be drawn the way they're drawn. Boomstick says, perversion in every word on his every phrase. The boys could not say the same for Boomstick. The girls were already getting annoyed at Boomstick's perverted phrasing and they felt that they will have to put up with it for the rest of the video. Like Anna Marie, the Rogue. Whis introduces the first character. And Diana Prince, the Wonder Woman. Boomstick introduces the second. His Boomstick and I'm Wizard. Whis introduces himself and his partner. And we're here to watch two chicks duke it out. Cat fight. Boomstick yelled excitedly. Boomstick. Behave yourself. Ida said. Zero said, Ida, you know he can't hear you, it's just a video, right? Ida blushed embarrassed and sat back down, much to everyone's amusement. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills. We started before Boomstick interrupts him. And maybe a few other things. Boomstick said. Cue the groans from 90% of the viewing audience. To find out who would win a death battle. Wizard continued. Rogue, the first contestant, is a young, attractive woman wearing a green and gray mixed skin-tight suit. Her hair is curly and brown with big white streaks in it. They all found her quite attractive and wondered what her powers were. Owen and Priscilla lived in a back-to-nature hippie commune in Caldecott County, Mississippi. Here they gave BH to Anna Marie, who enjoyed the attention of her Aunt Carrie from her mother's side. The commune's failed attempt to use Native American mysticism to reach the far banks resulted Priscilla's disappearance. Whis explained. They all felt for the future heroine, knowing that losing the life of a family member is devastating. The one who could understand it most currently were Ida, Mirio, and All Might. Ida knew how it felt to nearly lose someone close to you, such as when his brother was maimed and nearly killed by Stain. He couldn't fully sympathize with fully losing a relative, but if it was anything close to his own experience of nearly losing Tensai, then he could feel for her. Mirio has the same thoughts in mind with the death of Sir Night Eye. Mirio knew how it felt to lose someone close to him upon Sir's death, who was like a father or uncle to him. Mirio also knew that Eri would likely feel the same when she finds out about her own parents, but that's a story to tell some other time. All Might also knew what it was like to lose someone close to you. He has suffered with both his predecessor, Nana Shamira, who was like a mother to him, and Sir Nightai, a brother in everything but BLD. They were probably so high at the time that they didn't notice she was gone. Boomstick said. That was a little insensitive, don't you think? Toru said, flinching slightly. Miruko voiced her thoughts with, they tried to perform a Native American mystic ritual and they are hippies. Doesn't sound like something one does when sober. Carrie took over Anna's care and, in her grief at the loss of her sister, was strict and authoritarian guardian. Anna Marie was a rebellious child and her equally poor relationship with her father prompted her to run away from her home as a young teenager. This prompted her nickname Rogue. Whis continued to explain. Already they were feeling that she has had a difficult life, and felt like things were only getting worse. At some point, Rogue grew close to Cody Robbins. In the heat of the moment, Rogue kissed Cody. For some reason, her latent mutant power emerged, and Cody was left in a coma. Traumatized by the experience, Rogue decided to pack up and leave. Boomstick continued to explain. And just when you think it can't get any worse, you have putting your crush in a coma by kissing him. Kaminari said, wincing at what she must have gone through. Mutant. Momo questioned. Could it be related to quirks? Nezu chimed in with actually, back when quirks started appearing, mutants was one of the throwaway suggestions to call these superpowers individuals, but they decided to go with quirks. I'm not sure if it was meant to ease the public by making it sound more natural or meant as a stigma to ostracize those with quirks. Izuku spoke up with, as for it being related to quirks, it may be. Boomstick said mutant genes, which points it out to be a biological evolutionary factor rather than bioengineered or magical. Fancy words and history lesson aside, I feel for the girl. Mina said. Couldn't have been easy to have such a hard life and then have your crush get hurt because of you. I know that's how I felt when I kissed my first boy. Wait, what? Class 1A said. Izuku momentarily flinched as well and had a nasty feeling in his chest at hearing Mina kissed a guy. I didn't know you dated a guy before. Toru said. What happened? It was just a crush, my first crush really, nothing too special. And we weren't dating either, it was just flirting. Mina explained, trying to not let the others get the wrong idea, especially Izuku. But we did kiss and I accidentally activated my quirk and burned his lips. He didn't speak to me ever again and I felt terrible. Well, you shouldn't. Izuku said, surprising Mina. It wasn't your fault that you couldn't control your quirk back then, and if he did blame you then he wasn't worth the time. They were shocked that Izuku would say anything so harsh on a random guy, but Mina blushed and had tears fill her eyes. Kirishima voices in too saying, yeah, it was an accident. If he didn't have the stones to face you or forgive you for an honest mistake, then he's not a real man. Everybody agreed with Izuku and Kirishima, Mina tearing up more and thanking the two, with Mina holding her friendship with Kirishima more dear to her and her love for Izuku Midoriya growing more than ever. Not that this isn't sweet and anything, but are we going to have a cry fest or are we going to watch a death battle? Miruko shouted out. I agree with Bunny Ears. Quick the sob fest and continued in video already. Bakugo yelled out a more impatient, vulgar version of Miruko's words. After some time finding herself, she finally found her place among the X-Men. Physical attributes: height, 5 feet 8 inches, weight, 120 pounds. Eyes, green hair, brown with white streak. Rogue has possessed a variety of different powers over the years. We said. For this duel, in particular, we will use the most well-known version, the original iteration from the comics and television show. Wait, she has had more than one power? Kirishima asked. Like more than one quirk? It could be a hybrid quirk of 2 different quirks, similar to mine. Todoroki implied. Or it could be that he is talking about multiple versions of Rogue from alternate multiverse or sources. He did say that they are using data from different sources. Izuku said. Power absorption activated through contact absorbs memories, talents, personalities, and abilities. Temporary transfer can use copied abilities can be lethal through prolonged contact. Her deadliest weapon is her own skin. With just a touch, she absorbs a person's memories, talents, personalities, and abilities, whether superhuman or not, to use for herself. Whis explained. Sounds like a more powerful version of your quirk, Monoma. Itsuka stated. Perhaps. Monoma said. I could only copy a person's quirk, excluding energy storage-based quirks, hold only a few at a time, and then use them for 5 minutes. She seems to be able to absorb their memories and skills to use their powers properly as well, while I have to use a person's quirk in the most basic level. Plus, her version harms the individual when she does it. Not sure if that's considered a plus or curse. ♀said. I'm guessing that it depends on the individual she is absorbing. If it is a fellow hero, then it could be problematic, especially long-term use that can be fatal, but for a villain, it could make them incapacitated easily. Momo deduced. Too bad it knocks them out cold, and if she holds on long enough, it's game over. Boomstick said. See. Momo pointed. Nezu smiled. He definitely is going to find a way to have Ms. Yorozo join Midoriya in their after-school analysis classes. Tenacious foes, like Juggernaut, can resist it, but in the end, no one is safe from Rogue's parasitic touch. For every second of contact, Rogue can keep these powers for a full minute. Though sometimes, there's unforeseen side effects. Whis explained. Okay, that is stupidly overpowered. Setsuna said. Unless the lethal side effects take seconds as well, then she basically can hold someone for 10 seconds and use their powers twice as long as Monoma can. Ms. Marvel's powers: super strength, flight at subsonic speed, near invulnerability, enhanced reflexes, telepathic resistance, 7th sense. She held on to Ms. Marvel for so long she absorbed her powers permanently. Now, she's got super strength, speed, and near invulnerability. Not that I blame her, though. I'd be holding on to Ms. Marvel for as long as I could. Plus, when she's unconscious I could. Boomstick started before being stopped by Ida and Whis. Whoa. TMI. Kaminari said. Boomstick. This is highly unethical and sexist of you to say. Ida screamed out. Zero mumbled out to Kirishima, did he forget what I said a few minutes ago? Kirishima shrugged and said, whatever man, just let him do his thing. Trying to get him to stop would be like trying to force Midoriya to stop mumbling or Bakugo to stop yelling all the time. Bakugo replied to that with, did you demon extras forget that I'm sitting right next to you? They continued on with the video, most getting rather annoyed at Boomstick's increased perversion in Think His video. She's also gained a 7th sense, the ability to subconsciously predict her opponent's move. But her 7th sense doesn't always seems to work. That or the writers forget about it, 'cause Rogue gets her butt kicked a lot. For plot convenience. Whis answered. First of all, lame. Kaminari said. Second of all, writers. The video paused with the robotic voice of the box saying, note, many of the universes shown are also shown in Whis and Boomstick's universe in the form of comics, TV shows, and movies. Most of the writers and showrunners of said forms of information have individuals that unconsciously peer into the multiverse and pass them off as fiction. Whis suspected this and managed to create the technology to properly view the multiverse in a more coherent form. Satisfied, yet still slightly confused the specifics of the mechanics of their world, they decided to continue. And Diamond, she's got a hot butt. Boomstick said out of nowhere. What? Whis said dumbfounded. 95% of audience groaning at Boomstick's perverted comments. Mineta agreed and would have voiced it if he didn't have the watchful glare of Izuku and Bakugo still looking at him. Kaminari noticed their glares at Mineta and slightly praised himself for, while admittingly more perverted than most of his classmates, that he wasn't as perverted or desperate as Mineta. Never mind. Boomstick corrects himself. Ain't that enough? Rogue says. The heroes found her mutant ability to be quite useful, especially for incapacitating villains with just simple touch and being the bonus of having enough power to fight without resorting to just power absorption. Nejaya asked, wait, about her powers from that Ms. Marvel person, how was she able to gain those powers permanently? How long did she hold on to Ms. Marvel? How did Ms. Marvel survive? Can there be probably other people she can absorb to fully gain their powers without killing them? Everybody's sweat dropped at Nejia's rapid-fire questions but did not expect for Izuku to answer her. Izuku said, well, Whis did say that they were side effects, so maybe there was something in Ms. Marvel's biology and powers that allowed her to survive for so long for Rogue to fully gain her powers. Also Whis did say that people can resist, so they could either resist her powers fully or resist being incapacitated or suffer lethal injury for longer than most. Kota managed to stop the two from diving into Mumble Question Fest by splashing the two with water. It made everybody laugh and the afflicted people to realize their relative closeness, that being a few inches from their noses touching, and quickly backed up. Izuku went as bright as a tomato while Nejia blushed hard but smiled at her progress of being closer to the cinnamon roll. The video continued with the next combatant. Wonder Woman. The next combatant was wearing a red and blue outfit with stars on her blue parts and a golden eagle on the W of her outfit over her large BRSTS. She wore red and white boots, a golden, glowing lasso on her side, and a golden tiara on her head. She had a waterfall of raven black hair that seemed to shine and wave with perfect elegance, and her Amazonian form and shine was simply stunning and powerful. Most of the males in the room were blushing at the sight of the woman with the beauty of a goddess. Even the likes of Todoroki and Bakugo were not immune to the woman's beauty, blushing and trying to hide or shake it off. Izuku was likewise star-struck at the woman's divine-like beauty and the power and presence that she shone with, but tried to shaking off the feeling, not wanting to be a hypocrite by being just like Mineta. Said grape-headed teen was going mentally crazy and was almost willing to say it to Izuku's warning if his smiling, dark face and the prospect of both him and Bakugo beating him to a purple pulp didn't settle down the bner he had. Though since his max length was about 2 inches, nobody would probably notice. To the uneducated nerd, Wonder Woman may seem a cheap clone of Superman. Whis began. With super boobies. Boomstick says once again out of nowhere. Kaminari actually had a nosebleed and asked for napkins, trying to pass it off as accidentally hitting his nose, but everyone and even himself didn't blame him. Not even the girls. Momo made some napkins for him, to which he thanked her. But in reality, she's a whole different story. Created from Earth, born by gods, trained by ancient warriors. Whis started. Maker of Wonder Bread. Designer of the Wonder Bra. Boomstick continued for Wizard. Q. Now 99% of the audience groaning at the perverted string of comment from Boomstick. Boomstick, that's not true. Whis tried correcting his co-host. See, I can do it too, Whis. Boomstick said. Wonder Woman is the incredibly powerful and near invincible ambassador of Themyscira, and self-appointed protector of the Earth. Whis continued to explain. So she acts as both a hero and an ambassador of this Themyscira. Ryukyu said. Admirable. But what the hell is this Themyscira anyway? Mount Lady asked. Momo answered with, it's a magical island in Greek mythology that is said to be home of the Amazons, godly warriors that serve the gods of Olympus. Everyone looked at Creati with raised eyebrows, where she said embarrassed, I like to read. And she dresses like a STRPR, a patriotic STRPR. Boomstick says. Okay, even thought that is still perverted to say, he isn't exactly wrong. Death Arms says. Mount Lady said in reply, doesn't sound like a very sensible thing a hero to do. Flaunting off your goods so easily. Midnight interrupted with, says the hussy that flaunts her but whenever she wants attention. Mount Lady yelled back, hey, you are not one to talk, you wear. Midnight yelled back, what did you say, you little brat? As the two pro-heroines started their own catfight, Momo and Toru both quietly sunk deeper in their seat so that no one can refer to them and Momo's more revealing suit, whilst Hagakure is just essentially naked all the time. They noticed a pair of eyes on them, that being Izuku. He simply made a sign with his finger and mouth and a zipping the lip sign. Both Momo and Toru smile appreciably. I have to say that the glamour of red and blue, and the stars, is simply magnifique. Yeah, patriotic Estera look aside, it actually reminds me All Might's look, mainly the red, white, and blue. Izuku said. Said former pro suddenly turned into his buffed form and said, Gee. I am glad to see that there are others out there that share in the same style as me. 𝐻𝐻 All Might reverted back to his weakened state and coughed a bit of BLD combatant trained since childhood, born from clay, skilled at armed and unarmed combat, prefers fist over blades, the best of the Amazons. Diana Prince has been trained by the Amazons as a MSTR combatant since childhood. She dueled the best of the best for the right to be crowned Wonder Woman. Whis said. While everyone found it weird for her to be born out of clay, they couldn't deny the skill and prowess that the female superhero had. That's rather admiring. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. She didn't become Wonder Woman for her powers and strength, but rather because she earned it. Izuku and All Might looked at each other, with the former pro giving the kid an smirk and a thumbs up. Izuku smiled. Her unearthly powers are divine, granted by ancient Greek gods and goddesses. Whis revealed. Powers from Demeter: superhuman strength, superhuman durability. Resists all but blades and bullets. Magic resistance, enhanced healing factor from Demeter. She received superhuman strength and durability. And you know that beach mailman god with the wingy shoes? Boomstick asked, slightly miffed. 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐫. Whis and 𝐒𝐸𝐽 say at the same time. Whoa, 𝐒𝐸𝐽, you know about 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐫? Izuku asked. 𝐒𝐸𝐽 replied, 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐫 was one of the main inspirations of the 𝐒𝐸𝐽 family's hero costume designs. I also find 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐫's magic powers over speed to be similar in many regards to me and my family's quirks. Plus I am as well educated mostly in Greek and Norse mythology. Momo smiled and said, that's great, 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐫. I am particularly interested in most Greek mythology, as well as Roman and Egyptian. So am I, Izuku said with enthusiasm. I'm a huge fan of the tales of the trials of Hercules and the Gigantomachy War. I also love Greek, Norse, Egyptian, and Japanese. Maybe we can discuss sometime in a club. 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐫 and Momo found it a great idea but decided to talk about it later. Powers from 𝐻𝐸𝐽𝐫's flight up to Mach 5 speed, superhuman reflexes, faster than Superman's superhuman speed, up to hypersonic whatever. He gave Wonder Woman the ability to fly and move at hypersonic speeds. Wow! Asui said, looks like she can go faster than you, 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐫. The mentioned engine quirk 𝐒𝐸𝐽𝐫 was currently waving his arm robotically at hyperspeeds with a look of shock. Other powers enhance sight, smell, hearing, touch, taste, multilingual, increased wisdom, superior empathy, animal rapport. Coda liked this especially. Other useless stuff. She was given numerous other powers from enhanced senses, animal rapport, and blessings of wisdom and empathy. Whis says, ha. Bakugo yelled out, I like how they just have the ball to put other useless stuff. Still, with such an arsenal of abilities and skills, she is quite powerful. 𝐒𝐿 said. Nezu also liked the increased wisdom and wouldn't mind having a battle of wits with the Amazon princess. Besides the obvious cannons resting right below her neck, she's got pretty bizarre mixed weaponry. Boomstick joked. Cue the groans of over 99% of the audience, now including loud facepalm slaps. Lasso of truth forged by Hephaestus, unbreakable, infinitely elastic, forces prisoners to tell the truth. Her lasso of truth is a piece of unbreakable string that, well, makes you tell the truth. Boomstick said. What other depraved thoughts must you be thinking? Diana's mother, Hippolyta, asked a man tied up in the lasso of truth. God, your daughter's got a nice rack, said the tied-up man, Colonel Steve Trevor. Hell yeah, she does, Boomstick loudly proclaimed. Bakugo looked over to Mineta, swearing he also heard Mineta say the exact same thing. Mineta just whistled silently with a look of innocence, but Bakugo gave him a seething glare and an I've got my eye on you expression. That lasso could be quite useful in interrogating villains. Snipe said. Nezu almost leaped in surprise and joy at the mention of a tool as useful as that, and silently prayed to whatever god existed to help him in his search for something that to find the leak. Boomerang Tiara returns after each use. Razor-sharp edge can cut through most substances. She uses her tiara as a long-range throwing weapon, using its razor-sharp edge to slice open her enemies' throats. Whis said. She uses a girly accessory as a weapon. That's so lame. Bakugo said, groaning. How about you say that when she is tossing that to your face, Bakudoku? Mina said. Is that a challenge I hear, Alien Beach? Bakugo explodes out. Bracelets of 𝐆𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 indestructible formed from the aegis of Zeus blocks blades, bullets, beams, and other attacks can discharge lightning. Wonder Babe wears the bracelets of 𝐆𝐵𝐵𝐵, indestructible steel gauntlets forged from the remains of Zeus' legendary aegis. These babies can block all sorts of attacks. Boomstick said. Okay, even I can admit that those are awesome. Bakugo admitted. And they can discharge lightning. Kaminari said excitingly. Now that's awesome. I wonder if I can do that with my iron. Tetsu mumbled out. She has persevered throughout the years, fighting a huge variety of foes, even killing the Greek god of war, Ars. Whis revealed. Hear that, Kratos? A chick beat you to it. Boomstick said what? She killed Ars. That incredible. Momo said shocked. But who is Kratos? Uraraka asked. He's a spirit or god of strength and power and a son of Zeus, but I don't believe I have ever read a part of Greek mythology that had Kratos trying to kill Ars. Izuku said alright, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Whis says. Now it's time for a catfight death battle. Boomstick excitedly yelled. The video paused as it was canning for multiversal counterparts like always where the heroes and students discussed the two combatants. Sounds to me that this Wonder Chick is going to win easy if she managed to defeat the god of war himself. Miruko stated. I would agree, with her being powered by the gods, but I feel that Rogue stands for a chance at winning. Endeavor said. How do you figure? Snipe asked. It's simple. Endeavor said. Despite the use of the lasso and tiara as her only projectile or long-ranged weapons, it seems this Wonder Woman mostly fights hand-to-hand, and against someone who can beat you with but a mere touch, it might only take touch. Plus, Wonder Woman's lack of clothing, especially in her arms and legs, allows for Rogue to have an easier time to have skin-to-skin contact. Midnight pointed out. And Rogue's increased senses will aid her in avoiding and predicting Wonder Woman's attacks. Cementos added. Plus, if she does absorb Wonder Woman's powers, combined with her own, then she could overpower easily. The robotic voice, finished scanning, said scanning complete. Rogue. Multiversal counterpart, Toru 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐵. Nice Toru. Mina exclaimed. It's your turn. And you are a powerful heroine at that. It's kinda sad though. Kaminari said. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐵 is stuck being invisible so no one can see what she looks like while this one can't actually touch anyone she likes because they could get hurt. The room was silent. They then heard sniffles and saw 𝐒𝐭𝐻's floating clothes shaking, indicating that she was starting to cry. This resulted in the girls immediately cheering up 𝐒𝐿 and a certain green bean to lose his SHT. He zipped towards the electrification user and grabbed him by the collar, a dark aura around him and rage in his eyes. Izuku yelled out, apologize right now or I swear that you will join Mineta Iron Kaken's pummeling session with me as backup. Kaminari shook with fear and then as he was threatened and apologized profusely to 𝐒𝐿, who accepted the apology but her mind was too busy squealing over Izuku sticking up for her so loudly. Eraserhead wrote down to remember giving Mineta and Kaminari detention, as well as give Bakugo and perhaps Midoriya counseling and therapy sessions. All Might looked as his successor with pride at him sticking up for his friends, perhaps more if the girls have given much indication over. The robotic voices continued with Wonder Woman. Multiversal counterpart, Momo Yorozo. Yamomo again. Uraraka asked out. Wow Yamomo. Asui said. You have a lot of different version in the multiverse, this one probably more appealing than even you. Momo dumbly nodded, shocked that the literal demigoddess was actually her and that she found another version of herself. Jiru then realized something and said, wait, then that means that, in a simulated, multiverse way, Toru and Momo are going to fight to the death. Toru immediately started crying out apologies to Momo, to which the Class 1A vice rep calmed her down. The teachers weren't pleased that their students were going to be fighting to the death, but they figured it was alright for now since they were merely simulations. Though that didn't mean that they still didn't like it. Afterwards, the bets were set. Izuku didn't want to bet against either of the girls, but he bet for Wonder Woman because of her mythology ties, same with Ida. Kirishima voted for Wonder Woman, as well as Itsuka, Tetsu, Uraraka, Todoroki, All Might, Gran Torino, Eri, and Koda. As for Rogue, the ones who voted for her were Monoma, Ojiro, Kota, Mirio, Bakugo, Kamakiri, Tokoyami, Shihai, Endeavor, Cementos, and Kamu Woods. They continued the video and started the fight. It started with Rogue in a green and white hero suit flying through the air until Wonder Woman appeared and kicked her towards the ground. It had Rogue land on the ground and dust of her thighs, with Wonder Woman landing before her. Fight. Wonder Woman tossed her tiara at a charging Rogue, which slashed her head and stunned her. Wonder Woman quickly appeared behind the mutant, catching her tiara, and roundhouse kicked her away. Looks like Wonder Woman is opting to finish this fight quickly. Ryukyu said. She is going to need to strike as fast and hard as possible to not let Rogue get the opportunity to take off her gloves, much less touch her. Mirio said. Wonder Woman launched towards Rogue and let loose a flurry of kicks to her sides, before speeding in front of her trajectory and punching her away again. Come on! Hit her already, you white-strapped beach! Bakadoosh yelled out at Rogue, not even attacking. Wonder Woman is just too fast for her to keep up. Setsuna said. Wonder Woman grabbed Rogue with her lasso of truth, snaking her onto the ground until she brought the mutant to her and uppercutted her into the sky. She then unleashed a fury of attacks at high speeds all over Rogue. Wow! She is going so fast that I can barely even keep track of her. Mina exclaimed. Then Wonder Woman punched Rogue in her exposes cheek, where she glowed yellow in a faint hum. And she fed up. Miruko said. They agreed with the rabbit hero as they saw Wonder Woman pause from her physical contact with Rogue, enough time for the mutant to recover and latch onto Diana's thigh, continuing to drain her. Lucky beach. Mineta mumbled jealousy. You say something, you grape-head midget. Bakugo said. Nothing. Mineta quickly responded, sweating profusely. Diana grew pale as she was drained, every second giving Rogue more time to drain her of her powers. Diana broke free, but Rogue was instantly on her, attacking with super fast punches of her own and Diana's strength combined. After a flurry of Rogue's attacks, Diana flew back and launched her lasso again to restrain her. This time Rogue caught it and flung Diana onto the ground. Let that be a lesson, students, to not rely too much on your support items, or you'll quirk the same way over time. A smart enough foe can anticipate and predict your attacks if you rely too heavily on your tools. Nezu said. It's even worse for Wonder Woman because Rogue's absorption powers also include absorbing their skills and personalities, so Rogue can predict Diana's attacks. Momo said, now worried for her alternate self. Plus, by adding in her sixth sense ability, and Wonder Woman is toast. Mirio said. Rogue landed behind her, before Diana recovered and super sped around behind Rogue. She tossed her tiara, which was blocked, and left her open for Rogue to slide and attack her legs before finishing with an uppercut. Wonder Woman retaliated with a flurry of punches that ended with Rogue recovering, blocking, and kicking Diana to the skies before flying off after her. Rogue flew into the sky and looked around for Diana, before she was struck with another barrage of super speeding punches. Yay, Wonder Woman is fighting back! Eri cried out, making everybody's heart swell in how adorable it looked and sounded. Rogue blocked one final punch behind her, struck Diana, and then unleashed her own barrage of super speeding punches as well. Now Rogue is figuring back. Kota yelled excited. This fight is awesome. The excitement of the two kids made everybody smile. After flurry of attacks and blocks from the two, they landed on the ground preparing for a final attack. As Wonder Woman soared and tried to deliver a powerful high kick to Rogue's head, the mutant's sixth sense activated and dodged it with Diana now close to her. Sixth sense for the save. Mirio cheered. Now Diana's vulnerable and dangerously close to Rogue. Ojiro said. Looks like it's game over. Rogue grabbed onto Wonder Woman, grabbed her face and brought her lips to the fellow superheroine for a deadly kiss, saying, "Good night, sugar." The fight ended with Diana's pale body in the ground, fatally drained and dead, and Rogue posing securely in victory. KO. Those who cheered for Rogue cheered in victory, mostly Bakugo directing it towards Deku, while those who voted for Wonder Woman were sad at the Amazons' defeat but clapped respectfully at the mutants' victory. Toru and Momo also shook hands respectfully at the good fight between their multiversal others. Woo-hoo-hoo. This goes down in history as the best death battle ever. Boomstick yelled excitedly. The audience agreed that this fight was by far the best one yet, though it was the third one, so it was to be expected. Poor Wonder Woman was more than a match for Rogue, but then, she touched Rogue's face. Whis explained. Wonder Woman is a trained fighter, so naturally, she would strike her opponent's weakest spots, like the neck, stomach, joints and, well, the face. Boomstick explained as well. And that proved to be her demise. Kamu Wood said. In the end, her failure was a result of her thorough Amazonian training. And her STRPR outfit. Her leg was begging to be grabbed there. Though personally, I might have grabbed elsewhere. Boomstick said pervertedly. I would too. Mineta whispered out pervertedly, before shutting his mouth in horror as he slipped. He looked towards Bakugo who had a deranged, maniacal look on his face that screamed "You fed up," and pressed his thumb over his neck in a "You're dead" motion. Mineta grew ghostly pale and knew he might as well sign his will after this. Zero bowed their head in sorrow that Mineta signed his fate while Kaminari did the same, but also in prayer to whatever god was listening that Mineta screwed up before he said it too. Wonder Woman's powers may be godly, picture of the Juggernaut appears, but Rogue has taken similar powers before, so there's no reason to say she couldn't hear. Adding Wonder Woman's strength and speed to Rogue's own power gave her a huge advantage, drastically turning the tide. Whis continued to explain. A few high-flying combos and our favorite ex-girl had Wonder Woman on the ropes. Boomstick says. And with her combined speed, reflexes, and seventh sense, she outmaneuvered Wonder Woman with one fatal kiss. Whis says. Rogue sure made out this fight. Boomstick punned. And one final 100% audience facepalm smack and groan at the corny joke from Boomstick. The winner is Rogue. Whis claimed. Claps for the video. Sounded and discussion were made over the video, with many claiming that it was indeed the best one they had yet, despite the sexist comments from Boomstick. But one question was voiced most frequently: I get why the first two pairs fought each other, but why did those two fight? Kaminari asked. Yeah, Samus and Boba Fett were mercenaries and Akuma and Shang Tsung were deadly villains that had soul powers. Soto thought over. But what does a mutant hero with absorption powers compare with a super-powered demigoddess? Maybe it was because the two were simply heroines and they had similar powers of both flying and super strength. Izuku deduced. Nah. Bakugo said, his arms crossed behind him and looked bored. I say that it was just the lazy excuse of them being females with a good button rack. Pretty lazy excuse if you ask me. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick said. The music is 8-bit and what they see is a field with strange floating blocks with question marks on them. A red, mushroom-shaped creature with legs, angry eyes and a mouth enter the field. Shortly after, a four-legged turtle also enters. Fight. The audience saw the next two combatants with a mixture of confusion and annoyance. Well, it's an interesting matchup, I'll say. Kirishima tried saying, but even he could see the absurdity of this fight. They proceeded to play the video and continue. Third PV fast-forwarding a boring, uneventful death battle later. The group sighed as the boring death battle finished. It was certainly an interesting matchup, but a matchup that nobody wanted to see a whole video on. I can't believe we were stuck watching a video about a walking piece of literal SHT fighting against a weak but turtle. Bakugo yelled out. For once, I agree with Bakugo. Todoroki said. Even if they were to come to our world, they would be pretty easy to take down. Alright, enough trashing the weak minions. Kirishima said. Let's move on to those muscly dudes from that preview. Mai moved on to the next video, showing images of large muscular men. Capcom has produced hundreds of deadly warriors, but few can best these hulking leviathans. Whis started. Haga, the mayor-elect of Whoopass. Boomstick said. And Zangief, Russia's red cyclone. Whis says. The guys of group were excited at the names and looks of the two fighters, especially the more meat-headed, muscly types like Kirishima, Bakugo, Soto, and Tetsu. The heroes like All Might and Death Arms were also interested in these two giants of pure muscle. The females of the group were less interested, focusing more on how strong the two combatants are and some looking slightly disgusted at Zangief's rather large amounts of chest hair. Only Miruko seemed to be the most excited of the group, wondering how strong they were. These two wrestlers have never met in person, but their rivalry is legendary and it's about time they duke it out. Boomstick said excitedly. How does that make sense? Soto asked. How can they have a legendary rivalry if they had never met? Soto, remember how the note said that their death battle videos were originally showcased on the internet and how that some universes are seen as fiction or entertainment in their world? Izuku said. Yeah. Soto confirmed. Well, it could mean that in that world, 𝐻𝐵 and Zangief were viewed as similar individuals that others wanted to see fight, so they must have received requests to see them fight. Izuku explained. The group nodded their heads at the explanation and continued the video. I'm Wizard and his boomstick, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Whis introduced himself and his partner before the battle started. The first fighter was a muscular man that appears to be in his early to mid-40s with a thick mustache and brown hair. He wore jeans, supported by a shoulder belt strap. Some depictions show him wearing fingerless gloves. Mike 𝐻𝐵, he looks so manly. Kirishima yelled. Look at that mustache. Kaminari said. It looks glorious. The girls chuckled at the boy's enthusiasm and admitted that he did look rather powerful. Standing 6 feet 7 inches and weighing 266 pounds, 30 of which is in his manly mustache, it's Mike 𝐻𝐵. Boomstick introduced. That mustache comment earned laughs from the group, especially from Kota. Background height, 200 centimeters, 6 feet 7 inches weight, 121 kilograms, 266 pounds. Fighting style, American wrestling and Scottish backhold. Mayor of Metro City, former wrestler for many years. 𝐻𝐵 was a champion wrestler of Slam MSTs until being elected mayor of Metro City, a metropolis overrun with street gangs. Whis says. That's awesome. Tetsu praised. He must have been very well liked if a wrestler was able to run and be elected mayor. Ayama deduced. He's also Scottish. Kaminari said. That's a cool touch. Wonder how much beer he could chug. Probably enough to close down a pub. Zero joked, causing the students and some heroes to laugh. Too bad there aren't more badasses in office. Most mayors put up laws against crime or increase the police force, but Mike takes matters into his own hands. Boomstick says. Now that's the kind of badassery that I can respect. Bakugo praised. Much better than the usual, corrupt, bitchy idiots nowadays. While I can commend him for being determined, isn't taking matters into your own hands rather a form of vigilantism? Ida asked. While vigilantism is illegal and unfavorable, some forms of vigilantism are necessary, even in our society. Eraserhead said. Sometimes the law needs to be bent a tad to get the job done. Plus he is a mayor, so he can get away with it. Present MIC pointed out. Talk about cheating the system in a right way. American Wrestling grabs, holds, twists, quick strikes, SBMs tie-ups. 𝐻𝐵 is a former throw American wrestler, specializing in grabs, holds, and quick strikes. He's of Scottish ancestry and proud of it, even having a Scottish flag on his gym. We said. This man sounds more admirable and amazing every second. All Might said. Remember kids, to never be ashamed of where you come from and take pride in it. Make the most of it and grow from the strengths of those before you. The students nodded, while Soto, Kirishima, and Tetsu were too distracted thinking about how to implement some of 𝐻𝐵's fighting styles with their own. Scottish backhold focused on balance, grappling, pressure, sustained grip, no groundwork involved. It's likely he has also trained in Scottish backhold wrestling, which involves bear hugging an opponent and keeping your balance while overpowering theirs. Whis explain Mike's fighting moves. Sounds like something that I could use with my quirk and strength. Soto deduced. Same here. Shoji added. Want to hit the training grounds after this and work on that? Kirishima asked. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 and �ＳOTO nodded their heads in agreement. "Hey man, can I join in too?" Tetsu asked. "Of course, man. The more the merrier," Kirishima said. The teachers and heroes smiled at seeing the students grow and become more friendly and supportive of each other. Notable moves: suplex piledriver, back flip, drop, body splash, spinning clothesline, lariat, spinning piledriver. 𝐻𝐵's got a devastating moveset ranging from suplexes, body splashes and his own invention, the spinning clothesline double lariat, which Zangief stole for his own use. To even the score, 𝐻𝐵 copied Gief's spinning piledriver. Kirishima, �ＳOTO, 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and Tetsu were already trying to memorize the moves. Izuku offered to show him some of his notes of those techniques that he is currently copying, with the four men bowing to the green bean like he was a god, much to everyone's amusement and the green bean's embarrassment. Maruko was also thinking about implementing that spinning piledriver, a technique that would be really effective with her quirk and fighting style. Same with Death Arms about the spinning clothesline double lariat, and Fat Gum with 𝐻𝐵's body splashes. Steel Pipe favored melee weapon, a decent projectile MSTR skill. When 𝐻𝐵 isn't overpowering people with his pure manliness, his weapon of choice is a blunt pipe. "Hey, here's a Maya that kicks butt and recycles," Boomstick said. "That sounds awesome." Uraraka cheered. Both cool and environmentally conscious. "But why a pipe if he's a Maya that can afford and use any other kind of weapon?" Jirota questioned. "Anything can be a deadly enough weapon with enough skill." Momo said. "I took lessons on bow staff fighting that helped me out when I use my quirk to make a weapon that is non-lethal." Even after his victorious election, 𝐻𝐵 continues his rigorous training. It's rather commendable to continue one's training in their spare time. Ryukyu praised. "By pile-driving sharks." Boomstick yelled excited. Jaws were dropped at the sight of the wrestling Maya pile driving a freaking shark. "I don't think you can get any manly than that." Kirishima mumbled weakly. Tetsu, 𝐔𝐬𝐽, and �ＳOTO nodded weakly, too stunned by the fear of pure manliness. Bull shark 7 to 11 feet long, up to 500 pounds, very dangerous, swims near shores, often wrestling, demonstrates Scottish backhold. It appears 𝐻𝐵 wrestles bull sharks, one of the deadliest sharks on Earth. These can grow up to 11 feet long and 500 pounds. Wrestling these brutes, 𝐻𝐵's proficiency in the Scottish backhold, as he keeps his balance against the thrashing sharks until he can pile drive them into the beach. "No offense, Fat Gum, but I want this man to teach me," Kirishima shouted out excited. "None taken, Red Riot," Fat Gum said. "I actually join you in sentiment. Hey Tamaki, think you can eat some bull shark so we can wrestle you?" The pros and students laughed at Fat's jest, with Amajiki cowering and mumbling how cruel Fat Gum was. "Next Jaws movie needs more 𝐻𝐵," Boomstick said. Unfortunately, during his time as mayor, 𝐻𝐵 was undoubtedly forced to prioritize politics over training. It's likely he didn't have much time to learn new techniques or train against many other wrestlers. Whis said. As a result, he uses moves and skills from an older era. "Well, that 𝐿 Ojiro said. "Sounds like he could vulnerable towards more modern-era fighting styles. That is the price one has to pay when prioritizing their jobs." Endeavor said. "It is still rather admirable to focus on one's job than their own self-interest. And they seem to work pretty damn well." Boomstick says. "He certainly hasn't lost his touch." Whis said. "I sense that the two sound rather excited over this fight." Ibora said. "You can't help but see why." Itsuka said. "Men often pay more attention to Testa and alpha males being alpha males than anything." They boys would have tried to refute that statement but were too distracted in the video to notice. Mike 𝐻𝐵, the candidate that puts people first. They hear the announcer say before seeing 𝐻𝐵 growl and kill a bald eagle perching on his arm by punching it, which disintegrated into nothing but feathers. Laughs occurred, whilst All Might and Koda were horrified at the bald eagle's demise. The next fighter is a huge, muscled man flexing his muscles with an intense, almost rabid look on his face. His rock-hard body is covered in thick chest hair, much to the girl's SNDMR's slight disgust, and he even appears to have scars scattered across his arms, legs, shoulders and back, much to Izuku's relatableness. He has a nearly bald head with a short, thick mohawk on top and a stunning beard. He's wearing nothing but red wrestling trunks with a gold belt, red and gold wristbands and red wrestling boots. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 stands 7 feet tall at 350 pounds, weighing in as one of the strongest on the street fighting circuit. Whis began. Background height, 214 centimeters 7 feet 0 inches weight, 159 kilograms 350 pounds hobbies, wrestling, Cossack dancing, vodka drinking fighting style, Russian wrestling and Sambo Jesus. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 exclaimed. He looks almost as big and strong as All Might or Endeavor. Said mentioned individuals nodded at the man's size and wondered how strong he was in comparison. And as a testament to his manliness, check out that wicked shin hair. Boomstick said. Ooh, I prefer for my chest to be prestige and spotless, thank you. Emma said disgusted. To have such vulgar amounts of hair in repulsive. Shut your face sparkle turd. Bakugu yelled out. Quit acting like some fancy pants DJ and watch the video. Russian wrestling grabs and holds tie-ups throws from tie-ups push and pull opponents to throw off-balance counterattacks when foe loses balance. Zangief is a champion wrestler in Russia, using push and pull techniques to throw his opponents off balance. Whis said. So is this fight basically a Russian versus American man fight? Sen asked. Seems like it. Shahai said. Either way, this is quickly turning into my favorite death battle video. Tetsu exclaimed. Sambo mix of wrestling and martial arts uses tactics from Vikings, Tartans, and Golden Horde grappling, groundwork and 𝐆𝐴𝐻𝐿 no leg locks or chokeholds. He also specializes in Sambo, a combination of wrestling and martial arts. He's not skilled in leg locks and chokeholds, but his grappling, 𝐆𝐴𝐻𝐿 and groundwork are second to none. Whis says. Wrestling and martial arts. Kirishima exclaimed. This man is a beast. Kirishima, correction, he is a man. Tetsu said. I have to admit that this Zangief seems quite interesting. Itsuka said, looking to see what kind of moves he had and if she can use them herself. Notable moves: double lariat, flying power bomb, atomic suplex, body splash, banishing, flat spinning, screw, pile driver. Zangief's best moves include his double lariat, atomic suplex, flying power bomb, and a wicked backhand called the banishing flat, a move Zangief learned specifically to counter projectiles. Zangief hates projectiles. Boomstick explains. That's so cool. Soto said. I wonder if I can do that with my quirk. Itsuka mumbled, thinking of a way to implement her big hand quirk by enlarging them at the point where her hands meet the projectile to help with long-ranged attacks. His signature move is the spinning pile driver, which he learned while getting caught in a cyclone while pile driving a bear. The feet send Jaws to floor once again. This guy's so manly. Kirishima screamed to the heavens. Now that this is more impressive. Bakugu yelled. Wait. But. How? Both Izuku and Ida mumbled out, their brains working overtime in how someone survives being tossed from a cyclone, much less pile driving a bear at the same time. That is the most awesome thing I've ever heard. Boomstick shouted. The men of the room, and Miruko and Itsuka, nodded in agreement, much onto the sweat drops of the females. Actually, wrestling bears has been Zangief's favorite training exercise since he was a kid. Whis revealed. Come again. Mount Lady sputtered, whilst jaws were dropping like flies. Ushuri brown bears up to 1,500 pounds. Twice as large as grizzly bears, rarely in packs. Occasionally he wrestles polar bears. Supposedly, he wrestles grizzly bears, but these are not native to Russia. Whis clarified. It's far more likely he wrestles Ushuri brown bears, which can grow to 1,500 pounds, well over twice the size of a full-grown grizzly. Alright. Screw Hager pile driving sharks. That is so awesome that this guy is getting my vote no matter what. Bakugu yelled. He also fights polar bears. Shoji questioned, and my brain cannot seem to handle this kind of absurdity. Momo said. Holy SHT. He pile-drived one of those things into a tornado. Boomstick asked, completely dumbfounded. Battling such a massive beast corresponds with his Russian wrestling training perfectly. forcing the bears off balance and knocking them out cold. Zangief is a loyal Russian through and through, always fighting for his country rather than personal gain. He is often employed by the Russian president as the country's official fighting representative. That said, Zangief is pretty dim-witted, more of a follower than a leader. He fights with instinct rather than reason. Whis explained. Sounds like that will leave him more vulnerable to advanced techniques or forms of deceit and trickery. 𝐒𝐿 said. So the American guy's weakness is lack of new technique and training because he is a politician and this one is dim-witted. Nezu deduced. Pretty much. 𝐒𝐿 said. All the more reason to get out of his way. Boomstick said. Zangief suddenly attacks a dog, the duck hunt dog, and pile-drives the poor mutt, breaking his neck. This got a good laugh from everyone, except for 𝐒𝐲 and 𝐿𝐽, who were whimpering at the sight of the dog's fate. All right, the combatants are set. Wizard announced. The unstoppable force against the immovable mayor. Boomstick says. Let's end this debate once and for all. Whis said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled out. The video paused as the two combatants were scanned. Finished the video said multiversal counterparts detected. 𝐻𝐵. Multiversal counterpart, Toshinori Yagi All Might. All Might. The group said in shock, surprised that the former symbol of peace was counterparts to one of the combatants. All Might smiled, buffed out, and said, ha ha ha. I am honored to be a counterpart to a patriotic, admirable mayor and wrestler to such impressive skill. Haha blech, he reverted to normal and coughed up Bill. Actually, now that I think about it, it kinda makes sense. 𝐒𝐿 said. All Might obviously is patriotic from his time in America, and both of them are super strong, cool guys of heroism. The robotic voice spoke again. Zangief. Multiversal counterpart, NG Todoroki aka Endeavor. Endeavor! Shouts of surprise rang again. 𝐻𝐸𝐽, so this is a battle between you and me, All Might. Endeavor said with a smirk. How fitting. All Might raised his hand and said, may the best man win. Endeavor took the hand and shook it, the teachers and heroes smiling at seeing the competitive Endeavor be civil with his rival All Might. Bets were made on the fight. Izuku, mumbling about how he didn't realize the similarities between All Might and 𝐻𝐵, voted for 𝐻𝐵, followed by the girls of Class 1A, Nezu, 𝐸𝐲, Kota, 𝐒𝐿, Tetsu, Soto, and more for 𝐻𝐵. The ones who voted for Zangief included Shoto, Bakugo, Kirishima, Shoji, Amajiki, Sen, and more. The video began the fight with 𝐻𝐵 and Zangief standing before each other in a rundown street, a red cloak around Zangief and 𝐻𝐵 in a business suit. Without one word, 𝐻𝐵 grunted, flexed, and his top part of his suit ripped off his body, showing the muscles underneath, a feat that All Might smiled at the similarity. Zangief flung the red cloak aside, flexed, and downed a bottle of beer before crushing it in his hand, the confident arrogant cuff show making Bakugo smirk. Fight. The two rushed forwards, grabbing each other in a grip, pushing and trying to overpower the other. Soon Zangief tossed 𝐻𝐵 behind him and jumped after him. 𝐻𝐵 recovers quickly to block a drop kick from Zangief, followed by a chop, punch, and another chop that were also blocked. Zangief followed it up with a double lariat that 𝐻𝐵 ducked. 𝐻𝐵 punished Zangief by grabbing the Russian off guard, suplexing him, followed up by a spinning clothesline lariat that struck and spun the mid-air red cyclone around, and ended with a kick that sent the Russian away. Man, this fight is intense. Tetsu yelled. 𝐻𝐵 is owning it to Zangief with his own lariat. Zangief quickly recovered and grabbed 𝐻𝐵 from behind and suplexed him, followed by a roundabout suplex before ending in a spinning screw piledriver followed by tossing 𝐻𝐵 away. Now Zangief is turning the tide and piledrived 𝐻𝐵 away. Kirishima yelled out. So manly. They are failing to realize how they are mirroring each other, don't they? The girls all thought. This fight does appear to be equal in terms of skills. Gran Torino said. One shows to be better with a lariat attacks while the other shows his superiority with grapple and pile-driving attacks. 𝐻𝐵, a black eye gained, slid down, a steel pipe beside him as he stopped. Oh, steel pipe equipped. Kaminari yelled out. Although that may help him, I fail to see how it was just there. Momo said, scratching her head in confusion. Convenience. 𝐤𝐬 shrugged and said. 𝐤𝐸 stalked towards 𝐒𝐻𝐻, who jumped onto him with a successful drop kick and attacked with the steel pipe and kick. Hey, no fair. 𝐬𝐸𝐵 said. Drop that pipe and fight like a man with your bare hands. In a battle to the death, you have to employ any advantage over the other, especially one that mirrors and copies your own moves. 𝐸𝐴ZR said. Agreed. All Might added. It's how I managed to defeat the gnome you made to face me back in the USJ. 𝐤𝐸 blocked a follow-up attack from the pipe and launched it out of 𝐻𝐻's hands with the Banishing Flap. Banishing Flap. Bakugo cheered. He was like, get that weak but cheat out of here. 𝐤𝐸 chopped 𝐻𝐻 into a building and went after him inside. The video scaled up the building, sounds of destruction, grunts, and womanly screams were heard with various objects flying out the building, such as a couch, a globe, a blonde princess in pink, an orange ball with a red star on it, a large humanoid purple cat, and a pedo bear. The audience was laughing, confused yet incredibly amused by the random objects that flew out. Eri and Kota especially laughed at the princess and large purple cat flying off. It then showed inside, 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐻𝐻 matching punch for block, and block for punch. 𝐻𝐻 unleashed a series of attacks on 𝐤𝐸, who blocked them, who grabbed and suplexed the wrestling mayor, and attacked with his own string of attacks that 𝐻𝐻 blocked. 𝐤𝐸 then threw caution out the window by tackling 𝐻𝐻 and sending them both out the window. Talk about throwing safety out the window. Kaminari joked. The fight continued with 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐻𝐻 grappling each other's legs and sides, spinning around in the air. What the hell are they doing? Mineta questioned. They are trying to put the other in a position where when they land on the ground, the other will absorb most of the impact, perhaps enough to be fatal, while the other will survive the crash. Izuku deduced. Correct, Mr. Midoriya. Nezu said. 𝐤𝐸 and 𝐻𝐻 spun and spun, the two ending up on top of the other. First 𝐻𝐻, then 𝐤𝐸, then 𝐻𝐻 again. They continued spinning till they were both but a blur of circular movement. Finally they crashed in a burst of debris. Both fighters were on the ground. Until 𝐤𝐸 rose in triumph, the dust revealing the small pool of BLD underneath the now dead mayor. KO. Those who voted for 𝐤𝐸 roared in victory, especially Endeavor, who bragged on All Might, and Bakugo, who bragged on Deku. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsu merely shook hands at the former's victory. Ah, a great man has fallen today. They hear a depressed Boomstick say. The 𝐻𝐻 voters, and some of the less petty of 𝐤𝐸 voters, saluted in 𝐻𝐻's death, even if it wasn't real. 𝐻𝐻 and 𝐤𝐸's similar movesets appeared evenly matched, anticipating each other's moves and countering with their signature attacks. Whis said, lamenting he led a long, productive life, kicking butt, ruling Metro City and keeping the beaches safe from rogue sharks. They hear Boomstick lamenting. Why does it feel like a depressed Boomstick is the same as a sad, depressed puppy? Mina cooed. Not only 𝐤𝐸 is almost 100 pounds larger than 𝐻𝐻, he's also 13 years younger and has been training all his life. I'm gonna miss that wonderful mustache. They hear an upset Boomstick. All Might comically saluted and tear dropped in honor of his counterpart, much to the annoyance of Endeavor and Eraserhead. 𝐤𝐸's youth and lack of political agenda were enough to give him a slight edge. Whis said. True. Fatgum said. 𝐤𝐸's better experience and larger amounts of training defiantly overwhelmed 𝐻𝐻, who was hindered by his time being a politician and older, more slower state. All Might couldn't help but feel another touch of similarity at that last statement, relating to his weakened state and responsibility as a teacher and symbol of peace. Poor 𝐻𝐻. He may pile-drive sharks, but 𝐤𝐸's bears were 3 times larger and probably twice as dangerous. Sure, 𝐻𝐻 can grapple a half-ton shark without falling over, but if 𝐤𝐸 can push around 1500 PND bears as a hobby, 𝐻𝐻 didn't stand a chance. Boomstick said, had finally calmed down but was still a bit sorrowed by the battle. Plus, 𝐤𝐸 pile-drived one for those bears in a cyclone, so he had a better handle in outbalancing his opponent. Miruko said. He definitely put up a good fight, though. Whis said that he did. He just found his window of opportunity. Boomstick joked, lamented. The group rolled their eyes. but the guys couldn't help but smile fondly at Boomstick's string of terrible puns. The winner is 𝐒𝐭𝐲. Whis finished. The group clapped at the amazing fight and Endeavor managed to shake hands with a smiling, teasing All Might, smirking himself. That fight was so manly. Kirishima yelled out. Definitely my favorite. I'm in brother. Tetsu cheered. Bakugo, Fat Gum, Soto, All Might, and Shoji shared that sentiment. Next time on Death Battle, they hear Boomstick say. The video showed the next contestants, but instead of 2, there were 4. All of which were a pair of large, anthropomorphic turtles. As ninjas. One had blue bandana with 2 katanas, the next has a purple bandana with a BOE staff, the third was a shorter turtle with a yellow bandana and wielding a pair of nunchucks, and final one was a taller turtle with twin sai and a red bandana. Battle Royal. Wait, so the next one is 4 fighters instead of 2. That's awesome. Izuku said. I'm confused. Momo said. They are turtles, but they are also ninjas. Do they all have the same quirk? Plus, aren't turtles slow? Jiru said. How are they ninjas then? Guess we will find out in the next video. Asui said. If you would, Miss Hatsume. Nezu said, curious himself for this battle royal of 4 fighters. My presses the button and started the next video. Third POV after the manly fight between Haga and 𝐒𝐭𝐲, Hatsume pressed the button and played the next video, the TMNT Battle Royal. TMNT? Setsuna asked. Wonder what that stands for. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2012 theme song. A catchy theme song started playing with the screen showing a look of space with a shine of 1 star before rushing down towards a New York City saw great smoking out green smoke. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It showed a humanoid rat man, with bandages in his arms and a crimson-red GI, setting 4 regular turtles onto a puddle of mysterious green and blue ooze. Heroes in a half-shell. Turtle power. The turtles then flowed bright and became larger and more humanoid. Here we go, it's the lean, green, ninja team. The video followed with the 4 kid turtles kneeling before Ratman. The Ratman gave one of them a red bandana, and the scene changed to see the 4 turtles, each with their own colored bandana with blank white eyes looking at the screen looking cool. On the scene, cool teens, doing ninja things. The one in blue was shown, in a blue background, wielding a katana and showing off his skills by jumping and perform some slashes. So extreme, out the saw, like laser beams. The screens changed to the yellow bandana turtle, showing off his skills with a nunchuck. Get rocked with the shell-shocked Pizza Kings. The screen shifted to see the purple turtle showing his skills with the bow staff. Can't stop these radical dudes. The final turtle, the red bandana one, showing of his twin sai and yelling out. The secret of the ooze made the chosen few emerge from the shadows to make their moves. The screen then showed quick scroll of an army of black ninjas, bearing a banner with a black foot on it, led by a large humanoid fishman with robotic legs, a large humanoid dogman with spikes on him, and a man in silver and black armor with blades all over his body slashing at the screen. The group shivers slightly at the sight of the bladed man, wondering if they will see him in other video. The good guys win and the bad guys lose. They did see the turtles driving around a modified-looking dump truck with the yellow ninja turtle firing a cannon made of trash. Mai and Power Loader impressed with how they modified it. They then see the blue ninja turtle hanging on the of the truck, who had a serious face, and then see him kicking a punching bag. Leonardo's the leader in blue. Does anything it takes to get his ninjas through. The purple ninja was shown fixing the truck with goggles and bucktooth. Donatello is a fellow, has a way with machines. The next ninja shown was the red ninja turtle playing an arcade game with an UN mutated turtle on his shoulder, and punched the machine when he got mad. Raphael has the most attitude on the team. The final ninja turtle shown was the yellow on riding around on a skateboard. Michelangelo, he's one of a kind, and you know just where to find him when it's party time. A girl was shown reading a magazine on a tire swing with the Ratman in the red GI nearby. MSTR Splinter taught them every single skill they need to be. It showed the turtles assembled looking badass with their weapons, then posing with Mickey having rabbit ears behind Raph. One lean, mean, green, incredible team. A few images were shown of them fighting ninjas and weird-looking robots. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Heroes in a half-shell. Turtle power. That song was kinda catchy. Jiru admitted. They looked so cool. Setsuna said, more interested as she was a fan of reptiles, even mutated ones. Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, Raphael. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were grown from ooze and raised by a warrior rat in the soars of New York to be the world's most fearsome fighting team. Whis says. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Uraraka said. So that's what TMNT stands for. That sounds lame. Bakugo complained. Who would ever give a SHT about turtle ninjas that are teenagers? Most likely everyone. Izuku said. I'm probably guessing from what we saw that they don't have quirks there, and back then in pre-quirk society, and even now, people are always afraid of what they don't understand. Probably why the song said emerge from the shadows. Tokoyami said. Wait a minute. Momo said. Their names. I think they were named based on Renaissance artists and sculptors. Really? Uraraka asked. Yes, now I think about it, you're right as ever Yarozo. Ida said. Leonardo da Vinci was a Renaissance artist who was famous for painting the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper. Michelangelo di Lodovico Buonarroti Simoni was also a Renaissance sculptor artist. Momo said. I remember him mostly from his works on the painting, The Creation of Adam, and the Statue of David. Ibarra continued with Raphael Sanzio de Urbino was another Renaissance painter. He painted the Transfiguration and the School of Athens. Donatello, however, I don't remember. He was famous sculptor who was best known for making the statue of St. George, St. Mark, and the equestrian statue of Gattamelata. Izuku informed. Wow, Izuku. Nejaya said. How do you know that? Izuku shyly said, and my mother and I once went on a trip to Italy when I was younger. We visited those statues and I looked them up so that I could impress her and make her happy. The girls cooed and awed at Izuku at that, while the guys were both impressed and jealous once again at the girls' attention. Lots of superheroes have some weird origin stories, but this one is just plain ridiculous. Boomstick said. Agreed. Shoji said. It's quite a stretch. Not to mention having their sensei as a humanoid rat. Ojiro added. I still find them cool. Izuku said. They look nice. Ai said. I like to watch more of them. Izuku and Mirio smiled at that. Their greatest advantage in battle is their family bond and teamwork. But on their own, which turtle is deadliest? Whis asked. An admirable quality and strength that these brothers share. All Might said. Kind of sad that we now to watch them duke it out to the death. Mandalay said. I have to admit Whis, I love death battle and all, but isn't this a step too far? Boomstick questioned. Killing family isn't exactly something that I'm okay with, and that's saying something. Case in point. Mandalay said. Agreed. But we chose our grave when we decided on this in the meeting Boomstick, we just have to push through. Whis said. All right. Well, here's Whis and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick once again introduced himself and his co-host. And it's our jobs to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find who would win a death battle. Wizard said once again. The first turtle shown was the blue one with the katanas named Leonardo. He looked serious and deadly, and seemed to be the leader of this group of ninja turtles. Leonardo background height, 5 feet 4 inches weight, 180 pounds, MSTR of ninjutsu, bushido, and swordsmanship skilled in using environment favorite color, blue. Leonardo, the leader of the team, is smart, strategic with a strong sense of honor. We said. The group of watchers were starting like the turtle from get-go. The heroes respected his honor and his strategic mind, with All Might, Nezu, and Endeavor respected him more for his responsibility as a leader. The students, mostly Momo, Izuku, and Ida, liked him for being smart and strategic and honorable, qualities a great hero should have. Too bad he traded his sense for humor for that sense of honor. This guy always means serious business. Boomstick said. It is an honorable sacrifice to become a more dependable and efficient leader and hero. Ida said. Spoken like someone who has made that sacrifice, right Ida? Uraraka said. Laughs occurred from Uraraka's unintentional diss. Ninjaken swords 2 feet long blade designed for swift, deadly, offensive strikes also called ninjato commonly referred to katana invented by Hollywood. His weapon of choice is the Ninjaken swords, shorter, sturdier and straighter than an ordinary katana, and designed for swift deadly strikes. Out of all the turtle's weapons, the Ninjaken is the only one specifically designed to murder people. And what's better than one Ninjaken? 2, damn it. Boomstick said. While they were iffy on the whole murder part, they did admit that the swords looked cool and deadly. Except. Are you serious? A bored Bakugu said. They don't look all that deadly or different than a regular katana. I disagree. Todoroki said. As it is said there, it's shorter and sturdier. Yeah. Bakugu asked challengingly. And how would you know that? Me, Midoriya, and Ida has to dodge and survive from Stain's katanas. Todoroki said grimly. That shut Bakugu up, as well as the mood in the room. The students looked at the 3 mentioned individuals, remembering how they heard they survived an encounter from the hero killer. Endeavor and Gran Torino grew tense at the mention of the hero killer, his dark, murderous aura flashing in their minds. Endeavor especially sweated as he remembered and knew what exactly happened and who really took down the hero killer. He was unaware of questioning gaze from Aizawa on him, suspicious of Endeavor's demeanor. The scene changed to show the intimidating man from the theme song, the man covered in blades. He looked like a tall, armored ninja with a 3-pronged horn metal samurai helmet, and shoulders and limbs covered in sharp blades. Named Oroku Saki at beach, this man was the young brother of Oroku Nogi who was killed by fellow ninja Hamato Yoshi, the owner of the Turtles' rat mentor, in a feud over a woman named Tang Shin, resulting in Yoshi fleeing with Shin to the United States. Whis explained. Why the hell would they do that all for a chick? Bakugu said. Love is one to the strongest strengths one can wield against their foes, but it is also one a great weakness. Tokoyami sagely said. At the death of his older brother, Saki joined the Foot Clan and trained to be a ninja. He quickly became one of their deadliest warriors and rose up the ranks and was chosen to lead the Foot's American branch. He became the Shredder, and Saki avenged his brother by killing Yoshi and Shin. Talk about long-term goals. Under the leadership of Saki, the Foot took part in drag smuggling, arms running and assassination. Boomstick explained. So he became just another petty crook and criminal. Fatgum said, having experience taking down his fair share of drag traffickers and arms-selling thugs. All that skills and power and he wastes it by being a criminal. Disappointing. Eraserhead said, he too knowing his fair share of those kinds of criminals as an underground hero. Wait. Ojiro said. Did he name himself after a cheese grater? Shredder was presented as extremely cunning and was described by Splinter as the most dangerous adversary they ever faced. Shredder's intelligence persevered throughout his various portrayals, and it is claimed that Shredder has an IQ of 300. Impressive. Nezu said. Even though my IQ still skyrockets that, it is still in respectable level for a human. That kind of IQ is almost twice as much as the world's greatest minds. Momo said stunned. In many timelines, Leonardo's the one who ultimately defeats the Shredder, though always with plenty of help. Whis revealed. So, they also have multiple different versions of themselves in the multiverse. Shinso asked. Seems like it. Izuku said. Though for Leonardo to defeat someone like that is amazing. Skill set expert strategist Sword MSTR strong both physically and mentally, serious devotion to training and family Bushido code as leader, his is the strategic mind of the group. He does his best to achieve the best possible outcome of the current situation. Wizard explained. He spends most of his time training his body and mind under MSTR Splinter's instructions and follows Bushido, a strict samurai code with honor and duty. Bushido. Kaminari said. Can the Nerd Brigade help me out here? It is a samurai code that means the way do the warrior. It is mainly about living life with honor and duty. Both Izuku and Momo said, the two blushing profusely afterwards. Hey, I asked the Nerd Brigade to help me out, but I guess Nerd Couple Duo works too. Kaminari teased. Following results led to Izuku and Momo blushing red and with steam comically flowing out of their ears, with the two muttering and stumbling telling Kaminari that it wasn't like that, at the same time again, which only made it worse. It also had side effects, including dark blank looks of jealousy from the girls, Mineta wailing in jealousy, Ida confused and waving his hands robotically, the male heroes, especially All Might, Nezu, and Aizawa, smiling teasingly at the sight, the female heroine's eyes flinching and twitching slightly for some reason, Gran Torino laughing his butt off, and Nejaya, with a blank look of dark jealousy herself, almost choking the life of Kaminari. At one point, he even fought and killed a sort of physical embodiment of the devil. Boomstick said. That led to Ibora sending praises and thank yous to Leonardo. One of Leonardo's most prominent qualities is his determination to believe in the good and the best in people, even potential enemies. Whis says. Izuku smiled at that, he himself following that principle as well. Pacifism is just a bullshit excuse for weaklings to not do what needs to be done. Bakugo typically said. It just gives the villains more time and opportunity to get away or kill others. Izuku, for once, tightened his hands in a fist and gained a serious, and slightly angry, look on his face. All Might, likewise disturbed by Bakugo saying, began to say young Bakugo he was cut off by Izuku saying while what you say has truth to it Kaken, you aren't fully right either. If all you do is attack and beat down people without giving them the chance to do the right thing or explain his side of the story, then you are no better than a villain. Taking away one's chance of redemption is wrong and giving someone the chance to make things right could make the villains give up and rethink their ways and set an example for both heroes and deter others from villainy. The group was stunned at Izuku's words, mouths agape at hearing such serious and angry tone in the green cinnamon roll. The girls smiled at Deku and his courageous and kind heart, hearts circling around Izuku in their eyes. The heroes smiled at Izuku's words, agreeing with Kid and actually inspired to do the same. All Might smiled proudly at his successor, along with Nezu, Erasehead, Recovery Girl, and Gran Torino. Endeavor gained an inquisitive look on his face, thinking back somewhat with guilt and wondered if any of the many criminals and villains could have been given that chance and he never gave it to them. Bakugo just glared back at Izuku, not bothering to say anything back, part by shock and rage at Izuku's boldness to speak out against him and call him a villain and part because he didn't know what to say back to Izuku's sound point. However, Leonardo finds it difficult to accept failure. Whis explained. Should things go horribly wrong, his concentration can quickly slip away from him, leaving him sloppy and imprecise. A.K. Leo doesn't like to lose. Boomstick said. Sounds like something you two share, young Midoriya and Bakugo. All Might said, Izuku nodding humbly and Bakugo huffing and looking away. All Might smiled regardless, his comment quickly breaking away the thick tension. Quit clowning you guys. This is serious. They hear Leo say. The next competitor was the purple ninja turtle, Donatello. He was skinnier and taller than the rest of the turtles, wielded a bow staff, and appeared more nerdy the rest by his buck tooth and goggles. Donatello background height, 5 feet 4 inches weight, 175 pounds MSTR of ninjutsu and bojutsu brains and technician favorite color, purple named after the Italian sculptor, Donatello is depicted as the smartest and second in command of the 4 turtles. Whis explains. He does machines. Boomstick said. Cue resulting chuckles. Right, Boomstick. MSTR technician and programmer. Don has a genius-level intellect with a rumored IQ of 637, he even earned a degree via mail. Whis said. Holy. Mina said astounded. That's twice more than Shredder's IQ. He also does machines. Mai said. So he must been the one to make that dump truck tank. I would love to bring him here to teach me. Don't get any ideas, Hatsume. Power Loader warned. The resulting intermix multipolar flux should create an electromagnetic pulse. Don mumbles out. The jabber of technology stuff made all the students, even Momo, and some pro-heroes scratching their heads at what he was saying. Kaminari was so lost his brain started sparking. What the hell did I just hear? All that gibberish probably means he trains less than the others, ruining more of his time for science. Boomstick said. Donatello shows greater interest in technology than his ninjutsu training. Whis mentioned. That seems like it will be a detriment, especially in something called Death Battle. Ojiro said. In fact, he almost died more times than you would think. Whis continues. I rest my case. Ojiro said. He became a cyborg after his body was partially destroyed from being dropped out of a helicopter. Boomstick continued. His brain was drained out of mutagen, and his consciousness separated from his body. Sounds like one of my Saturday nights. Rocksteady, a mutated rhino, smashed Donatello's shell, nearly killing him. Whis said. Jesus. Kyuka said. I know they said he has nearly died a lot of times, but holy CRP, that seems excessive. That's the dangers of being a hero. Eraserhead warned. Sometimes there isn't a way out, and even if you have the most training, there can be a time where that training will not help and leave you vulnerable and likely to die. Which is why we constantly improve ourselves, adapt, and go beyond our limits, plus ultra style. Plus ultra. The students yelled out. BO staff 6 feet long bow durable oak, longest reach of all the team's weaponry, Rocksteady's worst nightmare. Let's talk about his weapon. He uses a bow staff that makes up for his constant lack of training. Durable oak and 6 feet long, the bow gives Donatello far more attack range than his other brothers. Wizard said smart kid, or the smart mutated, ninja, turtle kid to make up for his weaknesses. Midnight said. The range is nice, but it takes a lot of time and patience to kill anyone with a stick. Boomstick said. Yeah. Bakugu said. How is a stick going to be useful? Give him something deadlier. You do remember that as heroes in training we are supposed to prevent deaths, not cause them, right, Bakugu? Momo sarcastically asked. Shut it, Ponytail. He shouted back. That's why he modified his staff to convert to a naginata, a Japanese halberd. Whis explained. Ha! Bakugu cheered triumphantly. See that rich girl, that's how it's done. Though I think that is used many for more durable foes like those robots from the theme song, or maybe to use it to cling onto a wall of falling. Izuku analyzed. Momo and Bakugu heard that, with Momo was smirking victoriously whilst Bakugu steamed in rage. Skill set level-headed Bojutsu MSTR technician and programmer rumored IQ of 637 fluent in technobabble. He's no expert strategist, that's Leonardo's turf. But Donatello is considered the most level-headed of the turtles. Whis explains. Even with his time spent tinkering, he's still a very capable warrior, easily keeping up with his brothers and even killing the Shredder in an alternate future where the team fell apart after he vanished. Nice to see that Donnie there is getting some love there. Setsuna said. I'm making this up as I go. Donatello said. The third combatant was the shortest and youngest looking of the Ninja Turtles. He wore orange, wielded nunchucks, and went by the name of Michelangelo. Michelangelo background height, 5 feet 2 inches weight, 170 pounds MSTR of ninjutsu, nunchakus, orikigusari, and whirling pizza's party dude favorite color, orange, named after the Renaissance artist, Michelangelo, of the Turtles. Mike was initially depicted as fun-loving, carefree, and while not as aggressive as his other brothers, always ready to fight, Whis explains. He typically spent time joking and socializing with others. Mike has a fondness for pizza, even beyond that of the other turtles, just like me and beer. Boomstick stated. I would definitely like to party with this guy. Kaminari said. Seems like my best friend made from heaven. I thought I was your best friend. Mineta screeched. You are, dude. But he seems less like a perverted, desperate grapehead. Kaminari said honestly. Employing a surfer slang vocabulary, he customarily spoke with a unique hybrid of a Californian surfer accent and what may have been a stereotypical stoner accent. It is likely just emphasizing his laid-back and somewhat innocent attitude. Michelangelo's trademark phrase in this is the famous cowabunga. Whis explains. He was often seen as a party dude. Boomstick added. I feel like that maybe his laid-back attitude might hinder him in the fight. Ida said. Though this accounts for only part of his personality, as people look over his playfulness, empathy, and easygoing nature. During a battle, he was temporarily blinded and later captured by the US military, whereupon he was interrogated and tortured. He was eventually rescued by his family and saved the life of the man who tortured him. Whis explained. Wow! Itsuka said. That was dark but also rather admirable of him. Mike even adopted a stray cat, which he names Clunk, and he also stopped thieves from stealing toys meant for orphan children. Boomstick said. The girls awed at the acts of kindness that Mikey displayed, with Mineta falling further into an abyss of desperate depression at seeing how an anthropomorphic mutant turtle was more popular with the girls than him. Now let's get to his weapons. Whis said, getting the attention of the students. Nunchucks, also called nunchakus, consisting of two sticks connected at one end by a short chain or rope, used in Okinawan Kabuto and karate, used as a training weapon variation of the two-section staff, a farming tool good for strangling. Obviously, Mikey strangles enemies off-screen. He usually dual-wields nunchucks, but he has also been portrayed using other weapons, such as a grappling hook, manrikigusari, tonfa, and a three-section staff. Still, the nunchucks don't seem like much of a weapon. Boomstick said. Nunchucks were actually farming tools back in ancient Japan. Ida informed. Wait, so why did people start using a farming tool as a weapon? Kaminari said. Plus, how is a nunchuck a farming tool? Back then, samurai swords were expensive and those who could afford them had to wait a long while for them to get made. Momo said. So they had to use whatever had as a weapon and it caught on from there. Plus the nunchuck was used mainly to beat down rice and wheat and used as an alarm with a piece of wood for village night people in case of fire or attack in the village occurred. Izuku added. Anyways, even though he seems to be the most versatile of the turtles, none of those weapons seem rather deadly. Kamakiri stated. Luckily, Mikey's nunchucks have been modified to turn into a kusarigama for more lethality, much like Donnie's staff, Whis explained. I feel like we pretty much have a repeat of earlier with Bakugo and Donatello's staff. Toru said. Makes sense, since those two seem to be like carbon copies when it comes to egos and rage. Kyuka said. Shut up, ears. Both Kamakiri and Bakugo said at once, making the two falter and huff, embarrassed and laughter from the rest. Mikey is regarded as being the most athletic of the four, and possessing the single greatest potential on martial arts out of the four turtles, although unfocused on training mentally, which prevents him from reaching his fullest potential. He has certainly proven he is an effective fighter when need be. I'm starting to like him already. Mina said. Obviously, you both are athletic and laid back and have concentration issues. Asui said bluntly. Zoo. Mina mocked cried. You are so mean. But true. Zoo said undeterred. Ho ho, someone's cranky. Mikey said. The final fighter was the red turtle who wielded Twin Sai, looked more vicious than the others. I feel like I just figured out whose counterpart is for him. Tokoyami said, directing his gaze onto a certain ash-blonde Diche. Raphael, background height, 5 feet 8 inches, weight, 190 pounds, Amistar of ninjutsu and Sei's hot-tempered brawn, favorite color, red, named after the 16th century Italian painter Raphael. Whis started before Boomstick interrupted him. Raph is cool but crude. Hell, forget crude, this guy's borderline psycho. He said. Practically the entire group, including the teachers and heroes who know him, starting staring at Bakugo, with Explosion Quirk Kid being obvious to the stares. Sure to throw the first punch, Raphael is currently the most vicious of the team. Whis said. He even almost smashed Mikey's head in with a pipe after Mikey beat him in a sparring match. Boomstick said. I'm staring to like this guy. Bakugo said. The students and teachers tried incredibly hard not to snicker, laugh, or make a retort on that. Izuku was certainly trying, with uncomfortable memories of Bakugo's past temper tantrums over losing or being insulted helping him out. I stand corrected, Raph is the most violent turtle and has a tendency for going berserk either in battle or when his temper flares up. He is generally the most likely to experience extremes of rage and anger, and he is usually depicted as being aggressive, sullen, maddened and rebellious. When he isn't angry, which is somewhat rare, he is more sociable. Whis explains. Gee, I wonder who that reminds me of. Kaminari asked sarcastically while doing his best to not look at Lord Explosion Murder. That temper, I feel, will likely be a hindrance towards his fight. Snipe said. Indeed, a smart enough opponent can capitalize on it and manipulate him into falling into a trap. Ectoplasm said. All Might coughed up a bit of BLD, almost looking at Bakugo in the eye by accident, much to the suspicion of the ash-blonde teen. This guy is in some need of serious anger management. The reason behind why he is so angry all the time is not always fully explored. Boomstick said. Unbeknownst to the characters, a certain fourth wall-breaking author is currently having a coughing fit and looking at the ash-blonde DJ that he wished he could write into a fiery pit of hell. JK, he is naturally hot-headed and sometimes loses control of his rage. He is much more vicious than the other turtles and, at one point in the comics, even became the Shredder himself. Whis said, much to everyone's shock. He became what? Izuku cried hour in horror. Why? How? What? Momo asked stunned. You either die a hero, or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Tokoyami said grimly. If that were true, wouldn't All Might have snapped and tried to murder all of us? Todoroki said grimly. He did seem rather villainous during Deku's and Bakugo's final exam. Uraraka pointed out nervously. I still am quite furious at what you did to those boys, All Might. Recovery Girl yelled at the former symbol of peace, while hitting his head with her cane. You even nearly broke my Doria's back entirely beyond repair. All Might would have retorted back an apology but get a shiver go up his spine. He nervously looked towards the origin of those glares and found them being from most of the entire female population in the room, with glares that if could kill, would have made him turn into 1,000 disintegrated pieces. Raph is cynical and witty with a sarcastic sense of humor, and he is not particularly fond of the supernatural, Whis said. Hey Baku, are you afraid of ghosts? Zero asked teasingly. What? Bakugo yelled out. Of course not. I'm not afraid of anything. Why did you even point that out? He felt a tap of his shoulder for him to turn his head to find a stereotype blanket with 𝐒𝐲𝐽𝐲 ghost beside him that shouted boo. Ah! Bakugo yelled out like a little girl and unleashed a powerful explosion in attempts to destroy his greatest fear. The results led to 𝐒𝐻𝐻 being saved by Deku from certain point-blank destruction, Mineta looking like burnt toast, and laughter from 99% of the room at the sight of Big Bad Bakugo scared off a puppet. Shut up you BSTers and beaches. Bakugo yelled. Out, red as a tombstone from both rage and pure embarrassment. Who the hell did that? Momo, who created the puppet, Leiko, who controlled it, and Setsuna, whose mouth that was inside the puppet and yelled out boo, discreetly high-fived each other. I hate ghosts too, Whis. Boomstick said. I'm pretty sure one of them is responsible for the MMMMS I hear behind the walls in my apartment. Laughter ranged even more at Boomstick's comment and stupidity, with even Bakugo joining in, already forgetting about the prank. Eventually Raph met a vigilante named Casey Jones, his foil, who is more violent and unstable than he was. Despite their brutal first meeting, the two have since formed a close bond. Whis says. Come on Whis, after this we'll go to Vegas. Boomstick said to his co-host excitedly. After what happened last time, we may want to hold off on that for now. We are still not allowed in New Mexico. Whis told Boomstick. More laughter and chuckles occurred, with many of the watching audience wondering why they were both banned from an entire state. Shame. Anyways, getting back to Raph, he is always butting heads with the other turtles and challenging Leo's leadership. Boomstick explained. Yet another hindrance and flaw that will become quite troublesome if not worked out. Eraserhead said, mentally reminding himself to set up some anger management classes for Bakugo. Sai a dagger-like truncheon used against swords, primarily defensive traps, and controls an opponent's weapons for stabbing, not slicing. He uses Twin Sai, which is like a combination of a pitchfork, dagger, and Wolverine's claws. Boomstick explained. Who's Wolverine? Kamakiri asked. Maybe he is someone we will see in a later video. Izuku said. Like the nunchuck, they also humbly began as a farming tool but were re-evaluated to counter the oppressive samurai. Whis explained. They are best used as a close-range defensive weapon. The triple prongs are designed to block, trap and control an opponent's weapon, while using the pommel to beat enemy into SBMSN. Rafa's sai can even snap swords. Sounds like they could be useful against Leonardo. Momo deduced. Plus that weapon suits his rather barbaric, head-first fighting style. Ida added, waving his arm robotically. Skill set vicious and brutal Sai Meza, arguably the toughest of the team, hot-headed with common fits of rage, enjoys fighting. Raphael is not exactly the smartest fighter, usually rushing into a brawl without a plan and just overpowering a foe. Whis said. Hey guys. Kaminari said. Who wants to make this next bet on who is whose counterpart? $1 million that Raphael is Bakugo. Hey. No fair. Mineta said. You'll bleed the rest of us dry of no money. Yeah, sorry kid, but no bets more than hundreds and especially not $1 million bets. Endeavor said. I prefer to not go bankrupt. Meanwhile, said betted on individual was once again muttering angrily at stupid, idiotic, correct BSTS. Because of this, Raphael spends much of his time honing his combat skills. It is very likely he is the physically strongest turtle. Whis said. All the more reason to be careful around him. Boomstick said, and most student mentally nodded not to anger Bakugo. He's done. They hear Raph scream. All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Whis said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick yelled. The video paused with the 4 fighters being scanned, while the counterpart bet was going on. In short summary, Momo's entire allowance, a humble $500,000 in yen, was betted on Bakugo as Raph and Izuku as Leo, the last one being more analytical and biased. Multiversal counterparts matched. Raphael. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugo. The roses of cheers of triumph occurred, with some students growing richer, some heroes getting more richer, i.e. Eraserhead scamming thousands of yen from MIC, and some retaining their money, with half of Momo's betted allowance safe and secure. Bakugo simply grumbled to himself and pictured blowing up everyone's faces off in his head to cope. 𝐒𝐭𝐴ngelo. Multiversal counterpart, Denki Kaminari. Ha! Kyuka said. Knew it. Yeah, keep your yen, I take it as a compliment to be the most athletic and capable of the turtles. Kaminari bragged. But not the smartest. Eraserhead said. Laughs occurred once more. Aizawa. You too. Kaminari yelled out in despair, much to his teacher's amusement. Donatello. Multiversal counterpart, Tenya Ida. Wow. Nice one Ida, we found one of yours. Izuku praised. I feel honored that a version of myself from another universe is the brains behind this hero team. Ida said proudly, his arms like malfunctioning robot arms. Meanwhile, Zero was ponying up his money to Kirishima and Soto to Koda. Leonardo. Multiversal counterpart, Izuku Midoriya. Wow Deku. Uraraka cheered. Way to go. You are the leader of that group and we found a counterpart to you. I'm quite surprised that you guys didn't bet more money on that. Momo said. It seemed quite obvious, especially more so when they said that Raphael challenges Leonardo a lot. Wow. Eri said with wonder in her eyes. You look so cool and fun, Papa. If weren't for the quick and valiant acts of Recovery Girl and Kaminari's electricity, then most of the watching group would have suffered from clenched hearts full of adorableness and minds refusing to take air from either shock or similar thoughts of my life is complete. I can die a happy man hearing that. After all the bets were in on who would in, and their hearts started beating properly, they continued the video and began the fight. The video began with tall skyscrapers being shown, the camera zooming to a manhole that leads to the saw. Inside the saw, the students see Leo, Raph, Don and Mikey facing each other. They drew their weapons and readied themselves to fight to the death. Fight. Leonardo made the first move and attacks 𝐒𝐭𝐴ngelo, while Raphael and Donatello face off. Mikey flips back and both him and Leo are now trading blows. Mikey. thanks to being the shortest and lightest of the turtles, was quick enough to easily dodge Leo's attacks with graceful agility while he hits back. Looks like Mickey's using that agility to his advantage. Momo said. Yeah. Kaminari cheered. Go non-real, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle me. Dance and flip Midoriya to death. I mean, no offense Midoriya. It's alright. Izuku said in reply. Raph tries to hit Don, but every attempt led to a bow staff to the head thanks to Donnie's superior range. Raph was forced to go on the defensive. Seems like this fight is a poor matchup for Raphael. Ojiro said. Raph is mostly a close-range fighter and Donatello's staff gives him wider range. Come on, mutated turtle BSTD of myself. Bakugu screamed, cheered. Kill the cheap son of Beach. Wouldn't that be your mother too? Zero asked jokingly, much to Bakugu's comical tick mark of annoyance and being caught wrong. Leo flips backwards a good distance until Michelangelo catches the blue turtle off guard and lands a couple of hits. Leo counters with a stab, flips over the orange turtle and cuts his arm off. Michelangelo exclaims in pain, while Leo ends his life with a decapitation. Mikey's headless body collapses to the ground. The results of which led to audible gulps of held-down vomit from a lot of the students, flinches and grimaces from the adults, the kids being blocked to the sight, and Kaminari fainting in shocked horror at seeing himself, even if it was simulated, die. Raph and Don are still fighting, Raph still unable to land a hit on Donatello. Leo continues watching on as the fight between the two turtles continued. Hey, that seems rather unmanly to just watch do nothing. Tetsu yelled out. Actually bro, I think it's just that Midobro's turtle self is letting Bakubro's and Idabro's fight continue to let them settle it like men. Kirishima explained. Oh. Tetsu said. Manly. The rest of the audience watched the scene between the similar quirk teens with sweat drops and deadpan expressions. Yeah Rozo, translation, please. Tokoyami asked. I think they believe that Leonardo not attacking is noble in letting Raphael and Donatello finish their fight, but what I think is that Leonardo's letting the two tore each other out so that he can have an easier chance of victory. Momo deduced. Not manly. Kirishima and Tetsu yelled as they heard. It seems like a viable strategy, especially for someone who is known to be a strategist and tactician. Izuku said. It's easier to let your enemies fight each other and tire themselves out. Manly. Kirishima and Tetsu swayed out again, much to more sweat drop and deadpan expressions. Don was landed several heavy hits on Raphael, then turning his staff into a spinning discus on his hand that he then uses to smack Raph at a rapid rate. Raph tried to attack from above but Don caught him and threw him across the saw, landing unconscious by the floor. Is he out? Mina said. He seems unconscious for the moment. Ida said. An opportunity for Leonardo to attack. Leo now faced against Donnie while the red turtle was out, for the moment. Leo and Don traded blows until Leonardo misses and gets his sword stuck in a crate. Donatello takes the higher ground on the stack of crates to his advantage and begins hitting Leo on the head. The camera focuses on Raph who is still out cold, until Rapha's eyes open with pure rage burning out. Oh. Uraraka said, nervously. Rapha's temper just broke. In a fit of rage, he charges at full speed, shattering and scattering the crates he rammed into. Leo is knocked away and Don hits the ground hard, knocking him out. Raph jumps onto the unconscious purple turtle and begins stabbing Donatello. Rapha's begins stabbing harder and faster, BLD was spilled everywhere. He was attacking like a wild animal. Holy CRP! Mineta screeched out. He looks almost like Bakugu when he attacked Midoriya at our first battle training. He look insane. Bakugu and Izuku flinched at the memory of that, with the two having flashes of memories of Bakugu's similar treatment of Izuku, at least with less stabbing and bloodiness. Raph finally stopped, the only remains of Donatello being a bloody, gooey mess. Results: lunches forcibly launched into Momo-issued paper bags, herself included, children's and Koda's eyes secured shut, and Ida bowing his head in respect to his simulated counterpart's demise, his face neutral but his head being flooded with memories of Tensai's injuries from Stain and wondering if something close to this happened to his brother. Even Bakugo flinched at the sight of the results, looking at his hands and wondering if that could have easily been himself doing it to Deku in a fit of blind rage. He gritted his teeth as he wondered if he already did something like that in their past, and mentally screamed at himself. Raph and Leo are staring daggers as the final fight begins at this moment. Both charge and appear evenly matched in terms of strength and skill. Raph lands a lucky hit and sends Leo into the water. Leo slowly resurfaces as Raph jumps in. They again trade blows until Raphael catches Leonardo's swords with his sai. The two clashed and pushed against each other, the tension of the music rises. Both the two brothers are locked in a struggle as they try to overpower each other. "I'm shaking with nervousness," Mina exclaimed. "Come on Midori. Win." "I agree with you Mina, but Bakugo's sai are said to break swords," Ida said. "Even if Midoriya can strike it would have to be precise and quick." A moment later, both turtles stab each other at the same time. Raph stabbed Leo in non-fatal spot. Leo, however, with what remained of one of his swords, stabbed Raph in the throat. "DMN." Raph and Bakugo screamed out, one in bloody pain and the other in losing the bet, to Deku no less. Raph slowly falls into the water with a loud splash. The water starts turning red, with that as the end of Red Ninja Turtle. Leo slumps over with a piece of the sai still in his side. Leo, a grim, sad expression on his face for the deaths of his brothers, won the fight, but felt like he lost the war. Respectful claps rang, the mood to samba to cheer, but they still clapped for Leo's half-hearted victory. Izuku was glad he won but understood how painful it must be for his other self to kill his own family. "Wahoo-hoo. Somebody call an ambulance. Or a vet, I don't know," Boomstick said. "Oh, too soon Boomstick," the now conscious Kaminari said. "Too soon." "For once, I agree with you Jamming-EA," Kyuka said. "There is a reason why Leonardo is the leader of the team. Not for strength, which would be Raph, or speed and athleticism, that's Mickey, but for strategy. Leonardo understands the strengths and weakness of the other turtles. His biggest threat was Raphael's sword snapping sai, so he attacked the weakest of the group first." Whis explained. "Oftentimes, that's what separates the leader from all the rest," Momo said. "Without the strategy to lead others and use their skills properly to situation at hand, they would crumble and fail." "I would follow your lead any day Momo," Izuku said suddenly. Momo burst in a mumbling, near catatonic state of blushing, even more so when people started agreeing with the green bean. This means Leo let Donnie beat the hell out of Raph, who couldn't compete with Don's range. By the time Raph got his revenge, Leo was in way better shape for the final duel. Boomstick said. "A sound strategy," Nezu said. "Especially impressive being that it was on the fly quick thinking. And I can hear all the fanboys raging, imitating an arrogant, misunderstanding, whining fanboy, but Raph won in the movie. He should win here. Naya Naya." "No," we said. "While I do not know what he means by movie, I do admit that's a pretty good expression of whining fanboys." Snipe said. "God knows that they are a headache for us pros." "Amen to that," Fatgum replied. 4 reasons. 1. The result of the fight was specifically plot constructive, which is rarely accurate. 2. Leonardo absolutely decimated Raph in the fist fight beforehand. 3. Leonardo didn't want to fight at all. If he did, he would have killed Raph right here. We said. So, if they are still Midoriya and Bakugo in that movie, does that mean that Midobro absolutely decimated Bakubro? Kashima teased. "Deku." Bakugo screeched out. "Let's fist fight right now with no quirks and let's see who is better." "Sit down Bakugo, now," Aizawa yelled out, his eyes glowing red and hair sticking up for emphasis. And 4. That whole movie made no sense to begin with. Why should this? We said. I know this box only has death battle video for all we know," Izuku stuttered, still a little shaken up from Bakugo's attempted impromptu declaration. "But do we actually have that movie in there? I would love to see it." The students nodded at that and the teachers decided to see if the device did have any additional videos after all this. But, hey, Leo can still die from that stab, right? Boomstick asked. Doubtful for several reasons. Turtles proportionally have smaller vital organs and far more muscle mass than humans, meaning there's little chance Raphael actually hit anything important. Leo's actually been stabbed plenty of times in the series and walked away, and all 4 turtles have been trained in Kai-Kung and can control their breathing and heart rate to survive extreme conditions. Whis explained. That makes sense. Setsuna said with a grumpy frown, not happy to see the reptiles kill each other. Raphael's sai may not have punctured anything vital for Leonardo, but a blade to the throat for any poor soul or creature is quite fatal. Ibora said. Looks like Leo got to the point of this battle. Boomstick joked. The winner is Leonardo. Whis stated. Another round of claps occurred. Man, this death battle was cool, but also the more deadly. Soto said. Agreed. Shoji said. Though it isn't surprising given the weaponry. The last death battles, except for the first, were fought mainly hand-to-hand, while this one used blades. Next time on Death Battle. Leo may taste victory now, but the fight is just beginning. Boomstick said. As Leo was shown once again, his opponent was revealed to be an humanoid-looking frog or toad. Wait, Leo's fighting again. Kota said. Sheesh, even in a simulated death battle, you can't catch a break, Deku. Mirio said. I am curious about his opponent. Tsuyu said. I feel torn already. How come? Nejaya asked. Well, I like frogs and even toads obviously given my quirk and looks, but then there is my Doria and I don't want to bet against the cute cinnamon roll. Asui said bluntly. Izuku became a stuttering blushing mess while the girls gave dark glares of jealousy towards the frog quirk girl. Come on. Come on. Eri yelled out excited. I want to see Papa Deku fight and beat the Toad Man. Compelled by Eri's adorableness, more strongly than even Shinso's brainwashing quirk, they continued to the next video. Third POV. The next video played out as my press the play button. Last time on Death Battle, the Ninja Turtles battled to find the deadliest of the team, and good old Leo used cunning strategy and swordplay to come out on top. Boomstick said. And yeah. Still guilty about that. But the fight isn't over yet. Leonardo must now face his most powerful imitator, Zitz, the leader of the mighty Battletoads. I can see why you don't like to choose in this fight, Asui. Kaminari said. It's between my Doria and a toad like you. Asui's response was a tongue slap to Kaminari's face. I'm a frog. Asui said, a ticked-off mark on her head. But I like toads too. Why me? Kaminari wailed depressed. He's Whis and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick said. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Whis said his usual catchphrase. The first contestant is a human-sized, anthropomorphic toad with bluish-green skin, wearing thick gloves, a belt, and knee pads. He stood next to 2 other Battletoads that appear to be his teammates, one with a lighter shade of green and wearing some dark shades while the other appeared the biggest and most muscular with brownish colored skin. Zitz was a computer engineered as one of 3 ultimate amphibian warriors in a gladiatorial video game reality show called Battletoads. Whis introduced the first combatant. Hey! Honinuki said puzzled. This accidentally opened a dimensional gateway into another galaxy. Every time the game began, the galaxy became the battle arena for their superhero war against the Dark Queen and they. Whis started explaining before his co-host stopped him. Whoa, what? Boomstick asked, completely confused. The students and even heroes shared in Boomstick's confusion. 3 nerds made a video game, got scared through it to another galaxy, and became Toad superheroes. Whis explained in a simpler way for Boomstick to understand. That sounds more ridiculous than the TMNT backstory. Monoma said. For once, I agree with you. Itsuka said. Okay, got it. Boomstick said. Background real name, Morgan Ziegler height, 6 feet 8 inches weight, 196 pounds. Leader and strategist superhuman strength was originally yellow, but is now blue-green. 𝐒𝐿 was originally colored yellow to differentiate him from Rash, but he is now officially a blue-green hue. He leads the Battletoad team with a laid-back yet strategic attitude. Whis explains. So both 𝐒𝐿 and Leonardo are both strategic, humanoid, reptile leaders. Setsuna deduced. Makes sense. I wonder if 𝐒𝐿 is also Midoriya. 𝐒𝐿 wondered. Unlikely. Momo said. I wouldn't describe Izuku as laid-back. Yeah, sorry dude, but you tend to be a little extreme. Uraraka said. Yeah, no problem. Izuku said, rubbing his neck. He chooses to go with my personal favorite battle strategy, beat the SHT out of everything that moves. Boomstick said. That tactic seems more like a Bakugo strategy. Todoroki said. You got a problem with me, Icy Hot. Bakugo yelled out. Yes, but let's just watch the video. Todoroki said nonchalantly. Shape-shifting can transform body into weaponry, giant fists, boots, horns, hammers, weights, etc. Technologically advanced added drills, blades, saws, spikes, and dozers, and as a Battletoad, 𝐒𝐿 can shape-shift his body into various weaponry, giant fists, heavy weights, ram horns, you name it. Boomstick listed. That's quite a useful quirk. Tiger said. It's like a more advanced version of my pillar body quirk combined with Ms. Yorozo's. Seems he already has an advantage over Leonardo with versatility. Ragdoll said. Over with the students, you said him using those giant fists reminds me of your quirk, Itsuka. Agreed. Itsuka said. Along with Pony's horns. Unlike his teammates, 𝐒𝐿 has used his inventive genius to mechanically advance his weaponry far beyond those of his fellow toads. By combining technology and brawn, 𝐒𝐿 has added blades, saws, and drills to his arsenal. Whis explained 𝐒𝐿's abilities. Now that's more like it. Bakugo cheered. Lethal power is the best kind of power. Not to put a damper on things, but that kinda reminds me of the Nomu that chased me and Yorozo during the training camp when the villains attacked. Whis said. Especially the drills. Oh yeah, I remember. Yorozo said. If it wasn't for you welding quirk, I wouldn't have been able to tag the Nomu for the heroes, so thank you again, Whis. Whis blushed slightly and said, You're welcome. While that was happening, Izuku was gaining a dark shadowy look over his eyes that seemed to scream jealousy. This guy could be the world's best handyman, if he always wasn't getting scared into an alternate dimension every time someone turns on a video game. Boomstick said. Despite having almost no actual combat training, 𝐒𝐿 have proved strong enough to power through some of the toughest games ever made. Whis said. And yes, the game's excruciating difficulty is canon as it was specifically programmed by the Battletoads themselves. Yeah, try and wrap your brain around that one. Boomstick said. Confusing reality breakage laws aside, 𝐒𝐿's powers and skills do seem quite impressive. Ida said. His powers would be perfect for clearing away debris in a disaster and versatility in combatant. Sounds like something Deku would say. Uraraka said. Right, Deku. No response. Deku. Uraraka asked again, turning to the green-haired teen before shaking his shoulder. This snapped Deku from his trance and replied, Oh yeah, sorry, I was thinking about something else. They shrugged and continued on, all not knowing that inside Izuku's mind was him formulating plans to keep Whis and Momo as away from each other as possible because he wanted to have Momo spend more time with him and Ida in their soon-to-be arranged mythology and religion club. Yeah, that's it. I'm a big bad mother of all toads. 𝐒𝐿 says. The video continued and the group once again sees Leonardo. We've briefly covered his abilities last episode, but there's plenty to Leonardo. Wizard said. Why are we talking about shitty Deku again? Bakugo yelled out enraged. We already know about him. Maybe we are getting some new info, Bakubro. Kirishima calmed Bakugo down. Whis just said that there is plenty more to Midobro's counterpart. Plus they probably had to skim over some of his skills and other feats because they had to cover the other turtles. 𝐒𝐿 added on. Background height, 5 feet 4 inches weight, 180 pounds MSTR of ninjutsu, bushido, and swordsmanship leader and strategist skilled in using environment favorite color, blue, obviously. He's trained in ninjutsu and bushido all of his life, shaping his mind and body to MSTR close combat, swordsmanship, honor, and the art of invisibility. Wizard said. He's also the strategist of the turtle team, who are all dead. So, yeah. I'm gotta take a swig of this beer and drown my guilt in alcoholism. Boomstick said depressingly. Okay, thanks for reminding me. Mina said sarcastically. And 2, we already know that. Give me more information on my Midori. Izuku. EXE has stopped working. Rebooting. Error. Mind plagued by stuttering virus and blushing embarrassment. As Izuku's mind was having a mental breakdown, the girls snapped their head towards the now blushing pink girl who just now realized what she said aloud. Your Midori? Uraraka asked, an air of vile anger and jealousy around her. Yeah. Please explain, Mina. Toru asked, similarly cessed. Well you know. I meant like our Midori, you know like like our Class 1A's Midori. Right. Mina said, feebly trying to correct herself. Oh look, the video is continuing. Mina said as she turned the video back on. The girls decided to let it slide, but not without giving Mina a warning glare. Meanwhile the rest of the room was confused, amused, and jealous of the green bean. Mineta was bashing his head of his seat with BLD tears coming out while Zero and Kaminari hung their heads in depressed jealousy. Most of the other guys were sending silent prayers of safety to Mina and pity to Midoriya for having to potentially be hounded by the girls, but with some sending curses towards the green-haired teen for his luck with the ladies. The other girls of Class 1B looked to the recovering green bean and seemed to mentally agree to investigate how the green-haired teen snared him unintentionally, and wondered if they should get on board as well. As for the heroes and teachers, similar reactions occurred with the female heroes. The male heroes were either amused, annoyed, jealous blah 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 moving on. Leonardo is also especially skilled in use of the environment to outsmart and outmaneuver an opponent. He is the Ninja Turtle in any timeline who has studied under 2 MSTRs, Splinter, the Ninja Turtles Rat Sensei, and the Ancient One. Wizard explained. Hey Wiz, look. It's an Asian Yoda. Boomstick said only to be met with silence. What? Who is Yoda? Leiko said. Don't know, but he seems to be a MSTR teacher of some kind. Shindo said. Ninjaken, also called Ninjato, shorter and straighter than katanas designed for quick, deadly strikes 2 feet, long blade, a Hollywood invention. Leo wields 2 Ninjaken swords, which are best for swift deadly strikes and are designed with the idea that a good offense is the best defense. They're usually mistaken as katanas in the shows and comics, even though they are obviously straight rather than curved. Boomstick said. The Ninjaken is, in fact, an invention of Hollywood, as there is no historical evidence of the weapon's existence. Wiz explains. Like the moon landing. Boomstick said. Shut up. Wiz angrily told Boomstick. Is that true? Tetsu asked. There were rumors back in the pre-quirk era, but they were disproven right before quirks started appearing. Ida said. While he usually relies on his brother's solid teamwork, he has proven to be a very effective warrior on his own too, defeating all sorts of enemies like ninja robots, giant monsters, war-torn aliens, and even the Shredder. Leo is seen swiping his sword at a foot ninja who keeps ducking. Leo suddenly stops and the ninja ducks anyway, which looked pretty funny. Gotcha. Kicks the ninja, Leo said. Wait, that's it? Kimono asked. Oh. I wanted some more information. The group sent her questioning glances. Mushroom pun? Setsuna asked. Yes. Kimono said. Like it? Ay. Setsuna said. 5 out of 10. All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. We said. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick said, leading way to an advertisement. The video paused as the robotic voice spoke out. Multiversal counterpart detected. Zits. Multiversal counterpart, Katsuki Bakugu. Hell yeah. Bakugu cheered. My other self is going to beat you, Deku. No way you are winning twice against me. Why do I feel like he is going to eat those words? Present MIC whispered to Aizawa. Shut up. Aizawa mumbled out annoyed. Bets were placed, with a surprising equal half voted for Izuku and half voted for Bakugo. Leonardo voters because either he was Deku's counterpart, because he is strategic, intelligent, and skilled, and or because they already seen Leo won a fight. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 voters because of Bakugo loyalty, i.e. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Zero, 𝐒𝐬𝐴's versatile powers and tech, and his own strategic skill. Asui and Setsuna respectively omitted to vote. The video continued with the beginning of the fight. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 jumped over a fence and landed in the streets of a city looking around, before Leonardo shot out of the swords drawn and ready to fight. Well, at least they are making it fair by having Leonardo healed and ready. 13 said. Fight. The fight began with 𝐒𝐬𝐴 charging fast at Leonardo, ramming into him with ram horns into the fence. Leonardo bouncing back to 𝐒𝐬𝐴 like a ball, who shifted his feet to grow giant and kick Leo into the fence back and forth 3 times. He finished by smacking Leo away with a giant fist strike. Ha! Bakugo yelled out. Look at that, Deku. I'm literally kicking your butt back and forth. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 is defiantly a lot faster than I originally thought. Ida said. Leo landed onto the pavement before rolling out of the way of 𝐒𝐴𝐴's shape-shifting drill hand and blocked a punch from the Battletoad. Leo took advantage and kicked 𝐒𝐴𝐴's in the face, followed up by 2 more kicks to 𝐒𝐴𝐴's body. Yeah. Leo's fighting back. Uraraka cheered. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 pushed the Ninja Turtle back with a giant fist. Leo jumped in the air and slashed at 𝐒𝐴𝐴, who blocked the attack by shifting his hands into an iron wall with spikes. Leo tried slashing again but to no avail. Nice defense. Tetsu yelled out. If I could shapeshift by iron body I would definitely try that. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 quickly struck Leo in the face and unleashed a barrage of quick punches and heavy attacks of Leo. He shapeshifted his hands to become a pair of tambourines and clashed them against Leo's head. Ooh! Most of the students yelled out at that attack. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 unleashed a few more strikes before picking Leo up and tossing him away. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 is really laying it on to Leo. Mineta said. Dude, is everything you say have to be perverted or can be turned into a perverted innuendo? Zero asked. Mineta remained silent. Leo recovered quickly before blocking an attack from 𝐒𝐴𝐴. He then kicked the Battletoad twice before shading across his chest. He tried attacking again. Before shifted into a heavy weight, making Leo's swords clang away uselessly. After a few more attempts, Leo ceased his attacks and fled down the manhole with 𝐒𝐴𝐴 following in hot pursuit. Where is he going? Kirishima yelled. It's not manly to run from a fight. Even if you are losing. Get back here and accept your death, shitty Deku's mutant universe self. Bakugo yelled. Why is he running? Pony asked. He could be changing scenery in order to lead 𝐒𝐴𝐴 into a trap. Itsuka said. Or he could be gaining a simply home field advantage in the saw. Setsuna added on. Plus he is a ninja. Momo said. They are known to retreat and use deception and stealth to their advantage. The screen changed to see 𝐒𝐴𝐴 in the saws, looking around for Leonardo before slowly moving in caution. They could see Leo in the shadows of a tunnel lying in wait. See. Momo said. Reminds me of similar tactics you pulled before, Eraser. Midnight said. Does that make you a ninja? She asked teasingly. No comment. Aizawa said. When 𝐒𝐴𝐴 walked past, Leo leaped out and slashed at 𝐒𝐴𝐴's back. The Battletoad tried retaliating but struck nothing as Leo leaped away. Leo came back behind 𝐒𝐴𝐴 but jumped away as 𝐒𝐴𝐴 tried to slash at Leo with a shifting saw blade. And interesting showcase of their skills. Nezu said. Leonardo is using his ninjutsu training of stealth, agility, and quick, deadly strikes to weaken the more physically powerful opponent, while 𝐒𝐴𝐴 showed his use of his strategic mind to anticipate Leonardo's attacks. 𝐒𝐴𝐴 chased after Leo only to find the Ninja Turtle gone once again. He looked around once again, before getting struck once again by Leo, who fled the tunnel once again. Stop hiding like a coward and face my toad self and die. Bakugo yelled out annoyed. Almost in congruence with Bakugu's outrage, 𝐬𝐻 too became annoyed and cessed. He then attacked the tunnel, striking at it with vigor as he shifted his hands and feet onto a multitude of weapons. His attacks shook the saw with their strength. Looks like 𝐬𝐻 blew a fuse. Kaminari said. Is he trying to cave in the tunnel to bury Leonardo? Shoji asked. Looks more like he is attacking like a wild animal. Tokoyami said. Well, he technically is an animal. Kosi said. As 𝐬𝐻 continued his feeble attacks upon the saw tunnel, you can see Leonardo's shell in the water, sneakily swimming past 𝐬𝐻. Just before anyone in the crowd could say anything, Leonardo leaped out of the water and in a flash of white, Leo stood before 𝐬𝐻 and jumped away. All the whole 𝐬𝐻 stood frozen, his body spewing out BLD as his upper body slid right off, leaving behind an anthropomorphic Toadman corpse. KO. The room was silent before lunches got ejected from more people's stomachs, oaths of disappointment and cheers of victory rang, and screams of Bakugu raging followed. Yeah. Deku, you won again. Uraraka said. I was getting a little worried there, to be honest. I never had a doubt. Toru said. Nice job on the stealth work there, Midori. I'm so proud. Thanks Uraraka, 𝐻𝐻𝐾. Izuku said. Screw last name calling, Midori. Toru said. Just call me Toru. Right Hagaku I mean Toru. Midoriya said and corrected as Toru playfully chopped at Izuku's head. DMN. Was all Boomstick could say. I agree with Boomstick. Mirio said. That ending was just wow. 𝐬𝐻 was more than a match for Leonardo in a simple brawl, using his brutal arsenal to overpower him, but when it came to using the environment, 𝐬𝐻 couldn't handle Leonardo's ninja skills and his lack of training left him unsure of what to do. Whis explained Leo's victory. Looks like you are right again, Nezu sir. All Might said. Like always. Nezu said. While 𝐬𝐻 is a strategist, he always relies on his brute force, and once Leo went in stealth mode and turned the tides, 𝐬𝐻 decided to bring just the whole saw down. Boomstick added. Reminds me of our first battle training where Bakugu tried to blow up Midoriya with a massive explosion that nearly destroyed the whole building. Kyuka said, shivering at the memory of Bakugu's viciousness. Almost thought he killed Zuko in that explosion. Speaking of which, I'm still cessed that you let that happen, All Might. Aizawa said, angrily glaring at the former symbol of peace. Hey, I did tell him to not to do that again or I would fail him. All Might nervously replied. Whatever. Aizawa said. You are lucky that I wasn't there, Bakugu, or I would have expelled you right then and there. Why, sir? Bakugu said, gritting his teeth angrily at having his mistakes being mentioned and thrown in his face, especially right after he witnessed the same Izuku counterpart kill another one of his. Hey, come on, Leo fights all kinds of mutants and monsters at least once a week. From giant monster weeds, mutated rhinos and warthogs, and even fellow mutated turtles. Boomstick added. Of all the toads, 𝐬𝐻 certainly stood the best chance with his technologically advanced weaponry, but while the Battletoads are known for accomplishing impossible odds, so are the Ninja Turtles. Leonardo made quick work of 𝐬𝐻 as soon as he had the chance. Whis explained even further. In the end, 𝐬𝐻 just needed to pull himself together. Boomstick punned. Groans and boos rang from perhaps the worst pun they had heard to date. The winner is Leonardo. Wizard finished. Again. Boomstick added one more time. Even though I'm mad that 𝐬𝐻 lost, I did enjoy that battle. Kamakiri said. I'm still surprised you voted for the counterpart to Bakugu. Sen said. Or did you vote for him because raging deadly bros stay together? Shut it, Sen, drill hands. Bakugu and Kamakiri said at the same time, resulting in more laughs and more Bakugu and Kamakiri embarrassment. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick yelled. The screen then showed the next two combatants, one being a cute green dinosaur creature, which made the girls airy and Deku in its adorableness, and then a large, vicious-looking raptor, which made the more hardcore guys cheer and shriek in horror. Play the next video. Play the next video. Kuta yelled out, pumped, much to Izuku's amusement. Mai obliged the kids' request and played the next video. Third POV. The next video played with the hardcore boys, such as Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Tetsu, Sen, Kamakiri, and Zero practically jumping in their seats at the raptor. The girls and Koji were more nervous at having that raptor fight against the cute dinosaur. The heroes and teachers were themselves curious on how such a cuddly and innocent-looking creature could fight against a dinosaur that looked like it was born to kill. The video began, interrupting their thoughts. Who doesn't like dinosaurs? Boomstick asked. No one in particular. No one, 'cause they're awesome. Hell yeah they are. Setsuna yells out, pumped as well for the fight against the two dinosaurs, being the only female student who didn't feel nervous at all. Like Yoshi, Mario's happy-go-lucky steed, Wizard introduced the first combatant. And Riptor, the Dino warrior with a killer instinct. Boomstick introduced the second. I'm Wizard and his Boomstick, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Whis said. The scene changed where we see the cuddle, green dinosaur, orange bumpy spikes on his head and tail and saddle-like shell on his back, and wearing brown shoes. He had large, innocent eyes, a white underbelly, and a large nose. The creature's cute appearance made the more sensitive girls, such as Mina, Toru, Eri, Nejaya, Pony, Kinoko, Mount Lady, Pixie Bop, and Ragdoll squeal, along with Koji. Happy and cheery music played out that made the girls and Koji smile. Upon closer inspection, you can see Bakugo gagging and pretend hurling at the happy, cutesy vibes. Yoshi is a cheerful and friendly dinosaur whose race happens to be Bowser's most hated enemies. Why? Whis asked. 'Cause they're so goddamn happy all the time. Boomstick answered. My heart cannot take this much adorableness. Mina said. Agreed. Toru said. I feel like any more of this squealing and I'm going to go deaf. Kyuka muttered annoyed. Momo and Izuku sent her looks of apathy and compassion that made the rock star girl smile appreciate. Background Bowser's first nemesis high, strong jumps can resist knockback, naturally skilled in basic combat and speed constantly followed by incredibly happy music. Yoshi is considered one of the fastest characters in the Mario universe and has a higher and stronger jump than even Mario. Whis explained. Oh yeah, I remember Mario from the fourth fight, he seemed rather important. Izuku said. I wonder if we will see him in a later fight. Seeing as how you have a knack for guessing right on that regard, I agree as well, Muscles. Mai said. Despite his cute and cheery demeanor, Yoshi's powerful enough to put down this Goliath single-handedly. Whis continued. The group watched in awe as the cute dinosaur suddenly demolish a giant of a monster on its own. They also saw how he threw egg projectiles from almost nowhere. That's a cute, yet manly dino right there. Kirishima said. But where is it getting all those eggs from? Ojiro said his butt. I rather not think about a cute dinosaur pooping out and then throwing eggs, Ojiro. Soto said. He's able to keep up with experienced fighters, like Solid Snake, Link, and even previous Death Battle champion, Samus Aran. Whis continued to explain further. Wow, if that dinosaur can keep up with Momo's counterpart, then it must be strong. Izuku said, already drawing up notes on Yoshi. And either he doesn't have any ears or he's really freaking patient, 'cause he somehow can put up with that whiny butt baby Mario. Boomstick said, slightly miffed. They watched as Yoshi bummed into a creature with a red mash and cover their ears as they hear the floating away baby Mario's annoying cries. Kyuka looked like she was in extreme pain while Bakugo looked like he was going to rip off his own ears. If it were me, someone would have found him in a dumpster on the next level. Boomstick stated. Remind me never to have Bombstick babysit Kota. Mandalay said. He isn't wrong in that baby's cries are so annoying. Pixie Bob said. For a creature like that to put up with it and still be happy is a goddamn miracle. Also, while young Yoshis are dumb enough to run off cliffs, they learn quickly over time, eventually start driving go-karts, playing sports, and surviving the greatest death trap ever created, Mario Party. Boomstick said. After seeing Yoshi participate in series of deadly games, especially jumping over a rope made of fire, Uraraka yelled out, how is that a party? A part in hell. Kaminari guessed. Looks like it. Shoji said. Yoshi 𝐒𝐻's maneuverable projectiles lightweight can carry up to 6 different eggs, create different effects made from the souls of devoured victims. Everyone took a double take on that. Yoshi has a large arsenal of eggs to use as lightweight projectiles and can even create a giant eggshell to use as an all-encompassing shield. Whis explains. Interesting. Ida said. But how are those eggs any effective against opponents or useful as a shield? The shells could be made of a different material than regular eggshells. Momo said. Probably something both lightweight to carry and throw yet durable enough to form as an effective shield. I'm more concerned about that made from souls of devoured victims part. Shinsu said. Nods of agreement followed. What is it with the creatures from the Mario universe using their babies as weapons? Boomstick asked. Is it that effective? I'm gonna have to test this out. Maybe some sort of baby launcher. Whoa whoa whoa. Miruko said. That's a definite nope there. The students and heroes alike were disturbed at Boomstick's demented idea of a weapon. Boomstick. That's a terrible idea. Whis said in a shocked tone to his co-host. At least, Whis is the voice of Rias-Momo said before the video interrupted her. Anytime you want to reload, you would have to wait 9 months. Whis responded. Never mind. Momo said. Anyway, Yoshi's greatest asset is his stomach. Whis said, changing the subject. Digestive system long, stretchy tongue. Asui grew intrigued at this. Can eat almost anything, can get special abilities or produce eggs, can trap enemies in eggs, has trouble swallowing Koopa shells. Yeah. Yoshi's got a bad eating problem and devours everything in sight with his long, stretchy tongue. He can swallow almost anything, even fire. Boomstick said. It's like you, Asui. Uraraka said cheerfully. Yeah, but at most it seems like that's about 5 feet. Mine can go for far longer, said Frogteen said. Although Yoshi being able to eat fire seems weird. Ribbit. That's right, Boomstick, Yoshi has the strangest digestive system I ever come across. Certain meals can even grant him special abilities, Wizard said. They then see Yoshi blasting out fireballs and flying around on angel wings. That's weird. Shoji said. Hey Tamaki, it's almost like your quirk. Mirio said. The incredibly shy teen slumped his head and said, but it's so much better. I can't eat anything that will allow me to blast fire. Yeah, I guess so. Mirio said. Oh. How about a dragon? They can spit fire. Unfortunately, there are no dragons around, Mirio. Nejaya said. Even Ryukyu when she goes dragon mode can't spew fire. Over to their side, Izuku said to Todoroki, hey, Todoroki, can you spit fire from your mouth? Never tried before. Todoroki said. After consuming a foe or item, Yoshi ejects an egg spawned from the subject. The egg may have special properties from said object contains the victim within. Whis explained. Come again. Itsuka said, looking confused and weirded out. Wait, that's how he makes eggs. Are there any female Yoshis? A confused Boomstick asked his co-host. I don't think they're male or female. Yoshis may be asexual. Whis their eyes. That poor miserable creature. Boomstick said. This Yoshi creature just gets weirder and weirder. Ojiro said. Egg projectiles, egg constructs, digesting and redisplacement, ability manifestation, this creature's powers are so versatile. I wonder if he could spin around in his eggshell like a boulder and mumble mumble mumble. Izuku mumbled out, writing notes frantically, oblivious to the stares of the group. Looks like even Deku is stumped by Yoshi's powers. Uraraka said. Deciding to continue, they video showed the next fighter. This one was a straight-up velociraptor, its weirdly, humanly shaped and muscled body colored reddish-brown and its underbelly yellow. It had sharp claws and talons, a set of razor-sharp teeth, and a tail that looked similar to a WHP. Riptor, Izuku and Mirio had to hold Eri close as she whimpered in fear of the menacing-looking raptor. Background height, 7 feet 0 inches weight, 700 pounds. Genetically engineered Nezu grew more interested, designed to be smart and vicious, but backfired only 4 years old, So has little combat training. The age raised the eyebrows of a lot of people. Riptor was genetically engineered by Ultratech to be the perfect combination of human intelligence and animal brutality. Whis explained. So that's why its chest looks more muscled and human-looking than an actual raptor. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said. I can't help but compare this creature to that of the 𝐵𝐺. All Might said. Created to be a living weapon for the purposes of others. Disgraceful. Gran Torino agreed. Combat tooth, claw, and tail. Fiery acid projectile rushes opponents with combos. His tools of death are his teeth, claws, and an impaling tail, and he knows how to use them well, pulling off insanely bloody combos. And when he's not fighting up close, he can spit a fiery acid. Oh! Mina said, intrigued. 𝐵𝐺 has found her favorite. Not surprising. 𝐒𝐿 said. The word acid is said and you go all gaga for it. Don't judge. Mina pouted. Can you spit acid too, Mina? Toru asked. I tried once, but I burned the inside of my throat and couldn't talk for a few days before I could recover. Mina said. Plus remember when I told you guys about my accidental acid kiss? Oh yeah. Toru said. This guy is definitely getting my vote. Bakugo yelled out. Those claws, teeth, tail, and acid are perfect. Agreed. Kirishima yelled out as well. Double agreed. Tetsu jumped in. Riptor is only 4 years old and yet, already, he's a nearly unstoppable killing machine. Wizard said. That's one butt-kicking toddler. Boomstick remarked. He has reached a point where his human emotions and reasoning conflict with his predatory instincts, often confusing him to the point of blind rage and aggression. Whis explained. Sounds like it could be a problem in his fight. Jirota. I'm similar with my beast quirk when I use it for too long. Yeah, I can still feel the bruises from your attack. Kaminari said, subconsciously massaging his body. Riptor may look, sound and act like a velociraptor, but he's really something else entirely. He's twice as big and twice as slow. And I don't think velociraptors can shoot acid, they were awesome enough without it. Actually, there is a dinosaur that's similar in terms of appearance to a velociraptor that can spit acid, known as the Dilophosaurus. Setsuna, the resident reptile lover, said. It spits acid to blind its target before going in for a kill. Although it looks similar to a velociraptor, it falls more in line with the Dilophosauridae and Dracovenator family, and relates more to the Coelophysidae than the raptor. Izuku suddenly said. Stunned silence assumed as the group looked at the one-for-all user with wide eyes. What? Izuku asked nervously. Since when do you know so much about dinosaurs, Green Mop? Setsuna asked Izuku via one of her nicknames. Izuku was at first taken back by the nickname with confusion before immediately recovering and replying with, I looked up some old pre-Quirk movies when I was little and found a movie called Jurassic Park. I watched it and really liked it, so I looked up some more information on dinosaurs and got really into it. It was a hobby of mine, past heroes. Setsuna was eyes widened before she grinned widely, a tiny blush forming on her cheeks. Oh yeah. Definitely going to spend a little more time with you, Izuku Midoriya. She thought. Aizawa was currently rubbing his head, thinking I have to listen to Midoriya reveal any more of his secret talents and interests and I'm going to have a migraine. Anyways. 𝐒𝐿 said, her eyes subconsciously twitching in jealous annoyance. Going back to Riptor's info, seems like his speed could leave him vulnerable to Yoshi, who seems faster if he is the fastest character in his world. Indeed. Ida said. A velociraptor can run over 40 miles per hour, so Riptor could run only 20 miles per hour. Yoshi could be faster. However, Nezu interrupts. His greater size and strength, along with perhaps more lethal weaponry, could prove more useful in taking those blows and counterattacking successfully. Mina was currently zoning out from all the science and analysis, while Kaminari has a dunce face on while his head starting sparking as his brain short-circuited. Velociraptor instinct brutal and cunning first incapacitates victims hunted in packs. Stealthy alone, they rushed and overpowered opponents with a limited amount of combat training. Riptor relies on his raptor instincts in a fight. Raptors were pack hunters, preferring to flank their victims with stealth, speed, and secrecy, though they were no pushovers by themselves. On their own, they usually just rush their opponent and overpower them with ultra combos, and if Jurassic Park has taught us anything, is that raptors are clever sons of beaches. Boomstick explained. They have Jurassic Park in that world too. Kaminari pointed out. That's what you got out of it. Kyoka looked at Kaminari with an incredulous look. Looks like that Riptor is going to have to rely on attacking first and striking hard, which could prove hard in that first part of Yoshi is faster and more reactive. Bakugu analyzed. Wow! Zero said, wide-eyed. Having Bakugu talk analytical looks weird. It's like he is challenging his inner Midoriya. Don't compare me to that nerd you tape arms BSE. And his back. Kirishima said. Riptor is also cunning so he could outsmart or trick Yoshi into a trap. Tokoyami said, ignoring the raging pyromaniac below. Wow Boomstick, I didn't know you knew so much about dinosaurs. Wizard said, sounding impressed. First Midoriya reveals his Adino nerd, then Bakugu channels Midoriya's spirit and talking nerdy to shut up Grapehead. And now so does Boomstick. Mineta yelled out overdramatically. Where does it end? Yeah, I always wanted me a pet raptor. I was gonna call him Barney after I found out what irony was. Q chuckles from the more light-hearted members of the group. And Boomstick's back too. Tetsu said. Supreme victory. Riptor roars in victory and eats the remains of his prey. Izuku and Mirio quickly blocked Eri and Kota's eyes from the finisher. Unfortunately, they couldn't do anything to the queasy stomachs and gulps from the rest of the more sensitive and weak stomach of the group. All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Whis says like usual. It's time for a death battle. Boomstick proclaims. The video paused in its routine counterpart match. The group talked among themselves about their thoughts on the combatants and who would win. Most of the female students, along with Eri, Pixie Bob, Mount Lady, and Koji, still thought that Yoshi was adorable, despite the weirdness of his abilities. They mostly decided to vote for the happy green dino, especially Tsuyu because of Yoshi's extending tongue and Uraraka for Yoshi's high jumps and cute jump, all except for Setsuna, who preferred Riptor's raptor nature and ferocity than Yoshi's adorableness and skill set, and reluctantly, Mina, who was a bit biased towards Riptor's acid spit. The boys were mostly down with Riptor, especially the more violent members such as Bakugu, Kamakiri, and even Minoma. The other guys, like Kirishima, Tetsu, Kota, and Sen thought Riptor was cool and vicious, while Jirota and Tokoyami voted for Riptor for their similar struggles with their more wild and destructive second natures. In the end, most of the guys voted for Riptor, with exceptions being Koda, for obvious cute animal reasons, Ida, because of Yoshi's greater speed and wide range of abilities, Todoroki, mainly due to Yoshi being able to spit fire, a Magiki, because Yoshi's similar manifestation-like powers, with Mirio following his best friend's vote, and Izuku, who said that he had a gut feeling. The heroes and teachers discussed their thoughts as well. Most of the heroes agreed that while Riptor seemed like the obvious choice to win given his fighting nature and history, that Yoshi was a unique wildcard that had several means to take victory. Notable mentions to Yoshi's side included Nezu, All Might, Gran Torino, Mount Lady, Pixie Bob, Midnight, and Evening Hawks, while other notable mentions for Riptor included Endeavor, Mandalay, Ragdoll, Snipes, Ryukyu, Miruko, and present MIC. The voice spoke up, scanning complete. Yoshi. Multiversal counterpart, Koji Koda. Oh. Our resident class 1A cutie pie is still adorable through other worlds. Toru squealed. Laughs occurred while the Arni voice user covered his face with his hands in shyness and embarrassment. Riptor. Multiversal counterpart, Nezu. Oh dear. Nezu said. It would that me and Riptor are one in the same, after all. Who knew that you could be so vicious in another world, Nezu sir? All Might said. Although from what we've seen of this Riptor, he appears to be some sort of villain in another world. Nezu responded honestly. The heroes frowned at how a fellow hero was a villain in another universe, albeit one who didn't have choice, and wondered what other people in this room could be villains in other world. The video continued onto the fight. They see Yoshi dancing in happy music around in the Mushroom Kingdom, earning oaths and chuckles from the crowd at its playfulness. Until Riptor jumped out of the green pipe behind Yoshi and roared, scaring the green dino creature in fright and ending the happy music background. Yoshi flew back in fear and surprise while Riptor landed before him, ready to fight. Immediately Riptor launched towards Yoshi and unleashed a flurry of slashes and attacks onto the green dinosaur, BLD splashing out. "Oh no," Uraraka said, getting teary-eyed at seeing Yoshi getting brutally attacked. "I was afraid of this," Ida said. "While it seems that Yoshi can fight well enough to fight Samus, but it seems Riptor is the superior and more experienced fighter." Riptor finished his string of attacks by striking Yoshi with his tail, sending the lovable dino flying a few feet away. At the end they heard a voice called out "Awesome combo." "What was that?" Pony asked, confused. "Don't know," Sen replied. "But it sounds a lot like one of those of announcer voices that call out a combo in a video game." Riptor moves closer to the rising Yoshi, who tossed a few eggs onto him, all of them breaking apart with no visible damage shown, body-wise or reaction-wise. "Ha!" Bakugo cheered out. "Those eggs are about as useless as DQWH. Never mind." "Whoa, why did you stop your ritual?" loud proclaims Bakubro. Kirishima asked. It's nothing." Bakugo scoffed the question aside, but not before looking at Izuku faintly. He almost let it slip about his bullying on Izuku before UA, and he didn't want it calm that out to the teachers and students. Plus he wished to forget about that time, seeing now how much of a JRK and monster he was towards Izuku, especially during that day with the sludge villain and his advice. Kirishima frowned and noticed Bakugo looking at Izuku for a second and started questioning what a bit more Bakugo and Midoriya's past, since it seemed to make even Bakugo back off and quiet down. Back to the fight, Yoshi frowns at his failed attacks. He crouched down, squeezing and pushing hard before popping out a larger egg, which he then tosses. It actually does damage to Riptor, the genetically engineered dinosaur, flinching in pain. The egg broke apart to reveal a baby Yoshi, which cried out its name. "Ah!" The female population of the room, and Koji and Mirio, cooed. Riptor proceeded to slaughter the baby Yoshi and eat of its head. "Ah!" Scream for horror followed from the mentioned people, with some of the guys joining in, along with the loud gulps of barely retained puke. "Wah!" Yoshi screams out as it dashes away in fear. The green dino ran until he ran into a Koopa, which he promptly latched it with its tongue, swallowed it and fired its shell back onto Riptor. The raptor fighter knocked the shell back to Yoshi, who created an egg shield around him to block the shell. Riptor followed it up by attacking the shell viciously until it cracked and broke apart, leaving Yoshi defenseless against the raptor, who unleashed another fury of attacks. "This fight seems kind of one-sided," Soto said. "Yoshi's attacks don't seem to be doing much damage and Riptor's just slaughtering him." "Don't care," Setsuna yelled out. "Go Riptor. Show that adorable dino that deadly beast's cute." Yoshi then unexpectedly struck back, parrying Riptor's attack, and left the dino open. A voice called out again saying "Combo breaker." "There is the voice again," Sen said. "Definitely makes this fight seem more like a video game." "Yeah." Pony cheered. Yoshi is fighting back. Yoshi attacked the stunned raptor by jumping up into the air with his jump before crashing onto the down dino. Riptor got back up and fired an acid spit. "Yeah. Acid spit." Mina cheered. Yoshi then swallowed the acid, popped out an egg and chucked it Wizard's Riptor, which broke and struck acid onto the raptor's eyes. The raptor soldier roared out in rage and pain at the burning pain of his own acid. "What?" Mina and Setsuna yelled out, befuddled. "Oh yeah, if Yoshi can swallow fire and consume fire, then acid could work too," Todoroki said, smiling at his vote turning the tide of the fight. Riptor roared in rage and pain as he charged blindly, literally, towards Yoshi. Yoshi shot out his tongue and swallowed Riptor and, after entering out more, sprout Riptor into a large egg behind him. The egg cracked open to reveal Riptor springing out over a large hole. The raptor fighter from Killer Instinct fell down the large hole till he landed on the hood of a flame-painted car, the dino motionless and dead as smoke came out of the wrecked car. Of stunned silence filled the room. Mouths agape and eyes widening in pure shock. Suddenly, cheers of victory rang out, along with the groans and yells of protest from the loser side. What the F hell was that? Bakugo, Mina, and Setsuna yelled out. Riptor let his rage blindly let him attack into a dangerous situation, which allows Yoshi to take advantage. Izuku said. Midori sweetie, thanks for the info but still, what the hell? Mina said, the last part shouting. Similar cries of complaint came from the losing team before Aizawa cut them off by yelling enough. Just because a fight didn't go like you wanted doesn't mean that you should whine and complain about it like a bunch of spoiled brats. Sometimes you win and sometimes you lose. Remember that the very reason for watching these videos is to learn from them, not complain. What this fight shows is that you mustn't let emotions cloud your judgment or blindly attack, or you can end up being tricked by a smarter opponent. And possibly be led into a trap that can lead to your own death like that fight. Use this a lesson to learn and be better and SCK it up. Silence once again filled the room, as the complaining students shut their mouths and nodded in silence to Aizawa's words. All Might, seeing the situation go tense and awkward, decided to step in with, and besides, Yoshi, young Koda's counterpart, won. Congrats on winning your fight, young Koda. Also, I apologize for the actions of my counterpart towards your own, Mr. Koda. Nezu joined in. Even if it is all a simulation. The students remembered and started congratulating the shy boy, who meekly accepted, smiling gladly that his other selves' victory managed to make things more cheerful. The video continued onto the results of the fight. No my car! Boomstick yelled out in horror and misfortune at his car's demise. Laughter once again filled the room at the co-host's misfortune. The females of the room felt smug at seeing the perverse violence-loving co-host get his comeuppance for his perverted jokes in the Rogue v Wonder Woman fight. Yoshi couldn't compete with Riptor's tough and brutal viciousness, but his varied arsenal ultimately produced a winning move. Whis explained. Riptor's a freaking beast in a fist fight, but while Yoshi looks all cute and stuff, he's actually a deadly, devouring machine, like my ex-wife. Boomstick explained. More laughs rang from the men's side, while most of the females scoffed and were annoyed at that comment. That raptor mind of Riptor's may be cunning and clever, but tooth and claw can only accomplish so much. Whis explains. Yet another lesson for you kids, brute force only goes so far, especially in hero work. 13 said. Logic and reasoning are important during hero work, especially rescue missions, and even talking and reasoning a villain to cease attacking. As the students nodded at the info from their teacher, Bakugo couldn't help but to feel a cold, hard slap of reality smack his face. Yoshi's bizarre digestive system rebounded the acid spit, blinding Riptor and leaving him vulnerable. Whis continued. Wait, but wouldn't Riptor be immune to his own poison? 𝐭𝐸 asked. Not really. Mina said. They didn't specify any immunity, and it's more likely a resistance. Just like my acid. I'm immune to it, but only for a while before it starts to burn me. Nice analysis, Mina. Izuku said. Thanks, Midori. Mina said, blushing. Riptor may be smart, but Yoshi can drive cars. Show me another dinosaur who can do that. Boomstick asked no one in particular. Hey, while that's funny, that's actually quite intuitive. Itsuka said. I didn't even catch that. It makes sense that for all the adorableness that Yoshi has, that he would be smart enough to drive a cart over what looks like a racing map. Even with a velociraptor's strong sense of hearing and smell, Riptor's confused and vengeful mind wasn't able to process the change of tactics fast enough. Even so, he was already finished. Whis explains. Even if that conveniently placed cliff hadn't been there, Riptor would have lost his whole face pretty quick to the acid. Boomstick said. Phew. Sounds like we got lucky not having that happen. Mirio said. It would have given 𝐿 such a burning reminder. Man. That was not funny at all. Mirio cheerfully said. I think your jokes are getting worse, Mirio. Nejiya patted the big three members back. Perhaps you should stop reading Ms. Joke's comedy for dummies. That's your problem, Aizawa said. Getting comedy advice from that woman. The Class 1A teacher shivered at the memory of Ketsubatsu teacher. Shivering, Shota. Present MIC said. Getting a cold, or are you getting excited at thinking about Ole joke? The UA teacher nudges his shoulder at Aizawa at that last part. Shut up. Aizawa grunted out. The Class 1A kids laughed at their teacher's misfortune, while Mina and Toru were writing down more information in their romance ship notebooks, provided by Izuku under false pretenses of hero note-taking. He just didn't have the stomach for this Dino fight. Boomstick joked. Q facepalms, chuckles, eye rolls, and groans. I think the only person that surpasses you in bad jokes, Mirio, is Boomstick. Tamaki said. Yep. He sure does. Mirio cheerfully said. What? Whis asked unamused. I'm clever, he declared. The winner is Yoshi. Whis finished. Even though the fight ended with my voted fighter losing, I say that this was my favorite fight yet. Setsuna said me too. Mina said. Sai typical. Both Itsuka and Kyuka sighed and said. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick said. The screen was dark until they could see the forms of two individuals. One was a female girl but also a cat. Confusion aside, she looked like a cat girl, her seki body barely covering anything by white fur, her hands and feet as paws, a white cat tail, emerald eyes, and two white cat ears poking out of a large mane of blue hair. The other individual was a girl wearing a hoodie that can only showed her large razor-sharp toothed smile and glowing red eyes. Meow. The cat girl cutely posed and said. Before anyone could comment on what they saw, Mineta screamed out, "Play the next video now. I need to see that Super Sim." Mineta's head was buried in the floor, his body limp and unconscious. Izuku stood above him with a fist brought down and sparking green lighting all over. Izuku actually had a serious look on his face that lighting seemed to be seeing out of his glowing emerald eyes. Without so much as a care, Izuku turned to loom at Nezu and asked out loud permission to tie up Mineta outside for the next video. Granted. Nezu said, a smile on his face. Thank you, sir. Izuku said as he grabbed the unconscious Mineta and dragged him outside the gym. The rest of the audience stared blankly at the retreating form of Midoriya dragging Mineta away with wide eyes. Most of them didn't even see Izuku move, much less strike Mineta with as much force to crack the floor. The girls blushed and smiled at Izuku acting the chivalrous white knight to their rescue from the disgusting pervert. The guys nodded in respect at Izuku's actions. The teachers were currently wondering if they should either expel Mineta or keep him at a minimum of 10 meters away from any female. The heroes paid little attention to the grape-headed pervert and more of the heroic green bin that moved as fast as, ironically, lightning. Endeavor smirked in satisfaction that the boy seems to have improved in speed and power since his training under him, alongside his son and Bakugo. He looked pensively at Izuku as he, along with All Might, Aizawa, Nezu, and the rest of the top 10 heroes presents, were among those who were able to see Izuku when he attacked. Miruko looked at the green bin that worked under her in her team-up, alongside Uraraka and Bakugo, and started considering if she should break her no-partner rule and take him as a full intern or work-study partner, maybe even on as a sidekick when he goes pro. Meanwhile, Kaminari was watching the whole thing with pure utter terror on his face at seeing his fellow pervert so viciously destroyed, paling at the though that if he'd say anything that he would also had been struck like that. He felt a shiver run through his spine and looked to see Bakugo grinning menacingly at him, his eyes and crackling hands begging him to say something like Mineta. Kaminari raised his hands and shook his head so fast that others thought he got whiplash. After a minute or two, Izuku came back, no Mineta in sight. After sitting down like it nothing happened, I pressed the button and played the next video. Third POV after Midoriya sat down, finished typing up Mineta in a spot that he wouldn't get away from, I pressed the play button for the next video. Catfight. Boomstick cheered loudly. Oh boy, I forgot. Zero said. We got rid of the grape-headed pervert, but we can't do much for the pervert in the videos. How much money do you wanna bet he makes about 8 or 10 perverted comments before the video is over? Kaminari asked. Screw that. 𝐒𝐿 said. I'm keeping my money. It literally is boomstick. Not only do we have 2 ferocious ladies in the ring today, but they're also, well, cat girls. Wizard explained. Any chance one of these gals end up in this universe, we can try and recruit them. Pixie Bob asked her telepathic teammate. Let's consider this as their audition. Mandalay said. Felicia the pop star, demon, cat chick lady from Darkstalkers. Boomstick introduced the first fighter. And Taukaka, BlazBlue's speedy vigilante. Whis introduced the second. Here's Whis and I'm Boomstick. Boomstick introduced. And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skill to find out who would win a death battle. Whis spoke before cutting to the analysis. The first fighter was a cat lady with a mane of blue hair with white striped, a white tail, sharp clawed paws for hands and feet, and white fur markings barely covering her more private areas. She's practically naked. Ibora shouted shocked. How sinfully scandalous. The rest of the girls agreed with her, some feeling a tiny bit insecure at seeing how incredibly attractive and well-wounded the cat lady was. Even Pixie Bob was twitching in jealous rage, starting to reconsider her offer to recruit the scantily clad fighter. The guys were doing their best trying to settle the hardness in between their legs and focus on her face. Though since they all agreed her face was still cute and hot, it wasn't much better. Kaminari was trying his hardest not to nosebleed in fear of being knocked out by Midoriya or Bakugo. The male heroes weren't any better, with notable instances include Snipe trying to cover his eyes with his hat, All Might coughing up BLD in shock, and even Eraserhead bringing up his scarf over his eyes. Even the White Knight, Green Bin Midoriya, was having trouble keeping a straight face. His mind practically went wild at seeing the woman and his face was a blushing mess. What he focused on to distract himself was that cat lady looked familiar. Felicia as a Catwoman, Felicia faced discrimination all her life. Whis explained. I feel her pain. Mina said. I was once made fun of for my looks looking too alien. Same here. Asui said. Others who shared more animalistic appearances such as Pony, Tokoyami, Jirota, and Kamakiri nodded their heads too. Nezu, who likewise shared in their pain and history, said it is unfortunate, but those with metamorphic or metamorphic-like quirks are often discriminated in this society for their appearance being non-human, especially from purist cults. She was raised by a nun and inspired to become a successful pop star, a passion that would ultimately lead her on a quest to bring humans and cat people together to make children happy. Whis continued. Smiles arose as they agreed with her passion and felt inspired by her drive and passion against all odds. What the hell? I thought we were talking about a deadly, demon warrior and, is she naked? Boomstick asked. Let the perverted comments begin. Kyuka said dryly. Yes. Whis answered Boomstick's question. But, she's a cat. Boomstick said. Yes. Wizard answered once again. Do you think I'd be wrong too? Boomstick started to ask before Whis interrupted him. Yes. Whis immediately said. At least we can count of Wizard to be the voice of reason against Boomstick's depravity. Momo said. Unless it involves things like baby launchers. Todoroki said, earring some chuckles at the reminder. Background height, 5 feet 6 inches weight, 128 pounds. Race, Catwoman raised by a non-happy-go-lucky attitude, superhuman strength, speed, and endurance. Cat sense. Felicia is a Darkstalker, a creature of the night, and naturally possesses supernatural strength, speed, and agility. She can also use her unique cat sense to sniff out enemies from extreme distances. Whis explained. So instead of possessing a 𝐒𝐿, it's more magic. Nejaya questioned. Yeah. Mirio said. And with skills like those she would be a perfect scout and stealth hero, since she is so used to the night. Combat long, pink claws, strong tail. Ojiro approved speed-based combos. Ida approved high-damaging grapples, can charge energy at will. Natural athlete, she can tear into her foes to pieces with her sharp claws resting in her big butt paws, each several inches long and capable of tearing through all kinds of armor weapons. Boomstick said to top it off, Her tail is extremely strong, able to lift her entire body on its own. Whis said. It's sort of like a more powerful version of our claws. Ragdoll said to her wild pussycats. With that speed, power, and the addition of that tail, she would definitely be a worthy and powerful comrade. Tiger said. If only she didn't make me want to tear her face off from pure jealousy. Pixie Bob thought jealously. Hate to agree with you, but same here. Mandalay said to her Pixie Bob with her telepathy. Special moves rolling smash delta kick cat spike hell cat grapple rolling. Buckler links to various attacks. She's undeniably one of the faster Darkstalkers, and can get around the battlefield with her unpredictable rolling smash, delta kicks, and rolling buckler. Whis said. Singing Felicia, she can really move. Felicia, she's got an attitude. Boomstick singed. Yes, Boomstick. We get it, she's like Sonic. Whis said, annoyed at his co-host's joke. Sonic who? Mai asked. No idea. Ida said. But from what I can tell from context, he seems to also be fast and possibly perform similar body spinning moves. He could be in another video too. Shinsu said. At this point, I'm betting on it. Sand Splash short range low to middle height, also called litter box kick. Anyways, as a Darkstalker, she has a natural affinity for magic, able to use it in her only range attack, kicking sand. Whis stated. At least she's litterbox trained. Boomstick joked. Earning a few chuckles from the group, Bakugo decided to spoil the mood by screaming, what the hell is so special about kick sand at someone? It's most likely in reference to her cat-like nature and could actually be effective in blinding physically stronger foes for either an opening or to retreat like a smoke bomb. Izuku deduced. Shut up, Deku. Bakugo yelled. But didn't you want to know why it was so special? Todoroki blankly asked, his eyebrow raised confused. Shut up, I see why hot. Bakugo yelled again. Should we try point out his hypocrisy too? Kirishima whispered to Kaminari. Forget it. Kaminari whispered. His a lost cause. As she was raised by a nun, even becoming one herself, she has little to no combat training, preferring to focus on her singing career and running an orphanage. Whis explained. As such, she relies on her lethal, feral instinct in a fight. That lack of training could be pretty bad for her. We saw what happened with Haga. Soto said. He, Kirishima, Tetsu, and Shoji saluted to the Scottish-American mayor, much to the rest of the group's amusement. If I can speak honestly, it's kind of a shame that she became a nun. Kaminari said. I mean, don't get me wrong, her becoming a nun is great and all, it just seems a letdown for men in her world to miss out on such a hot chick. The girls looked to the electrification user with mixed looks. Is he improving? Momo whispered to Gyro, wondering if the second most perverted guy in their class was straying from Minetta's path. Not sure. Jiru replied. Knowing him, he can turn back any second, but I'm guessing he's just trying to act decent so that he doesn't get a Midoriya or Bakugo beating. Kaminari, heading every word, slumped down depressed and mumbled, I'm unloved. And I tried hard not to say that is super hot. He was given a pat on the back from Nejaya and Kirishima. Well, these same instincts also lead her to be easily distracted by ferocious enemies like butterflies, rolling ball of yarn and paper. Bookstick declared dramatically. Laughter ensued from the hilarious blunders of Felicia, mostly from the students. For the heroes, while some chuckled and even laughed, most frowned at Cat Lady's Navit, thinking that she could more of a hindrance than a helper. The other Darkstalkers often consider Felicia to be one of the weakest of their kind, but with the help of her friends, she somehow manages to hold her own against demon lords, spellcasters, and all-powerful aliens. Whis explained. The heroes did a double take on that, some thinking they thought too harshly if she could defeat such foes despite her shortcomings. The students were also impressed at the girl's skills and her feats. She's one cat you don't wanna cross. Boomstick stated. I sure could use a catnap. Felicia said before transforming into a cat. Mixed feelings were thought about Felicia. Many of the students found her adorable, kind, and impressive, most in regard of her inspiring passion and speed, while the heroes frowned upon her weaknesses and hoped that whatever happens shows the students to not be as careless. The next combatant was shown as a rather unique cat girl. She wore a beige hoodie with a cloak that held cat ears with cat-themed long sleeves on her arms and cat-themed high-heel boots. While her hood was up, she looked creepy with red glowing eyes and a large toothy smile, but underneath she had brown skin, blonde hair into pigtails, a black tail that poked out of her cloak, and an orange bow. "Takaka, that chick wearing a cat hoodie?" Boomstick asked. "No, that's a special cloak designed to fit her kaka body." Whis explained. "Her what body?" Boomstick asked. "I'm no expert on languages, but isn't kaka a Spanish word for poo?" Zero asked. "I think so." Honinuki said. Background height, 5 feet 5 inches, weight, 93 pounds. Race, Kaka descended from genetically engineered weapons guardian and vigilante. Superhuman strength, speed, and agility. Incredibly stupid. Takaka is a vigilante of the Kaka tribe, a cat-like people descended from genetically engineered living weapons. Her genetics provide her with a natural fighting instinct. She is the guardian of the Kaka, implying that she is the best fighter of the tribe. Whis began explained. The audience took a double take on practically half the information that was said. The students, especially the more studious ones including Momo, Izuku, and Ida, were curious about her being descended from living weapons and wondering who made their race. The heroes were also interested in that regard, especially Nezu, while many took note of her title as both a vigilante and a guardian of her tribe. But while she may be a good fighter, she is one dumb cat. Boomstick stated. Unfortunately, Dao has an incredibly severe case of ADHD. Whis continued to explain. While she hunts bounties intent on improving her fighting skill and bringing money to her family, she often winds up completely forgetting about her mission at the worst times. Often even befriending her would-be targets. Yikes. Mai said. Even I'm not that bad at forgetting stuff. Says the snake that humiliated me at the sports festival and forgot my name. Ida said, waving his arms robotically. Combat a total of 12 retractable razor-sharp claws, speed-based combos, expert air control, dancing edge, drive is extremely fast. She has 12 retractable dual-edge blades on her hands and feet. While they're not very long, they can transform from basic claws to hooks and saw blades. Demon, I don't even want to think what those could do to my couch. Boomstick said. Those retractable knives almost sound similar to your quirk Kamakiri. Pony said. I suppose, but my blades are longer while hers are more versatile with hook and saw blades. Kamakiri said. Meanwhile, a certain explosive Pomeranian is currently jumping in his seat, completely interested in this character and her assortment of deadly weapons. See the uses instinctively uses for special attacks 3 powerful, fast distortion drives astral heat limited amount available, Dao's genes allow her instinctively access and utilize Seether, a raw powerful energy seething through the air. Whis explained. Dao can use Seether to empower and transform her claws, as well as to execute incredibly vicious attacks. However, there is only so much Seether in a given space, and once she runs out, Dao will lose many of her deadliest attributes. Intriguing. Todoroki said. So both this Felicia and Taukaka are creatures born from and use magic, cat girls, and get distracted easily. Taukaka seems like she has the edge on magic, but Felicia might have her beat with paying attention in battle. Ojiro said. Also, apparently, Dao likes to carry around a lot of random SHT, which she then uses as projectiles during a fight, such as bowling ball, apple cores, pillow, a pillow. Really? Boomstick asked to no one in particular. Chuckles and laughter ensued from that last part. Oh come on. Sen said. How is a pillow going to be effective in a fight? In other fights, probably not much. In this fight with an easily distracted cat girl, probably well. Itsuka said. She's the fastest of the BlazBlue cast, darting around the arena with incredibly fast combos. However, she also has the weakest stamina and doesn't have many defensive options. She is similar to Akuma. Tokoyami said. Incredibly fast and powerful, but their defenses are their weaknesses. But if you want to kick her butt, you gotta catch her first. Boomstick said. Ah. It's the booby lady. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said, referring to Lychee failing. Alright, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Wizard said once again. It's time for a catfight death battle. Boomstick said in excitement. The video once again paused as it scanned for counterparts. Votes for the two cat girls were very mixed. The girls, heroes and student-wise, were split in their choices, with the girls who possessed animal and other looks voting for Felicia, such as Mina, Tsuyu, Toru, and Pony. Ibora also voted for Felicia for being a nun, Uraraka and Nejiya as well to stick with Asui, Itsuka and Yu to stick with Ibora, because she looked sweet. Mount Lady and Midnight likewise voted for the practically naked pop star fighter, and finally Mandalay and Pixie Bob. The rest voted to 𝐒𝐿𝐵 for a few reasons. Setsuna voted for Dao because of her cool blades and speed, same with Ragdoll, Miruko, Ryukyu, and Kinoka. Leiko also voted for Dao because of her mysterious look with her hoodie, and Momo and Kyuka because of how well Dao was similar to Akuma in power and speed. The guys' side was even more mixed. The most obvious votes for Felicia were Kaminari, Mirio, Sero, Sen, Kosi, Todoroki, Tokoyami, Tsubasai, and Izuku. Others voted for 𝐒𝐿𝐵, the most notable being Bakugo, Kamakiri, Kirishima, Tetsu, Tamaki, and Taiga. The scanning for multiversal counterparts ended and the video showed the results. Scanning complete. Felicia. Multiversal counterpart, Nejiya Hado. Wow, Nejiya, we managed to find one of your counterparts. Mirio said. Now that low attention span of Felicia makes more sense. Tamaki said, causing some roaring laughter to ensue. Nejiya would have probably blasted Tamaki with a straight smiling face if not for the millions of thoughts roaming in her head. Oh my gosh. That's me from another world. I guess it makes sense with both of our blue hairs and Tamaki's joke. I'll get him for that later. Glad that I voted for myself and Eri too voted for me. I hope I win. Wait. Didn't Izuku vote for me too? Oh. Now I have to win to not disappoint my cinnamon roll sweetie. 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Multiversal counterpart, Himiko Toga. Gasp sounded as they found out that this supposed vigilante and town hero was in fact their world's villainess, Himiko Toga. Most of those who voted for 𝐒𝐿𝐵 were now apprehensive about their votes but stuck to, opting to ignore it and then not pin the blame of one counterpart's actions onto another. Nezu frowned at another member of the League of Villains being mentioned but was intrigued by how this Toga was a vigilante and, arguably, a hero in this other world. The video started again with a peaceful-looking river dock shown, green plains and blue skies shown in the background. We then see Felicia there in her nun outfit, something Ibora smiled and prayed to see. We then see a butterfly appear and fly over next to her. Felicia becomes excited and tosses her nun outfit away to chase the butterfly. Kaminari almost made a perverted dunce face at Felicia stripping before quickly shaking it off and looking away, attempting to not notice Bakugo's feral smile, daring him to make a perverted comment and suffer the same fate as Mineta, only for her to accidentally strike 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and enrage her. All right. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 screeched in anger and the two cat ladies took a stance to begin their fight. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 immediately launched herself onto Felicia and unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp claws onto the pop star nun. Ha! I knew it! Bakugo yelled out. It's going to go the exact same way as Akuma vs Shang Tsung and the speedy chick is going to win. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 finished her chain of attacks by launching Felicia into the air. As Felicia landed on the ground and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 chased after her, time seems to slow as Felicia bounced back in a roll and counter. Attacked. Yeah. Nejiya cheered. Go other me. Give that cat hoodie girl a beating she won't forget. Felicia unleashed a chain of jabs, kicks, and swipes onto the 𝐒𝐵 before performing a spin dash and uppercutting Dao into the air. Felicia jumped up onto Dao to strike at her with fast mid-air attacks. She then tossed Dao onto the ground, only for both Dao and Felicia to land on their feet. Apparently cats do land in their feet. Kaminari joked, only to get a tongue slap from Tsuyu. No more bad jokes. Asui said, her eyes glued to the fight. Dao tried to attack the now landed Felicia only to parry and attack with her rolling buckler. 𝐷ao fortunately manages to snare Felicia and proceed to attack so furiously a dust cloud formed. Heh, I'm betting by the time that fist cloud vanishes that singing, nun, cat beach is but a bloody pile of shreds. Bakugo cheered darkly and evilly. The students and teachers looked at him oddly. I think we defiantly need those anger management session for Bakugo, ASAP. All Might whispered. Agreed. Nezu said. The dust cloud disappeared to show Felicia performing her Hellcat grapple and tossing 𝐷ao away. You were saying? Kaminari said. Shut the hell up, you discount Pikachu. Bakugo yelled out. 𝐷ao recovered and the two cat girls faced each other, ready for the either strike. Until the butterfly came back. Before their eyes, the two cat girls quickly forgot their fight and began chasing after the butterfly, happy time music playing in the background. Laughter and chuckles ensued from most of the audience. Eri was watching the scene adorably fixated and happy, while Kota was growing bored quick. Mirio laughed hysterically at the sight, while Izuku was trying hard not to chuckle. Some of the girls like Mina, Uraraka, and Toru were sighing happily at the sight. Even some of the guys like Kirishima, Tetsu, and Koda were sighing happily at the sight too, though Kirishima and Tetsu would never admit it in fear of losing their man cred. Some of the guys, like Kaminari, Zero, and Death Arms were laughing hysterically at the sight, while Aizawa and Endeavor were groaning in annoyance. Bakugo and Kamakiri were about to blow a fuse in anger and annoyance at the fight's interruption for this nonsense. Before the two could say anything, Taukaka slashed at the butterfly, the poor thing exploding into oopsie. 𝐷ao said. Shrieks of horror came from Koda and A, with the girls ending up consoling a crying Koda while Izuku, Mirio, Nejaya, and Kota calmed a nearly crying A. The sight of the two crying was so uncomfortable that even Bakugo wasn't willing to say anything. After the two calmed down, the fight continued with a shocked Felicia starting to cry. No, no, no. Felicia cried out. The cat lady cried out like an enraged cat and then jumped onto Taukaka ready to rip her to shreds. PP time is over. Death battle begin again. Both Bakugo and Kamakiri yelled out. The fight began again with the two cat girls slashing and striking at each other, the two pushing against each other blow for blow. Until suddenly Taukaka was slashing at nothing but air with no sign of Felicia. She looked around confused, looking for the fellow cat girl before said cat girl reappeared and grabbed onto her, slashing and spilling BLD. Seemed that she started attacking more strategically by performing a sneak attack. Mandalay said. Felicia jumped away and before pouncing back towards 𝐷ao, who counterattacked with her saw blades. Felicia jumped back and tried using her sand splash, only for 𝐷ao to jump over in slow motion and dive into Felicia. 𝐷ao proceeded to strike at Felicia at super high speeds before finishing the fight by slashing Felicia in two. The fight ended with Taukaka performing a victory dance with the frame of the video only showing Felicia's dead lower half. A stunned silence followed before the obvious happened. Aha! Bakugo yelled out. Ha, in your face, Deku. I told you that Popcat Beach was going to get bisected BYO and I was right. What do you have to? Bakugo stopped as the sight before him would stop even the most heartless men. Izuku trying to console a sobbing A, telling her it all wasn't real, while the girls all looked at him with immense amount of hate. Some of the guys, even Kirishima, gave Bakugo dirty looks. Bakugo took that cue to shut the hell up and stay silent. Even though my voted character won, I kinda now feel vindictive having Bakugo taunt Izuku like that while Eri was crying. Momo whispered. Not that I'm saying that it doesn't actually hurt to see it, but it's good thing we have our secret weapon to shut Bakugo up, a crying Eri. Kyuka whispered back. After they finished consoling Eri, the video started back up again with the results of the fight. Felicia just got put down. Boomstick said. Too soon, Boomstick. Too soon. Kirishima said. I think we are just starting repeat ourselves here. Ojiro said. Well, this one was very close. Based on their movesets, 𝐷ao appears to have a slight speed advantage. Though Felicia had the endurance of a Darkstalker, 𝐷ao's superior agility eventually gave her the win. Wizard explained Taukaka's victory. Not to mention, she's got freaking razor blades for claws. And while by our own rules of any behavior traits against killing are to be ignored, Felicia is more hesitant to deliver killing blows and only fights for the sake of others and rarely by anger, her inexperience giving Dao did edge. I guess Felicia didn't have 9 lives. Boomstick said. The winner is 𝐿𝐿𝐼. Whis finished. Wah! 𝐒𝐩𝐼 cried out dramatically. I'm so sorry Izuku for dying. I failed you. No, Izuku said. You didn't do anything wrong 𝐒𝐩𝐼. Your counterpart fought her hardest and that's all that we can ask of. 𝐒𝐩𝐼 ceased her crying, gained a happy smile, and jumped Izuku, hugging him and rubbing her cheeks on his. The next few minutes were spent with the girls trying to rip 𝐒𝐻𝐼 away from Izuku and Kota splashing Izuku to his senses with a weak water blast. Even though she lost, I say that Felicia has a welcome spot in our team. Mandalay said. As long as we can make her put on some clothes. Pixie Bob grumbled. I don't need that hussy stealing my spot as the hottest of the team. I'm sorry, but did you say you were the hottest one on the team? Mandalay turned to Pixie Bob, a challenging glare directed at her. Maybe I did. Pixie Bob said. Tiger had to restrain the two before they could rip each other apart. Next time on Death Battle. Boomstick once again said, getting the attention of the students. Cue God of War 3 music because it's so good and chilling. The audience looked agape at the next 2 combatants. One of them was a large pale white, muscular man in a red skirt with red markings covered all over his body. He also held 2 large blades attached to him with chains. The man looked like he had permanent rage face with a furious snarl. The next figure was a man covered in a black suit with white markings, glowing green eyes, covered in a red flowing cloak. The suit of the man was also covered in skulls, spikes, and chains. Kratos vs. Spawn. The audience was agape at the next fighters, especially Izuku, Ida, Momo, and Bakugo. Kratos? Ida asked. As in the Kratos. The spirit and god of strength and battle. It appears so. Momo said astounded. It appears we're going to watch a fight between a god and what looks like a demon straight from hell. That last part had 𝐿𝐼 brought to her hands and knees praying to God. Izuku felt a tiny headache upon seeing the 2 flashes of memories not of his own popping up in his head before. Images of vast carnage, BLD, and suffering. A woman and child, dead in his arms. Hellfire and screams of pure pain and horror surrounding him. The eyes of what Izuku could only describe as a demon. He quickly shook them off and tried to pretend that it didn't happen. Bakugo meanwhile walked numbly towards Mai, who had the control. He then looked straight at her with a feral grin and a maniac look in his eyes. Play the next video now, he said darkly, pure excitement oozing out of his voice. Nezu called out to Bakugo saying, Sit down Mr. Bakugo and we will. I will also like to say that this will be our last video of the day. We will retire for the day and then resume more videos tomorrow. The students were about to complain before a pointed look from Aizawa and Vlad King shut them up. Mai then pressed the button for the next video. Meanwhile, outside the gym, Mineta woke up from his knocked-out sleep a few minutes ago and has been struggling to get free from his restraints. Said restraints included being tied to a chair, his mouth duct-taped, bond-fled, chains around him over the rope, and the chair hanging suspended from the top of the main building. Third POV Mai started the video, most of the guys jumping in the seats from pure excitement, especially Bakugo. Of all the warriors who entered this arena, none could compete with these 2 titans of death. Whis proclaimed. That actually worries me since the first episode included my counterpart that destroyed an entire species and the second one had a soul-stealing sorcerer. Momo said. That just makes me more pumped up. Bakugo yelled. Kratos, the ghost of Sparta who single-handedly annihilated Olympus. Whis introduced the first warrior. Annihilated Olympus. Izuku muttered astounded. Single-handedly. Ida said as well. And Spawn, who managed to dethrone both Satan and God. Boomstick introduced the other one. Come again. Itsuka asked. The destroying all of Olympus feat shocked a lot of the group, but the mention of defeating both Satan and God themselves made everyone's jaws drop. Ibora started praying to forgive said God for watching such blasphemous videos. I'm Wizard and his boomstick, and it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle. Wizard said again. The first fighter was a tall, muscular man who appeared to be in his late 30s at most. He was bald with a goatee on his chin, ghostly pale with a red mark going down his left eye to his shoulder, another scar on his other eye, and wearing a permanent-looking scowl that made the students and some heroes shiver at the amount of pure hatred in them. He wore only a Spartan warrior skirt with sandals, golden armaments on his wrists and chains wrapped around him that attached to wicked-looking blades. Kratos, that man looks so manly. Kirishima and Tetsu said. For once I agree with you shitty kunkleheads. Bakugo agreed. He kinda scares me. Eri said. Kota reluctantly agreed as well. Okay, you two, how about you guys come with me? Mirio said. We can skip this battle and we can go to the dorms and see if Deku has any extra candy apples. Mirio led the two kids, one white-haired cinnamon roll drooling at the thought of candy apples, away to the door and left. The group proceeded with the video. Cue God of War music because it's awesome. Kratos is a demigod, raised among the Spartans as their greatest warrior, until one day, his people were threatened to be overrun. It was then he struck a deal with Ars, the god of war. Whis revealed. Ars appeared to be a giant of a man, wearing reddish-brown armor and his hair and beard all made of fire. He also looked suspiciously similar to Endeavor. Todoroki glared at the video, subtly feeling like he wasn't going to like this guy, and that's not even counting the annoyance and slight hatred of this guy looking like his father. Endeavor would have felt flattered that this was possibly one of his counterpart, except he could feel that with it being the god of war, that it wasn't going to be something to brag about. Ars would give him the strength to protect his people, and in return, Kratos would become his champion warrior. Whis continued. Striking a deal with a god, especially the god of war, doesn't sound like a good idea. Jirota said. In fact, many of the myths and legends from Greek mythology involves mortals making deals and bargains with the gods only to be betrayed, fooled, or lose more than they gained. Momo said. Kratos became super powerful and really vicious, but was tricked by Ars into killing his own family. Boomstick said. The group gasped as they saw Kratos, covered in BLD and looking horrified at his dead wife and daughter. Izuku suddenly felt a sharp and heart-wrenching pain in his heart, tears of pain and loss reaching down his eyes. The students and heroes looked on the traitorous god of war with hatred, even Endeavor looked upon his possible counterpart with hate and anger. It's a good thing that Mirio took Eri and Kota away. Nejaya said. Even though we let them watch the death battles, I think even this would be too much. But hey, he saved some money on child support and divorce. Boomstick commented. Izuku also felt an unbridled rage like never before go through him and was about to leap through the video to punch Boomstick's face off. The others had similar looks of anger and disgust. Even I know that's FUP. Bakugo said. Todoroki's left side started sprouting flames at random in anger, and Tokoyami's dark shadow starts to grow bigger and more angrier, only to be held back by an angry Tokoyami. Heh, oh man, that was bad even for me. No joke, that's rough. Boomstick said. At least he has some standards. Momo sighed in exasperation. Izuku, Tokoyami, and Todoroki calmed down after hearing the clear remorse in Boomstick's words. As the white, hot ashes of his family clung permanently to his skin, Whis started. Oh God! Toru said. That's awful. Why did that happen? It was likely a curse from Ars to leave a permanent reminder and even fuel Kratos' rage. Momo deduced. Ars in the myths always loved sprouting hatred and rage towards his enemies and allies alike. Just like Michael Jackson. Boomstick interrupted, who the hell is Michael Jackson? Bakugo asked. No idea. Shinso said. Though his name sounds familiar to that famous pop star. What is his name again? Miracle Johnson was his name. Presently said, and making sick music was his game. His quest for vengeance against the gods of Olympus began. Wizard continued. Background: over 6 foot tall, a Spartan warrior holds the rank of captain, self-centered antihero, superhuman strength, speed and endurance as a demigod, Kratos possesses incredible strength, speed, and endurance. He can survive the pummeling of a Titan and best the power of Hercules. Whis said. The group watched in awe as Kratos fought against not only Hercules himself, but a massive Titan the size of a freaking mountain. That thing is huge. Kaminari yelled out. Even I can't reach a size that high. Mount Lady said, astounded and terrified at the size of the creature. To fight against a creature of that size and power is unreal. Ida said, utterly flabbergasted. I'm not sure even All Might could fight a monster that big and strong. Uraraka said. Sadly, I think I can agree with you on that, young Uraraka. All Might said. Not only that, but he fought against Hercules. Kirishima said. That's super manly. Blades of Exile dual short swords wield with chains seared to arms, hook design made from the remains of the blades of Athena. The first weapon shown was the Blades of Exile. They appeared as two short swords with wicked cool designs. The blades were jagged and had a yellow glow to them, attached to hilts that sported demonic mouths in its design, and were connected to chains that wrapped around Kratos's arms. The overall design of them made Bakugu's and Kamakiri's mouths water. Kratos wields the Blades of Exile, twin short swords bounded to his arms by chains. The blades have a hook design which Kratos can use to cut right through his enemies or snag them and WHPM around. And like most badass weapons, they can somehow emit fire. Boomstick explained. I so want those weapons. Bakugu yelled out. Tech Beach, build me them. I think not, Bakugu. Aizawa said. If you are going to be a hero, I don't believe hooking your enemies with hooked and deadly blades is the right way to do it. Kratos is well trained in sword combat and possesses what may be the most powerful sword the Greek gods have to offer, the Blade of Olympus. Whis said. The sword was incredibly long, glowing in blue ethereal fire and light, and its hilt looked incredibly excessive and yet majestic. That sword looks so. Shahai said. Heavenly. Ibora said, astounded. Appealing. Its very glow of it through a screen is making me feel weak. Tokoyami said. The light. It burns. Dark Shadow screeched. Blade of Olympus can kill gods and titans, contains god powers, fires blue energy waves about 5 feet long, after Kratos killed Ars, spoiler. Boomstick said. Cheers went up at the traitorous god's demise, yet they were still shocked that Kratos was able to kill a god, an immortal, unkillable being. He was made the god of war, but Zeus tricked him, putting all of his godly powers into this sword, making him mortal once again. Boomstick continued explaining. Why would Zeus do that? Uraraka asked. Like father, like son. Todoroki mumbled bitterly. Zeus is by far one of the most heinous, traitorous, and disgusting deities of all mythology. Izuku said, his voice rising higher, as if he had first-hand experience. He betrays his own godly brothers and sisters for power, his lies, and tricks mortals into doing his bidding with promises of glory and reward only to fool them. He seduces countless women to satisfy his lust and rapes them if they resist. The students were stunned, but not by Zeus's deeds, but rather the look of utter rage and hatred in Izuku's face, as well as lightning sprouting out of him. Uraraka looked at Deku worried as his look of hatred looked similar to Kratos's. Deku, calm down. Uraraka said. I know that Zeus is a horrible person, but he's not real. He's only in another world and I'm sure he will get what's coming to him. But just calm down. Izuku breathed in and out and his look of rage vanished, confusion taking its place. I'm sorry. I didn't know what came over me. I just felt not like myself. All Might and Nezu looked at each other, worried about Midoriya, and sought to talk to him about it later. Meanwhile, Hound Dog sniffed the air and perked up when he smelled something new, and making the Blade of Olympus a deadly harbinger of death to even the toughest of Olympians. Wizard explained as the video continued. Golden Fleece gold armlet blocks attacks, deflects projectiles and magical attacks strong enough to counter the Blade of Olympus. His most versatile defense is his Golden Fleece. Armor capable of blocking powerful blows and deflecting magical attacks. A nice solid defensive weapon to match his offense. Momo said. That fleece looks awesome. Kirishima said. It reminds me of my quirk. Yours too, Tetsu. I know, right? But there's a whole lot more to this guy's arsenal. Boomstick announced. Bow of Apollo can rapid-fire arrows. Charged fire arrows does not drain Kratos' magic limit quick with long range like the Bow of Apollo, which can shoot a rapid stream of arrows or charge up deadly fire arrows. Boomstick revealed. A nice long-range tool against faraway foes. Todoroki said. Claws of Hades used like blades of exile, spiked chains and hooks rip souls from victims can be resisted, can summon souls slower than the blades of exile. The next weapon shown was a pair of hooked, razor-sharp blades, compete with spikes and attached by chains. They glowed a purplish, ethereal glow that made Tokuyama and Shihai shiver in anticipation. Then there's the Claws of Hades, which mercilessly rips the souls out of their victims. Though, tough opponents like Kratos can resist them. Whis explained. So dark. So deadly. So powerful. Tokoyami said. Revelry in the dark. Nemean Cestus giant metal gauntlets, lion-like appearance, originally owned by Hercules, incredibly strong, can create shockwaves which stun foes. Slowest of all the weapons, the Nemean Cestus are giant, ultra-strong gauntlets, which can stun foes with brutal shockwaves. Boomstick explained. I want those too. Bakugo tried claiming. No. Kirishima yelled. You just can't have all the weapons, Bakubro. Leave some for the rest of us. Those gauntlets would work perfectly with my quirk. Don't forget about me. Tetsu yelled. Pairing those shockwaves with my heat absorption and defense would be a perfect unstoppable force. Boots of Hermes Greaves with small wings, improved running speed, can run up walls. The boots of Hermes give him superhuman speed, so fast that he can run up walls. Whis explained. Sounds a lot like your quirk, Ida. Uraraka said. With a dash of Asui's wall crawling. Ida added out. Agreed. Ribbit. Asui said. Icarus wings can glide and fly. Huge 18-foot wingspan slowly falls apart during flight, ripped from Icarus' back, and when battled the infamous Icarus, he ripped those huge wings off the old fool's back and took them for his own, giving him powers of flight. Whis explained. He has flight too. Kaminari said, shocked. How many weapons does this guy have? Holy Siapi, that's a lot of weapons. I like this guy. Boomstick declared. Exactly. Kaminari said. Kratos is not invincible, but he's really difficult to kill. Whis said. Hell, he can't even kill himself. Boomstick stated. They watched with horror and sick curiosity as Kratos impaled himself with the blade of Olympus, a bright beam of light shooting out from him and sparkling over the sky. Why did he stab himself? Pony questioned. Is it because of that beam of light? Kratos held the power of hope inside of him, and when Kratos destroyed all of the Olympians and brought upon the apocalypse, he pierced himself with the blade of Olympus to free the power of hope to give to the mortals to survive forward. Stunned and shocked looks appeared towards the one who said that. Izuku. How do you possibly know that, Midori? Mina said. Are your powers of deduction that OP? You are. I don't know. Izuku mumbled as he suddenly was snapped out of a trance. It just came to my head. Like the anger from before. Nezu frowned and thought about why Midoriya was suddenly experiencing these episodes. He, All Might, and Izuku and definitely going to have a talk after this. Hound Dog once again sniffed the air and picked up the scent from earlier appeared. Hound Dog could sense it coming from Midoriya, and it smelt like burning brimstone and mistletoe. Hound Dog also sniffed the air and picked up another scent coming from somewhere else in the room, a smell that he doesn't recognize, but it was everywhere. In his rage, he tore apart the ranks of Mount Olympus and slaughtered every god upon and below it, except for Aphrodite. Whis explained. For obvious reasons. Boomstick said. Kaminari and Zero didn't even bother trying to hide their nosebleeds over the goddess of love. Guys and girls alike were blushing, especially Izuku, who felt phantom touches of pleasure, especially below the waist. In doing so, he ultimately brought about the end of the world. Without the power of the gods to keep the chaos in check, the apocalypse had arrived. And its vanguard was Kratos. Whis continued. But don't mistake his actions as purely destructive, as by in the destruction of the Olympian gods, he freed humanity from their corrupted tyranny and, upon striking himself, gave the power of hope and choice back to humanity. Hey, you were right, young Midoriya. All Might said. I can kind of feel sorry for the guy. Boomstick said. Lost his family, killed his other family in the most massive temper tantrum ever, and couldn't even kill himself to ease the nightmares. He truly became death, destroyer of worlds. Whis said. But he at least has found the paths of a new beginning and a new family. A scene was shown of an older Kratos, with a thick beard and an axe on his back, holding a young boy with bow on his back. The students smiled at that. Izuku himself held a tear as he felt fatherly pride and love course through his heart before disappearing. I was trying to make you a great warrior, Ars told Kratos. You succeeded, he responded. He then stabbed Ars through with the sword, killing the god of war. Mixed reaction ensued upon Kratos. The heroes defiantly didn't like him over causing the apocalypse.